Chapter 36. His name is Tall Maritza, Kira said coldly. Your men will find him, hunt him down, and bring him to me. Or perhaps the man is really shuddering, she thought to herself. By now, word would have gotten back about what had happened at that listening post, about the price of failure. Kira was not above using such stories to her advantage. A Dark Lord who was not feared by her troops was no true Dark Lord. She was not above rewarding her troops, or giving credit where credit was due. But at the same time, she made sure they understood what happened to those who displeased her. Subtlety had its uses. Beric had taught Avi that on their first visit to Darth Fier's flagship, it was a lesson that Kira took to heart as well. Of course, that did not mean she was above violence when the situation called for it. She was not. In fact, she thought with a hint of a smile. She was starting to enjoy it. She had contacted Hissa shortly after she had returned from her meeting with Darth Sadi. She would have done it sooner, while she needed a bath. Being around Sadi just made her feel dirty, and not in an exciting way. She now sat on her bed, changed into her nightgown. The holo image that Hissa saw was a stock image of her in her uniform and mask. It didn't move, but most holograms did not need to. It was the voice that mattered, not the image. After what had happened at the farmhouse listening post, she had been eager to speak with Hissa, make sure that he was aware that their enemy had a name at last. She wanted to make sure that Maritza's name was known to both the investigators and the interrogation droids. Hissa had all the right connections. He would make sure that the name found its way into the right ears. It was the first step in finding the man. Tall Maritza was an enemy of the Empire. She would see him pay for that. In truth, she was quite eager to see what their investigators turned up, and what was taken from rebel prisoners while under interrogation. She was quite eager to find out just what the rebels knew about the man, and about his place within the rebellion. Was he their leader? Most rebellion were organized around a firebrand. Was this Maritza that man? Was he just some go-between they used in conducting business? She had no answer to those questions. The fact that he shared her mother's maiden name was also of interest. Was he related to her, or was the name just an alias, and most importantly? Kira frowned. How did the man know what was said the night her family's farm was attacked? The full tale of what happened that night was known to few, and not one shared. It was certainly not a story she shared freely, or with ease. Yet, somehow, Maritza had known. He had known everything. She needed to find out how. Hissa was currently at the site of the attempted bombing of the shuttlecraft, the static of their connection the result of another windstorm moving through the area. The magistrate thought it wise for him to be there, to assure the locals and business people that all was well. Her enforcers may have been in charge of the investigation, but it was Hissa's people that were collecting the hard evidence, and would be returning with it to Dana City for further study. She did not entirely trust her enforcers after all. They had belonged to Sadi first, and that made them all suspect. She preferred that Hissa's people looked at the evidence first. She suspected their findings might be more truthful than one of the young Sith at her command. Tomorrow she would go to see Hissa in person, make sure he was aware of how important this matter was to her. She had offered him her patronage after all. She wanted to see exactly just how useful the man could be, to make sure that he was worthy of that patronage. Tall Maritza, he repeated thoughtfully. I've never heard that name before. Was this person responsible for the attack on Fallis? He paid the go-between who hired the pirates for that job. She informed him. I'm not sure what post he holds within this rebellion, but it is safe to say that he is likely highly placed. She pressed a button on the holocom, giving it access to the data disk she had recovered on the smuggler's moon. The holo that I'm sending you is the only image we have of Maritza. It isn't much, but perhaps your investigators can give me something more, some clue that might point to his whereabouts. The image of Hissa held up a small device. The holo she sent him appeared in his hand. The magistrate frowned. Robed, cloaked, and helmeted, he said with a frown, we can eliminate several known alien species from this picture, but that is about it. This person could be anyone. He may not even be an Imperial. Kira only just managed to keep from rolling her eyes. Hissa was not telling her anything she had not already thought about. She knew it could be anyone. That was why she was telling the magistrate. She wanted his people to investigate. She wanted to figure out WHO was under that mask. We know he has access to large sums of credits. He needed them to hire that pirate gang. He also has access to high-level Imperial files, restricted files. He does? Hissa asked with a frown. It is possible that it is he that has access to the clearance codes the rebels have been using, the ones that you have been tracking. He may be highly placed in the Imperial hierarchy. He knows too much to be just another thug. Hissa considered what she said. What evidence have you seen that supports that statement, my lord? Kira fidgeted. She didn't want to pass on what she knew, at least when it came to her personal history. Still, she had to tell the magistrate something. She sighed. Okay, she thought, fine. He proved his knowledge during one of his recent attacks. She informed him he left a message for me at the listening post that was destroyed. What was in that message? No mere rebel could have gotten it easily. Hissa nodded. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What was in that message, my lord? He asked. Perhaps I can help you run down the link. Appreciated, but not necessary. Magistrate, she replied. What was in that message was personal and classified. I will deal with that end of the investigation myself. As you wish, my lord, he said with a bow. In the meantime, I will distribute the name to our intelligence section, see if they can dig up anything for you. That would please me, she said. We should also try and dig up any past information on the name. Perhaps we can identify some family connection or link with the current government. The magistrate's image shifted slightly, and this time it was not static from the windstorm. Kira frowned. What was that? Was he uncomfortable? I doubt it would lead to anything, my lord, he responded. Maritza, that name is not Ordanen, that is for sure. Kira frowned. The man had dismissed this lead too quickly. Plus, she had felt a slight shift in the force, a disturbance around the man. Interesting. She pinned the magistrate was a hard gaze. Are you trying to hide something from me? You have heard the name before, the family name, she said. I sensed that you recognized it. She smiled. Tell me, magistrate, did you ever know anyone named Maritza? Again the man shifted. Now she could sense his nervousness. She could see it on his face. Lie to me, she thought. I dare you. She smiled. She would happily punish him if he did. I knew a young woman by that name, Unsi confessed. It was years ago. She was special to all those that knew her. Kira paused. Yes, she thought. She was. The softness in the man's voice surprised her. Yes, she still remembered seeing him ogle her mother, but she had assumed that a matter of mere lust. Maybe it had been more. Maybe Hissa had actually had feelings for her mother. It was a strange thought, to be sure. I doubt that she has anything to do with this current investigation, my lord, Hissa added quickly. Too quickly. The woman that I speak of died years ago, as did her family. Hissa sighed. It sounds like a dead end to me. But is it? Kira wondered. She knew her mother's files were sealed, if they ever existed in the first place. She had hoped to use this investigation to get access to them, or at the very least learn who had sealed them. She could not do it alone, and did not want to risk exposing weakness to her fellow members of the Cabal. But hopefully, if multiple parties started asking about them, if many suddenly took interest in the name Maritza, something might just get shaken loose. Of course, if it was as highly classified as she feared, it was also possible that Hissa might suffer for asking such questions. Whoever had sealed those files might just send someone to silence the magistrate. That could be useful too. If someone did come for Hissa, it would give her a lead to follow back to its source. An assassin or agent would give her a clue of where to look next. Even in death, the man would serve her interests, but that was the way it was. Everyone in the galaxy lived to serve Sith interests. An Imperial magistrate was no different. Ask around anyway, she ordered him. See if you can dig up anything on this old friend of yours. Hissa sighed. As you wish, he said. I will do as you say, but I still think this is a dead end. Maybe not, she said, leaning in closer. Find out. She deactivated the hypercom and sat back, considering what she had heard and what she had felt during their little chat. It was years ago. She was special to all those that knew her. Qi'ra had never really known that side of her mother. Maya Lillis had simply been a mother and housewife by then. She spoke little of her younger years, even to her own children. Now that Qi'ra was older, she found such behavior interesting. What was going on with you, mother? She wondered. Did you have some secret? Were you trying to protect us from it? And has that secret finally started to reveal itself? Is this Tall Maritza part of that secret? Is this rebellion about more than just the Oridanan people being unhappy with Darth Fier's rule? She did not want to think about that last part. Qi'ra had been raised a loyal Imperial. She had been taught to love the Empire. She could not guess why her mother's family might try to tear it all down, and if so, why now? It had been almost 5 years since the deaths of the Lillis family. Why wait for so long to take your revenge? Maybe this Maritza needed time to prepare, to gather resources necessary to take revenge. Still, it seemed like overkill to her. Fight Darth Fier? Sure, but why try to motivate the ID system to cede from the Empire? It made no sense. These thoughts left Kira's head spinning. She had no idea what might be behind all this. She did not want to believe her family was tied up in this treason. And then there was the matter of message at the listening post. If Maritza was tied to her family in some way, why not try to approach her? Why attack her? Did someone blame her for the death of the rest of their family? What had happened that night had not been her fault. She had survived only by luck and the will of the dark side. It made no sense that anyone associated with her mother would consider her an enemy. Was she not her mother's blood, her eldest daughter? Unless they believed that she had been a part of the scheme that resulted in the Lillis family being destroyed. If so, they were fools. Qi'ra had had nothing to do with that. She had been only 15 at the time. She had not even been fully aware of her powers yet. She sighed. It had not been her fault. She had not killed her family. Thinking about that, it made her think of Avi, of the trials she had faced on Korriban, the shades of her family, the shades she had struck down. She had destroyed them without thought or compassion. That wasn't me though, Qi'ra thought. Avi had all but erased me at that point. Regardless of what had happened, she would not let it happen again. Avi was gone, and her title and holdings belonged to Qi'ra. She was Darth Avaryss in name, if not in actuality, and she would rule over House Avaryss for the rest of her days. But if my family, my mother's family, have become enemies of the Empire? Qi'ra winced. She did not want to think about that. Her head continued to spin, seeking to make sense of it all. She sat down on the bed and tried to meditating, drawing the dark side into her, summoning its power. Perhaps the darkness would offer her more answers to the questions that now tormented her. It was worth a try. She turned her attention inward, drawing on her passions, her desire for revenge against Maritza, her hatred for Darth Fier. It flowed out of her heart like molten lava. It opened doors to power that still boggled her mind. She shuddered. There was the heart of darkness. Wondrous. The dark side wrapped around her, filling her up with its glory. Her body was wrapped in a crimson aura. The power is mine, she thought. It is all mine. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. Peace is a lie, there is only passion. She felt herself rising off the bed. Through passion I gain strength. Through strength I gain power. She smiled hungrily. Power, yes. She sighed. Unlimited power. The dark side felt cold to the touch. It was always cold to the touch, but that was a good thing. Rage and hate blazed like a star within the heart of a Sith. The cold of the dark side made that heat bearable. It prevented the user from being consumed. It brought a balance all its own. And when you touched it, you got more than just relief, more than just knowledge and insight. There was more. The only thing that truly mattered. Power, she thought, basking in the darkness. And it is all mine. Mine. She had been so lost in the Force that she barely acknowledged her comlink. She had no idea how long it had been beeping, but finally it had pulled her back into the world of flesh, and blood. Kira sighed. She was panting. The connection had been so intense. She had not wanted it to end. After experiencing the darkness, the physical world always seemed disappointing. It was almost not worth it to find your way back. Almost. She shook her head and tried to focus. She found herself once again sitting on her bed. What now? She thought angrily. Can't I have a moment's peace? What is it? She said into her comlink, letting some of her anger bleed into her voice. You've interrupted me. It is Messel, my lord. Sorry to disturb you. She could hear the fear in her door guard's voice. It was the only thing that kept his head attached. You have a visitor, he added quickly. Lieutenant Wilkes is here to see you. He says it's important. Ro is here, she thought, mildly surprised. She had thought that he'd gone off with the rest of her forces, investigating what had happened while she had been gone. She should have been annoyed that he was not still out there, hunting her enemies, but she was not. What had passed between them these last few weeks returned, making her smile. He is here, she thought, and we are alone, or at the very least, as alone as we can be. Her body stirred at the thought. The dark side had left her body tingling, but the Force was not the only way to satisfy someone's cravings. A wonderful thought, she smiled. Delicious. She had planned on turning in early, but maybe, just maybe, she needed to reconsider that idea. She thought of how best to greet him, to meet him at the door, or simply use the Force to open it. She decided on the latter. Let him see her being above petty desire, a creature focused on the greater mysteries. It would make what happened next that much sweeter. She remained where she was. She did not even bother to get up and throw on a robe. If he expected to catch her off guard in her chambers, he was mistaken. It was he that was coming into the predator's den. It was he that should be off balance. She gestured to the door, causing it to open, but not before sending word to Mess and Runt to let him pass. Ro stepped into her private chambers. She remained where she was, sitting on her bed, her legs folded before her, her eyes closed. Kira, She could feel his eyes on her, his emotions an open book to her. Ah, wow. His words made her smile, and his emotions, he was, embarrassed, in a bit of discomfort. But was it discomfort? She could sense it, but it was more. His discomfort, or perhaps excitement. He had not expected to see her in such a state. The flossy white nightgown she was wearing wasn't exactly what most expected to see a Sith wearing. It showed more than she typically let others see. The thought amused her. There were many things about her that Ro didn't know. She looked forward to teaching him about them. Hi, he said in a small voice. Hi, she responded, not bothering to open her eyes. Do you need something? You told my guard it was important. I, heard what happened out at that farmhouse. I've come to see if you are okay. If I'm okay? She asked, sounding puzzled. What do you mean? She opened her eyes and looked at him, seeing him standing there, looking a little bit unsure of himself. It excited her. It took her back to a more innocent time, an easier time in her life. I missed that time, she realized. I've missed him. It was similar to what happened to your family, was it not? He asked, seeing that was not easy for you, or I don't think it would be. Kira frowned. She did not want to think about it. The past was gone, but it still tried to wrap around her like a set of iron chains. She would not be a slave to those chains again. It was troubling, she admitted. The ease in which she told him surprised her. She normally did not like letting people in. Ro was different, however. Like Finn, he knew her. It made being around him easier. So you were worried, she said with a sly smile. You came to check up on me. I thought you might want to talk, he said, and I brought you something. Her smile widened. A present. A little taste of home, he said, removing a flask from his coat. Kira smirked. She reached out with the Force and gently pulled the flask to her. It floated through the air and came to rest in her metal hand. Ro did not resist. He merely chuckled. Show off, he laughed. She shrugged. If you will power, why not show it off? She uncapped the bottle, and sniffed the contents. The sweet smell took her back. If she was not mistaken, it was the same vintage that they had drank years ago, the wine that had left them asleep in each other's arms. The gift made her heart beat a little faster. She rose from the bed and approached him. "And what is this?" she purred, thinking of getting me drunk and taking advantage. "No," he said shyly, merely figuring we could both get drunk and forget the hell we had to deal with today. Kira nodded and made for the drinking glasses she kept for honored guests. It seemed a shame to drink out of such a lowly container. She put a little extra sway in her step as she walked, letting him get a look at her, a real look. "That is nice," he said. She smirked. "What is?" "Your gown. It looks nice." His compliment made her smile, though she suspected that it was not really her nightgown that interested him. That was okay. She was hoping that he might take notice. "Blessed Emperor," Ro gasped. Kira turned, giving him an arse look. "What?" "Your leg," he said, pointing. "What happened?" Kira frowned and looked down. Her left leg had been left revealed when she paused. She saw the ugly pitted scar on her thigh. All that remained from her trial of blood on Fury 9. She still dreamed about them sometimes, the inmates that her masters had sicked on her. She had been lucky to survive that night. Had she been weaker, she likely would have been raped and killed. Yet, she had endured, and grew stronger. That was what mattered. It was all that mattered. She smiled. "It is nothing," she said, "a scar from the earliest days of my training." Rose still looked horrified. "Someone stabbed you?" She shrugged. She had been stabbed, burned, and slashed many times since. Her body was a sea of scars, each a memento of this battle or that. She was not ashamed of them. Some Sith may have seen such marks as signs of weakness, but she did not. She had earned each one. They were badges of honor. She would not hide them. She returned to Ro with their drinks, offering him one. "Sith training is not easy," she informed him. "It is succeed or perish." She smiled brightly. "I succeeded. Still does not make me happy seeing it," he said with a sigh. "I hate the thought of you in pain." She shrugged and took a drink. The wine kissed her tongue, making her shiver. She closed her eyes and remembered. The wind in her hair, the gentle swooshing of the long grass, the feeling of Ro's arms around her, so warm and strong. She savored those memories, simple and sweet. "Much like the wine." "So is that the only reason why you came tonight?" she asked. "To share a drink with me?" He shook his head no. "I just came from a meeting with some of my fellow peacekeepers. They are a bit concerned. The Winter Festival is coming up next week." The news made Kira smile. The Winter Festival, she had all but forgotten it. The festival had been a tradition on Oradana for generations. It was a night to celebrate not just the harvest and meeting quota, but to pay tribute to the Empire's heroes, and to remember that they were part of something greater, a part of the Sith Empire. "Why are they worried?" she asked. "The festival is a time for celebration." Ro frowned. "The peacekeepers are worried. The streets are going to be filled with people. All those people, the crowds, that will be good cover for bombers. The rebels could stage a massive attack, kill thousands." Kira shook her head. It would be quite the opportunity, but she did not think that it would be an issue. So far, the rebellion had been hesitant to attack civilians. They had struck only at military targets. Ships, walkers, warehouses supplying the army and navy. The rebels were too busy playing heroes, and they needed the people's support. If they were to attack civilians, kill a lot of them, that might. Kira smiled. If they did. "Oh my." "Kira," Ro said. She blinked and looked up at him, realizing she had just been standing there, a drink in hand, and a smile on her face. She had an idea, and what a delicious one it was. "Kira," Ro repeated. She shook her head. Food for thought. She would come back to it later, her and Bleeze. Then they would see how things went. "It is nothing," she said, taking another drink. "Nothing at all. May I have some more?" Ro chuckled. "No worries," he said. "I brought 2 flasks." She laughed. Smart boy. Are you sure that you are not trying to get me drunk? He laughed at that. Lilas, please, I'm an officer of the law, I would never. Kira smirked. She had heard enough. She grabbed him by the front of his jacket and pulled him in close. She went up on her tiptoes and sought his mouth. She kissed him hungrily. Her head spun. She could taste the wine on his tongue. It made the kiss that much sweeter, that much more intoxicating. She loved it. Ro did not resist. He was surprised, at first, but that went away quickly. She felt his arms around her, the feel of his fingers moving over her bare skin, sliding up under her gown. She almost groaned with pleasure, the excitement in her building, burning like a star. So long, she thought. So very long. When the kiss broke, they were both panting. As he had kissed her, he undid her hair. It now fell free down to her shoulders. He always liked it when she wore her hair down. He looked at her with hungry eyes. He was as excited as she was. Had he come to her tonight, expecting this? She was not sure. Not that it mattered now. She knew what she wanted. She had put it off for far too long. Far too long. The festival will not be cancelled, she said, gently pulling him along with her, her hands on his coat, but already starting to slide it off. Our people need hope, she said, kissing his neck, working her way up to his ear. He shuddered. Yeah, he said, his voice cracking. His hands found her hips and lifted her up. She wrapped her legs around his waist. He carried, making his way slowly, towards the bed. Her bed. She looked into his eyes, smiling hungrily. You can tell your fellows that everything will proceed as normal. The rebels be damned. Should I go tonight? He asked. Tell them. She gave him a cruel smile. I'm afraid you're going to be too busy tonight, she said. I am. She nodded. Very busy. She kissed him again. His hands continued to move over her body. Yes, she almost sighed. Oh yes. I've missed you, he said, panting. I've missed you so much. I'm here for you now, she shuddered, feeling his tongue on her throat. I'm here. She threw back her head and moaned. Ro, she cried. Oh yes. He lay her down on her bed. He pushed away, panting, tearing off his coat and shirt. She grinned up at him. She watched with dark, hungry eyes. Yes, she thought. Finally. We can. Crack 'em. The whole government tower shook. There was a flash of light outside. The lights went out, and alarms began to wail. Kira lay on the bed, frozen in that minute. She. Her comlink crackled. Lord Avaryss, the voice on the line sounded panicked. Lord Avaryss, respond. Kira put her pillow over her face and screamed. Now, she thought. Now. Ro retreated, pulling his shirt back on and picking up his coat. No, Kira thought. No. She knew immediately what had happened. The rebels had struck again. They had struck the tower. Now, she thought, wanting to tear someone apart, anyone would do. I need to get down there, Ro said, heading for the door. Do you want me to wait for you? She shook her head no, the world turning the color of blood around her. Damn those rebels. Damn them. She leapt out of bed and grabbed her lightsaber, the world a haze of red angry light. They dared interrupt her. They dared stop her from doing what she desired. She snarled like an angry Tukada. Damn you, Tall Maritza. Damn you. Chapter 37. The game was not the same. Kira was not sure how she knew that, but at the same time, it was true. She could feel it, not just in the Force, but in her bones. Something was different. A shiver ran down her spine. I'm changing. Since the war had begun, she had been running around like a bantha doing whatever her master wanted, and what she thought was good for the Empire, and all the while she sensed that something was missing, or maybe just a miss. She had enjoyed some of those tasks, or Avi had, and though she had won several victories, she was not pleased with the course her life had taken. The course that Avi had set for them. Avi had grown unhappy, and Kira had taken advantage, and now that she was here, now that she was free, she was still trying to figure out exactly what she was going to do with her new life. It was all so confusing. Mission to mission, reprisal to reprisal, and then when you threw the True Heart crew and Shy Reveal into the mix, was it any wonder that she had gotten distracted? She had been distracted. Yes, that was the word to be sure. It felt like she was falling, that she did not know where Avi ended and she began anymore. Things were blending together, much like the war itself. She frowned. The battle between light and dark was never black and white. It was easy to get lost in the fog of war. Avi had been so focused on politics and prestige she had forgotten what really mattered, and so had Kira. She had been so busy fighting Avi for control that they had both lost sight of what it was they truly desired, what mattered to one who chose to follow the dark path. It had begun with Avi getting the Darth title, but it had not ended there. So much else had come to stand in their way. So many distractions. It was easy to get distracted by the trappings of the life of a lord. Chains did not have to be painful or made of steel. Some were quite pleasurable and as soft as shimmer silk. Through victory, my chains are broken. That tenet of the Sith rang true to her, especially now, especially after her adventure on an heir Shatta. Wealth, prestige, love, these were toys, trappings that distracted a Sith from what truly mattered, the only thing that mattered. Kira smiled. Power. It was power that mattered in this galaxy. The power of the dark side was what a Sith should crave, what truly mattered in the troubled world that she found herself in. As she had learned from an old hermit in the tombs of Korriban, passion and strength were only variables in the equation. They were the vehicle and the road you traveled on. Power was the answer, the destination. She had forgotten that, been distracted by titles and schemes. I will not get distracted again, she thought to herself. From now on, I focus on what truly matters. She had rededicated herself to that mission, especially now the attack, or rather the attempted attack on the government tower had crystallized so many things for her. The rebels were proving to be far better equipped than she had gave them credit for. The raids against Imperial detachments were one thing, but to try and attack the government tower itself. That attack, it showed just how brazen these rebels were. Kira respected that. She would still kill them for it, but they now had her respect. She would show that respect by peeling the flesh from their bones. The attack itself had not been as successful as the rebels would have wished. They had managed to plant a bomb on one of the Sith starfighters, a starfighter that had been on his final approach to the tower. A stroke of good luck had saved the Sith from being seriously bloodied this day. The ship's final approach had been delayed by a transport that had been having repulsor lift problems. It had been in a holding pattern when it had finally detonated, killing the pilot and destroying the craft. That explosion had been powerful. It had blown out 3 floors of windows in the tower, causing the alarms to blare and 23 minor injuries, but no one had been killed, thank the Emperor. Still, it had been a close call, had the ship been on the landing pad when it had detonated. Things would have been much, much worse. Such an attack was brazen, and more importantly, it was proof that things were not entirely what they seemed. It was proof that more was going on here than she realized. That this rebellion was more than just farmers being angry at Darth Fier's rule and hiring a group of pirates to harass the Sith's shipping lanes. This rebellion had the potential to become a very real threat. It now fell to her to see it dealt with. It was a task she took seriously. Avi had failed, she would not. She would end this rebellion, whatever it took. She would end it. She was the first of the governing council to arrive in the tower's audience chambers. The full leadership had been summoned by the Moff, but for the moment she had the room to herself. Neither Darth Sadi nor Moff Gallic had yet to emerge from wherever it was they were hiding. Kira frowned. It was not the message the leadership of this world should have been sending, but then again this was hardly a typical problem. Perhaps it is not simply a matter of fear, the darkness within her whispered. Perhaps the reason that the Lord and her pet governor are not here is because they are making a few well-timed political moves, making sure that their pawns are in the right place. It was possible, she acknowledged. These rebels were far better equipped than she had suspected. Maybe there was a good reason for that. Perhaps this rebellion is about more than just the people of Ordana. Perhaps there is a larger game being played here. Once again, that would not surprise her. What if this rebellion was no true rebellion at all? What if it was some power play by Darth Sadi or Moff Gallic? Either the Lord or the Governor could have arranged what she had seen up to this point. It was possible they were trying to weaken Darth Fier's grip on Ordana and the 80 system as a whole. Whoever controlled the Empire's food supply would be in a position of great power. They would literally have the Empire by the throat. Kira understood that, after all, it was what she intended to do. Paranoia suddenly reared his head, that in a growing sense of homicidal rage. I need to do something about this. If this is awesome game by Sadi or Gallic, then my duty is clear. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Why waste time playing politics? Her hand drifted to her lightsaber. Kill them all. The thought came unbidden, but it was not entirely unwelcome. Kill them all. Yes? The thought made her shiver with excitement. It would be fun. The leadership was assembling here. They expected to meet and come up with a plan on how to deal with this latest attack. They would not expect her to strike so savagely or intimately. A wonderful idea, she thought. Delicious. When it was over, she would pile the heads of the traitors next to the governor's seat. She would contact her master on Dromund Kaas, inform him of the change in management. She would be the new lord of the 80 system, lord and governor. The others would all be charged posthumously with high treason. She would order a trial and find them guilty in a matter of minutes. No need for any further investigation. Suspicion was enough, and besides, the execution had already been carried out. Sith justice would be served. The idea made her quiver, but, as with all good ideas, there would be consequences. Fier would not like that, she realized. Well, who cared? If he wanted Eddie back so badly, let him come here with his lightsaber and reclaim it. I will. She blinked. Wait. She shook her head. What am I doing? Kira took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Her heart was beating so fast, she had never been so excited, and yet, she had to rein in that excitement. Kill the rest of the leadership? Where in the Emperor's name had that come from? Though she was no stranger to Sith bloodlust, she had never felt it so strongly before. Even Avi had never attempted something so audacious. The realization of what she had been thinking about came down hard around her, and what the consequences of what such actions would be. Even if she succeeded in executing the full leadership, the Dark Council would never stand for it, not with the Empire at war. Such a bloody power grab would likely result in her being declared a rogue Sith. She would be hunted down and killed for interfering in the war effort. Not even Darth Maul would speak up for her if she struck so blindly. It would be suicide. Kira sighed and took another deep breath. She felt her desire to kill lessen, but it did not fade, not completely. And there it is, she thought. More proof that I've turned a corner, that I'm changing. I'm changing, but into what? She could not say for certain. The thought did not entirely please her. Strength alone was not enough to gain real power. It required cunning and intelligence. If she allowed herself to become a killer driven only by the dark side and her own bloodlust, she would be lost. She might have well become a marauder or battle rager. Violence was all well and good, but it would not give her what she truly desired. No, she needed to maintain control, at least for now. There would come a time that she would be able to unleash her full bloodlust, but that was not now. She looked up. She heard voices in the hall approaching the chamber. The rest of the leadership had arrived, including her people. She nodded and moved her hand away from her weapon. She stood straight and proud, seeking to project an aura of calm and loyalty. She would not let anyone see the howling monster that was starting to claw at her mind, not yet. She would control herself, at least for now. Death would come soon for her enemies, she thought with a smile. It would happen, she had foreseen it. Her time would come. The oppression of the Empire must end. The cycle of retribution against the innocent must end. We, the voice of resistance, swear to bring down the foul regime that has oppressed the good people of Ordana for too long. We urge you, the free citizens of Ordana, to stand up against the oppression and take a stand against Sith mysticism and tyranny. The recording had been going for almost 20 minutes now. It had been distributed to every government building and imperial barracks on Oradana, the latest statement of defiance from the resistance movement that now plagued Oradana and the Ini system as a whole. Kira listened closely to the message, far closer than she had when Avi's grand speech had been interrupted. It was all very fiery and brash, meant to stir the soul and drum up support for the fight against the Empire. It was also, Kira thought, complete and utter Banthapudu. Darth Avaryss had dealt with many fanatics during her time as a Sith apprentice. Kira now had access to all those memories and experiences. She knew a bit about fanaticism and how they responded to those they either opposed or tried to sway to their side. What she was hearing now was nothing like that. She might have been wrong, but she got the feeling that this message was staged somehow. She did not hear the fire of commitment in the voice of the speaker, and the language was all wrong too. The rebellion was supposed to be made up of Oradanan citizens resisting Darth Fier's treatment of them. What she was hearing now, it didn't sound right. It was too flowery for the average Oradanan. It may have been composed by some well-educated former wealthy landowner, but again that did not make sense. She did not see it. It felt wrong. Both her gut and the Force was telling her something was off. If this rebellion is awesome scheme, some power play by someone in this room, it was more important than ever that she get to the bottom of it quickly. She had her own plans to worry about after all. She had no desire to be tripping over someone else's. She glanced up at her fellow leaders. Darth Sadi stood with Beale, Trade Minister Moore, and the 3 male enforcers across the room from her. Kira's followers formed up at her side. Bleez, Holly, Barrick, and Zen clustered around her in support. Dime and Rink weren't here, but that was only because they were helping send Fier get settled into her new surroundings. Plus, her Mun apprentice had developed a bit of a rapport with the former Imperial filing clerk. He thought she might be useful to his own research, his role in the plan. Kira allowed it, for now. If it helped to bring the girl closer to their side, so much the better. As for Necris, her first apprentice was still aboard the Emperor's Wisdom. Though her skills would have been useful, Kira thought it wise to keep at least one of her apprentices in reserve, just in case. Necromancers were rare in the Empire, and she preferred to keep one wild card up her sleeve, just in case Sadi tries something unusual. Plus, when HK came back, she wanted one of her inner circle in attendance to meet with him. Just in case she was not available, the droid had a part to play in her final plan. She hoped he would return soon. He would be most useful. That left only the chief magistrate. Hissa was still in the field, and only in attendance in hologram form, his image projected not far from where Kira was standing, showing where his loyalties lay. Chilled, the Twi'lek enforcer stood close. Bleez, the tips of her head tails twitching as she listened to the rebels' message of resistance. Kira could not yet say that the Twi'lek was on her side, but she was willing to give her the benefit of the doubt. She would test the girl in the coming days, make sure that this was not some plan of Sadi's. Roche should have been here as well, but he had been called away after the attack. The peacekeepers and bulk of the Sith army had been mobilized to every major airfield and spaceport on the planet. They were making sure that no more rebel surprises were waiting to go off. The thought angered the young Dark Lord. She could have used Rose's presence, both as a symbol of her commitment to Ordana's security and for whatever comfort he could have offered her after this meeting concluded. The fact that they had been interrupted before things had gotten interesting enraged her. I could have used that release, and now I must find another outlet. If I cannot have pleasure, I shall inflict pain. The thought brought a smile to her face. Someone needed to suffer. She needed to see it done. Thinking of that reminded her of Bleez and what they had talked about, the first stage in Kira's plan. She hit the privacy toggle on her helmet. What she had to say was not for outside ears. Engage privacy mode, Bleez, she ordered. Privacy mode engaged, my lord. The trooper's voice filled her helmet, broadcast by their private communicators. Bleez answered her without moving a muscle. No one would guess they were having a conversation, which was good. What is it that you require? The plan we discussed, Kira said coldly. I take it that things are being arranged. They are, my lord, the War Master responded. Everything will be ready by the night of this festival you told me about, your grand reveal. The War Master chuckled. It was not a sound Kira was used to hearing. Blease rarely laughed, and when the trooper did, well, it was a safe bet that you should start feeling sorry for someone. What is so funny? Kira asked. Not funny, amusing, Blease replied. I was starting to fear that we were going to take no progressive action against our enemies, that we were content to wait and let them make a mistake. I take it that you disapproved of that strategy. Strongly, my lord, I do not mean to criticize, but I prefer to be on the attack rather than waste time trying to defend. Patience is not a weakness, Blease, she reminded her War Master. A dog of war must know when best to bite. Kira laughed then, a cold, wicked sound. We cannot save everyone, Blease. I tried that, and I failed. This new plan will require some sacrifices, but they are necessary. You cannot make an omelet without breaking eggs, Blease replied. The trooper sounded almost eager. Kira more than understood. She was eager too. Before the start of summer season, Moff Gallic, Darth Sadi, and Bill Fier would all be dead, and she would be in command of a restored and loyal Eddy system. The rebellion would be crushed, and Darth Fier would need to leave his seat of power on Dromund Kaas. He would need to come here, to try and re-cement his power. He would arrive to find Kira waiting for him, with her lightsaber in hand. She would slay Fier, and take his position on the Dark Council. From there she would need to sort through the survivors of the coup she had planned, keep the best, and discard the rest. It would be an exciting time to be sure. Of course, I must not get overconfident. The war continues to rage. If the Republic gains an edge or loses a step, I will need to be ready. The plan was far from perfect, but it was doable, especially if the rebels continued to play their parts. All they had to do was keep going on as they were. That is what Kira needed, what her plan called for. The message ended, the rebels' holographic symbol vanished. Lady Sinestra looked up from the governor's seat. She had claimed it as her own at the start of this meeting. Gallic stood silently behind her next to Colonel Glask. The lady did not look happy, not that she ever did. That was okay, Kira thought. It was all part of the plan. What exactly have you people been doing? The lady demanded. My husband, the Lord Counselor, ordered that this mockery of a rebellion be crushed. Sinestra glared at them all in turn, her green eyes flashing. Why is this still happening? You will explain yourselves now. It was Moff Gallic that chose to speak first, likely trying to protect his own position. He had been one of the few survivors of Darth Fier's purge. He likely wished to remain that way. Attacking these criminals openly would only make them martyrs, my lady, he said. The council has agreed to handle this matter delicately, to prevent the rebels from gaining more support. So I see, Sinestra said with a sneer, her eyes falling on Kira, her smile turning cold and venomous. This was your idea, wasn't it, girl? She said in her usual condescending tone. Kira was about to respond, but was interrupted. Despite their arrangement, Sinestra had no problem putting her tentative ally down. It was all part of the act, but at the same time it galled Kira. I'm a Dark Lord. How dare the woman lecture me? I should have suspected as much, Sinestra said, considering your past. Death knell, Bill said, pretending to sneeze. Both Sinestra and Sadi looked at him. The boy smiled, making both chuckle. Sadi reached up and patted his arm, murmuring for him to behave himself. Kira's eyes narrowed. Bill knew about what had happened. He knew about Death knell. She was surprised. He had been on Corbin when those events occurred. Perhaps his father had told him. Hearing his comment, it annoyed her. He had no room to talk about that. It had been an imperial matter. It was a good hit, she supposed, but that did not make it a smart one. Death knell, she thought. It was not a subject she was fond of talking about. Project Death Knell had been Avaryss' first real operation as a full Sith Lord. Kira had never had the same love for it that her other half had, but was still smartened by the failure of it. First proposed by Darth Hikidus, It had been shelved for years, but reactivated when Darth Maul had brought it to Darth Fier, and then threw him to her. Hekidas had believed that it was possible to use the dark side of the Force to convert a mundane just as easily as a Jedi. He had started work on a new form of dark side poison, a drug that would open a non-Force sensitive up to the dark side's power and influence by using both science and dark side alchemy. He had plotted to convert the entire army and navy of the Republic. He would have seen those brave men and women converted and turned them all into willing allies of the Sith Empire. Alas, the plan had never taken shape. Hekidas was killed by Maul, and Project Death Knell had fallen under the sway of Darth Tarek. Tarek had been assigned by the Council to see the project carried out, even had an R&D frigate fitted to see to the project's needs, but he eventually abandoned it for his own work, his own desires. When Tarek died, Maul turned Hekidas' project and resources over to Darth Fier, and given Avaryss interest in Hekidas, she had been assigned as project lead. Avi had been so excited. She had dreamed of presenting the Dark Council with a full legion of new soldiers, men, and women who had once been Republic POWs. It would have been glorious. Death Knell had been Avaryss' baby. The early results of the drug's testing had proven most exciting, yet it did have drawbacks. For one, it could only be injected into a test subject. All attempts to have turned into a weaponized gas failed, and then there was the side effects, both for good and ill. They were equally problematic. Once exposed, the test subject became extremely vulnerable to suggestion, obeying any order without question. The drug also attacked certain centers of the brain, killing off pain receptors and removing any sense of caution the subject might have had. In other words, the new soldiers felt no fear or pain. Sadly, that was not the only side effect. There had been a glitch that the Sith scientists had not been able to work out, namely that it killed the converted trooper within a month of being injected. The dark side was too strong for the subject to endure. The drug killed them painfully, liquefying the body from the inside out. Still, Avaryss had not lost hope. She had started funding the project out of her own pocket. Tarek's research vessel Shadow's Embrace had been fully refitted to see the problem solved and Death Knell made viable. It was then that the roof had caved in. Shireville, her old rival, had apparently been created aboard the Shadow's Embrace, and upon learning of the ship's recommission and survival had taken it upon herself to not only destroy the ship, but stop Avaryss' plans. The young Jedi had led an assault team, and despite several losses, managed to destroy the Embrace, killed all the researchers, and nearly got Avaryss as well. Had Kira not spoken up when she had, they would have died with the rest of the ship's crew. She and Avi had nearly been atomized when the Embrace had died in a fiery blast. She had been forced to float for 5 days in an escape pod, to be rescued by Colonel Glask and her men. It had been a most embarrassing defeat. Fier was, of course, livid with the failure. He killed all future funding for Death Knell, blaming its failure on his apprentice. Avi had feared for her own life, but the Dark Council had ruled that the real blame for the incident had fallen on the head researchers and not the Lord in charge. She had been lucky, but still, looking back, she wondered exactly how the Republic had found out about the Embrace's mission and Project Death Knell. It should have ended there. The project was shut down, but Avi had not been willing to give up. She had managed to salvage enough of the Death Knell research to ensure the continuance of the program. Even now, in a secret lab under some of her private holding, work was continuing on Hekidas' legacy. Avi had hoped to offer a perfected version one day, to offer the full might of the Republic Army and Navy into the Sith Empire's arms. Kira had remained skeptical. She had thought the whole scheme beyond dishonorable, but now, as she looked at the plan with new eyes, she realized she had been mistaken. How nice of Bill to remind her. She had almost forgotten Death Knell, and now that she thought about it. Who said the drug had to be used only on Republic soldiers? Rebel agents might work just as well as test subjects. The realization excited her. She would need to send word to her people, inform them that they would have new fodder soon. Would I really experiment on my own people? The question came from her conscience, and was quickly ignored. It was as Blease had said. You had to be willing to break some eggs to make an omelet. Kira would make good use of her people's sacrifice. Who knew? Project Death Knell might just have a future in the empire she would soon build. She would wait and see. She was about to respond to Sinestra's bullying when Darth Sadi stepped up. The pretty little Dark Lord stepped before the governor's seat and addressed the lady directly. Avaryss is doing her best, my lady, she said, and as for our approach to dealing with this rebellion, it is better not to make too many enemies. The war has left our pool of soldiers drained. She gave Sinestra a gentle smile. If we could have more reinforcements. We have no troops to spare at this time, Sinestra said, cutting her off. Recent events have stretched our forces quite thin. Glask hissed in disgust. It is these damn Regionists, he spat. The Empire can't. Colonel. Sinestra's voice was the crack of whip. She was glaring at her cousin, a look that suggested murder if he did not fall silent. The loyalty officer paused and stood at attention. Clearly he had said too much. Regionist, Kira thought. What in the Emperor's name is a Regionist? She was not the only one who picked up on it. Sadi had heard as well. The Dark Lord did not look happy. Is there a problem back home, my lady? Sadi asked. Is there something we should know? Sinestra waved her hand dismissively. It is nothing you need concern yourselves with. The Dark Council will deal with the Regionist threat, just as they dealt with that fool, Malgus. For now, you need to focus on dealing with the rebel threat here, and providing the Empire what it needs to win this war. You have nothing to fear, Mother, Beale said, stepping forward. My master will ensure that everything we desire comes to pass. She will reward Father's faith in her. Sinestra looked at her son, no doubt shocked by the loyalty in his voice, the almost fanatical certainty that Sadi was just what the Empire needed. The lady of House Fier shot a quick glance at Kira, who, ever so quickly, shook her head no. Sinestra was not ready to confront Darth Sadi with what had happened to Beale, how loyal he had become to her. It no doubt angered her, but there was little they could do. Beale was Sadi's apprentice. If Sinestra sought to save him from her influence, she would need to be removed first. That is where Kira came in, and her plan. He would not survive it, but that was simply the way things worked. It was sad for the lady, but who really cared? She deserved to lose at least something for her many insults over the years. Hopefully, Sinestra would be able to play along. Until then. Perhaps we should cancel the winter festival this year, Trade Minister Moore advised. We cannot guarantee our people's safety. The rebels have restricted their attacks military targets, Hissa reminded everyone. They need the people's support, the likelihood of them attacking should be considered, Kira said quickly. She approached Sinestra. Everything will be ready by the time of the festival. Both the people and our holdings will be secure. The woman sniffed. You sound sure of that? Kira nodded. Yes, she was quite sure. Everything will be ready by the time of the festival. In fact, the festival and what occurred there would change everything. Kira looked forward to that. It was beginning, her grand reveal, the first step in ending her master's reign. See that you do, both of you. Her words were directed at both her and Sadi. Both were enemies in Sinestra's eyes. Despite the arrangement she had made with Kira, she would not hesitate to destroy her husband's apprentice. At least we know where we both stand, she thought. You will do what is necessary, Sinestra warned them, and you will not fail either me or my husband. Lord Fier will not be disappointed, my lady, Sadi said, bowing. Agreed, Kira said, following suit, smiling. Trust me, my lady, she said with a slight laugh. You will get everything you deserve. Everything. Chapter 37. Darth Revan was alive. It had finally been confirmed by Kira's agents on Dromund Kaas. For months there had been whispers and rumors, and now, finally, all those tales had been proven true. Revan was alive, and not only that, but he was also moving against the Empire, recruiting both Imperials and Republic soldiers both, to what end no one seemed to know yet. Chaos was breaking out, not just in the Empire, but in Republic space as well. Kira smiled hungrily. There was opportunity in chaos. Kira contacted Darth Mar as soon as she heard the news. She had been meeting with Necris aboard the Emperor's Wisdom, preparing for the grand gathering at the Sith Government Tower, the celebration of the Winter Festival, but that meant nothing now, not with such an opportunity waiting to be snatched. Revan had not declared himself Emperor, not yet. The Council would need to move quickly if they were to stop him. All loyal Sith needed to gather to offer their strength to oppose this new threat. The Empire needed to respond now. Revan's history and his reputation spoke for itself. No single lord would be able to stand against this threat. It would take multiple Sith to bring this old enemy to his knees. Necris stood respectfully at her side as she conversed with her mentor on the Dark Council, the leader of the Cabal. We can be underway shortly, she thought. We can join Mayor's fleet and crush Revan before his plans can come to fruition. It was a battle that the Empire needed to undertake, and she was a willing soldier, eager to join the fight. Revan's return had slowed the Republic advance. They were as confused and lost as the Sith had been in the beginning. Even the Jedi were hesitating. Revan had been an ally in the past. It was rumored that they had even freed him from the Emperor's grip in the first place, causing this crisis. That hesitation would be their end. The Empire did not need to debate how to deal with Revan. You dealt with an enemy in only one way. You introduced him to the point of a lightsaber. Qi'ra found herself hoping that it would be hers. Yes, she was more than eager to pick up her blade and come to the rescue of their empire, but not for the reason that Mar and the other lords might think. They all underestimate me, Qi'ra thought with a wolfish smile. They would learn the error of that soon enough. All of them would learn. The Emperor's wisdom can be underway in an hour. Lord Mar, she promised the council member. My forces can be at your command within a day. That will not be necessary, Lord Avaryss, Mar assured her. The council is more than ready to deal with this threat. The Dark Lord crossed his arms over his chest. You will remain on Ordana and complete your mission. You may consider this a direct order. Qi'ra's eyes narrowed. She understood, but... No, she thought. No. It wasn't fair. It is not necessary for me to remain here. Lord Mar, one of my apprentices could easily undo everything that you have done on our behalf. Mar said, interrupting her. She could feel his cold gaze. He did not like being questioned, especially by one who had sworn her allegiance to him. The rebels on Ordana would see your leaving as an opportunity, or a victory. We cannot allow that. Not now, not when the war is entering such a critical stage. Mar leaned in closer. The supplies produced on Ordana, and in the Iddy system, must continue to flow. You will remain where you are. Qi'ra felt a surge of unreasoning rage, a desire to kill Mar where he stood. She did not care that he was a member of the Council and the Cabal. He was seeking to deny her. He sought to keep her from the richest of prizes. It was intolerable. Only the fear of his power kept her from lashing out. This was the man that had destroyed Darth Hekidus and many other rivals since. She had no desire to join the ranks of the dead and forgotten, not when she was finally starting to understand the true power of the dark side. Anger will not serve, she realized. Try reason. She took a deep breath and tried again. She needed to convince him. She needed to be the Sith that confronted Revan. His life was too great a prize to pass up. I took care of Tarek for you, did I not, Lord Mar? I lost an arm doing so. Your sacrifices have been noted, Lord Avaryss. Then you know that I can do it, she said with a hungry smile. I've mastered many of the ancient secrets, and the darkest of Sith sorcery is now mine to command. I'm more than a match for any trick that Revan might pull. You can use a lord like me. She bowed her head respectfully, a respect she did not feel in that moment. I want power. I want it all. Let me join your fleet, and I will. You will stay where you are, he repeated. That is my command, both for the good of the Cabal and the Empire. Qi'ra felt her nails digging into her right hand, almost hard enough to draw blood. She couldn't believe this. How could Mar do this to her? How could he deny her this? Seizing control of the Empire's food supply is no minor task, Mar reminded her. It is one you pledged to complete, both to me and Lord Knox. She sneered at the mention of the other Sith's name. If Nox had truly done his job, Revan would not be a problem right now. I have the rebels contained, she informed Mar. They seek to provoke a violent response from us to sway new followers with our brutality. Kira smiled. I've denied them that. The fire that they hope to fan has faded to mere embers. Soon I will stamp those embers out, but in the meantime. There is no meantime, Mar repeated. My decision is final. She felt the full weight of his power then, not really crushing her, but heavy enough to remind her that she was not strong enough to face him, not yet. We will not speak of this again, Darth Avaryss, is that clear? She did not respond. She was too angry to speak. Avaryss. His voice was a whip. It was a warning. A sense of fear ran down her spine. She needed to choose her next words very carefully. Yes, she said with a wince, but not just because of his power. He still calls me by that name, she thought angrily, just as everyone else does. That name. She hated that name. She wanted to look him in the eye and shout for all to hear that she was not Darth Avaryss. Avaryss had been replaced. Kira Lillis now ruled her house. Kira Lillis was now a Dark Lord. Avaryss had been weak. She allowed her power games and plots to distract her. She had let her enemies and the other Dark Lords walk all over her. She had failed on Voss, and then again when she had lost Project Death Knell. She had forgotten that true power came not from playing politics, but from rage and the dark side. Kira had rediscovered that, and now grown very powerful as a result. But she could become stronger still, especially if she managed to deal with Revan. Kira was not really a compulsive person, but this opportunity sang to her. Once opportunity called, only a fool did not listen. Unfortunately, Mar would accept no further complaints. She had her orders. She needed to stay here. There is more, Mar said, dropping his voice to more of a whisper. The rebellion on Ardana has not gone unnoticed. Republic SIS is aware of what is happening. Imperial intelligence believes that they may be sending agents to aid the rebels in pushing the EDI system into open revolt. Mar snarled, a strange sound coming from beneath his mask. They may even send Jedi. The SIS knows that you are there. They seek revenge for your early successes against them, the deaths of their fellows. They will no doubt choose Jedi that have embarrassed you in the past. Jedi they believe can handle you. Kira's eyes narrowed at that. I'm not Avi, she thought. The Jedi have not faced me, yet. If any Jedi come, Lord Mar, I will see them dragged through the streets. Their lightsabers will decorate my trophy wall. I will make the harshest of examples of them, and the galaxy will know not to oppose the Sith here on Ardana. If Mar believed her, he did not show it. His mask and posture betrayed nothing. He merely nodded, curtly. We shall see, he said. A slight gesture deactivated the holocom. Darth Mar was gone. Kira hissed angrily. We shall see. We shall see. She cursed under her breath, angry at being denied her prize, and at the counselor's dismissal of her. Damn that man. Damn him. It was at that moment that Necris finally spoke up. The Devish had been watching closely from the shadows. You were wishing to kill Revan, yourself, she said. You were looking to gain greater prestige. The question made Kira laugh. Prestige? How little the alien woman understood. Despite her power, Necris could still be limited, still saw great deeds only as a means of being called a hero. Kira, or rather Avi, had already been called a hero. She had no desire to expand on that title any further. Prestige is fleeting, Kira informed her, power is eternal. Revan was touched by the Emperor. The master of us all made him immortal. He made him so strong that Revan has apparently returned from the death brought about by Darth Nox and Darth Malgus. Kira shook her head. As a dark side sorceress, I'm very interested in such things. Life that cannot be extinguished would be very valuable. The power that Revan was gifted by the Emperor, the immortality that now binds him to this world. Necris' golden eyes widened. She finally understood. You are wishing to catch Revan in a death field? She exclaimed. You are wishing to drain his life and make it your own. A cruel smile came to Kira's lips. Mar would simply kill Revan. He seeks only to protect the Empire. I would drain Revan dry, leave his body a dusty skeleton on the floor of his command ship. Kira shivered at the mere thought of doing so. The Emperor gave Revan the gift of immortality, kept him alive all these centuries, allowed him to cheat death. If I could take that power, channel that gift into my own body. You would be standing higher than any other Sith, Necris said, flashing a toothy grin. You would be no less than the living god. Kira nodded at that. Kira the immortal. Kira the god. Who would be able to doubt her claim to the throne then? If Revan's immortality was hers, she would have no reason to wait. She would be strong enough to destroy her master and anyone else that stood in her way. Fier, Sadi, and the others would be nothing to her. The rebellion would be nothing. The mundane fools would be dirt beneath her nails. Alas, that was not meant to be. Mar had denied her that prize. She sighed and took a deep breath. She would simply have to find another path to greatness. Necris said little. She doubted that the necromancer would understand. The Devish seemed to no longer grasp the value of life. It was a weakness, to be sure. You would be taking his life energy if you could? Necris asked. If I could, yes. Her apprentice grinned wickedly. But why should you be stopping there, my master? If you are willing to take a life, why are you not willing to take a death as well? Kira's eyes narrowed. Explain, apprentice. Necris laughed. Death is not the end. As the Jedi are fond of saying, we are luminous beings. In the end we are drawn into the Force. Necris' eyes flashed with a barely contained madness. But it does not have to be that way. There are being other options. In my travels, in my studies of my family, I have been uncovering that there is far more than what the Jedi believe, so much more that someone can lose. She approached her master, her eyes practically glowing. You are knowing how to take life, my master, but to take death is something grander. To be in the one that denies the spirit the Force, to take everything that it once was, and leave nothing remaining, to deny even the worms their meal, that is being a power that cannot be bought or sold, and being held with so little regarded by our fellow Sith. Necris reached to her belt, and removed the melted remains of a metal wrist guard. Kira could feel the dark side blazing within the ash-covered crimson stone, how it responded to her apprentice's touch. She held it up for her master to see. One of my ancestors recovered this. It is believed that it once belonged to the great Sith Lord Exar Kun, and before him, the legendary Nagasato. It was being recovered after Kun's defeat on Yavin 4, and it was being taken back by my Jedi ancestor as a trophy. Kira grinned. And how did you acquire it? It was being in the hands of a cousin of mine. He was not being Force sensitive, but believed it worth his life to try and protect it from the Sith, to hide it from those who could use and understand its power. Necris gave her a devilish smile. I was more than willing to be granted his wish. I killed him and took this prize for myself. My family is now being aware of my new allegiance. I will never be able to stand among them again. Does that bother you, apprentice? Not at all, my lord, Necris said with a smirk. What I have been finding among the Sith intrigues me more than anything the Jedi could have offered. It is being a life beyond the understanding of a mere knight. I will be experiencing a life of miracles and dark secrets. Powers the foolish and mundane believe to be unnatural. Necris handed her the trinket. Exar Kun used this wrist guard to strike down the Sith ghost Friedan Nad. I felt his history when I touched it. I have always had a touch of psychometric ability, but only through the dark side has it been truly enhanced. Kira looked down at the red stone. Kun used this stone to kill the dead. He destroyed Nad's spirit, reached into his very center and drew out his power, and made it his own. I felt it. It was being a most incredible experience for him, my master. It is having left its mark on the stone, and offers much to the one who wields it. And you are giving it to me? Kira said. Why? It will be making you stronger, and it is of no further use to me. My powers allow me to do what this does without shiny trinkets, but to a sorceress who wishes to seize death and life both, it would be most valuable. Kira nodded, touched by her apprentice's gift. If it does as you say, I shall reward you greatly, she promised. I keep many secret spells to myself, and will share them only with my most devoted minion. Master and apprentice shall learn together, and become stronger than they ever were." Necris giggled. "Why else would I have been giving you such a gift? Train me well, master, for when the day comes that I replace you, you will be proud of the Sith that you have made." Kira chuckled. That was the end game, wasn't it? Most would not understand why a Sith would willingly train the one who was destined to kill them. It was not about being suicidal. Facing your own apprentice was a test. It was a challenge. Are you strong enough to survive the challenge? Can you survive and endure your apprentice's attempt? Necris may try to kill her, but if she failed, she would die. She would need to choose her moment very carefully, just as Kira now looked and waited, preparing for the moment that she would be dealing with Darth Fier. Strike when the time was right. It was the only way to truly advance. Power and patience were as necessary as anger and hate. They were cornerstones of the Sith and of the Empire as a whole. Kira understood that. She would make sure that her apprentices understood it as well. She smiled at her apprentice. For the moment, her anger at the loss of Revan's life energy was gone. Necris continued to impress her, continued to show that she belonged among the ranks of the Sith. Kira was proud of her. All masters should have such willing and cunning apprentices. "Will you be going behind Darth Maul's back, my lord?" the Devish asked. "Shall we make our own plans to deal with the traitor?" Kira shook her head. Now was not the time to risk angering the Dark Council, not when it would lose her an ally and strengthen her master's position. No. Kira would be the good Dark Lord for now. She would continue with the mission that the Cabal had trusted Evie with. She would bring Ordana to heal. It would all start with the festival celebration, she thought. My great reveal is at hand. Besides, it was best to focus on only one scheme at a time. If Revan survived Maul's attack, it still might be possible to take what she desired most. "We shall leave the traitor Revan to the council for now, my apprentice." Kira grinned and stroked the other girl's face. Necris accepted the show of affection without complaint. "Tonight we celebrate," she told the girl. "And then?" Necris asked. "Then, dear Necris, we shall obliterate all of our rivals." Necris giggled. "It sounds fun, my lord." Kira smirked. "Yes, my apprentice. It will be." The Winter Festival of Ordana was a celebration that had been occurring since the earliest days of the Empire. It had begun originally as a party to celebrate the harvest, but in the years since had evolved into a means to honor the loyal servants of the Empire, the brave men and women that went out into the stars and kept them all safe. Tonight it would come to have another meaning. Tonight, Kira Lilos would make her grand return to her homeworld. Tonight, she would stand unmasked, the savior of her people. It would be the dawn of a new day. She stood and dressed before the mirror in her quarters. She only been back from her ship about an hour, just enough time to bathe and perfume her body. She regarded her body, the scars of her life as a Sith, and the shape of the woman she had become. She was pleased by what she saw. Despite the loss of her arm, she remained a pretty package. Her purple eyes blazed with cool confidence. Her frame was both athletic and shapely. Her long raven hair flowed down to the small of her back. "I'm beautiful," she thought with a shy smile. Now it is time for the rest of Ordana to see it. She looked over at her bed. One of the servants had laid out one of her uniforms, its sharp lines pressed and perfect. Her helmet and mask had been polished to a mirror shine. She would look every bit the lord if she went to the ceremony so dressed. Of course, this was not what she would be wearing tonight. She looked at the fine gown she had gotten on an heir Shatta. The Gato had done an excellent job. It would be a pity not to wear it, especially among such grand company. She looked at the shoes she had chosen, a bit of a higher heel than she liked, but military-style boots would not look good in such a gown. She sighed. Sometimes she believed that high heels had been developed by some Sith torture expert during the earliest days of the Empire. Whoever it was, she thought, I hope they died a long, slow, and painful death. Stop complaining, you know what must done, and what will look best when you do it. She nodded. Yes, she did, but that did not mean that she had to like it. She glanced out her window. The sun had almost set, By now people would be celebrating in the streets, paying honor to those that served the Empire, and celebrating another blessed harvest. The rebels would be among them too, of course, looking to stir up trouble. Sith forces would be moving through the crowd, making sure that nothing came of the rebels' presence. They have had free reign for too long, she thought to herself. By morning, it would be her turn. She went to the bed and paused before the two outfits. A brief sense of nervousness almost stopped her from picking up the gown. I don't have to do this, she thought. My mask and uniform are ready. Yes, they were, but they were Avaryss' mask and uniform, not hers. Qi'ra was tired of playing at being Avaryss. She wanted to be herself, if only just for tonight. She nodded. She would not back out now. She knew what she wanted. All that was left now was to prepare. She returned to the fresher to apply her makeup. I'm wasting time, hesitating, she thought. The fact that she was hesitating only made her more angry at herself. I've committed to this path. I've chosen it. It will be done. She thought no more on the subject. The time for thinking and planning was over. Now it was time to act. Now was the time to reveal herself. The halls were mostly empty as she made her way towards the central chamber of the tower. Tonight it had been converted into a ballroom, a place for the great and powerful of Ardana to celebrate. Qi'ra's cloak billowed around her, her hood pulled up to hide her features. Her bodyguards kept a polite distance as she made her way down the hall. She could already hear the music playing, the sound of many voices. For the moment she was just another Sith, another Lord scrambling for control. She was about to show her people otherwise. The gown felt lovely against her skin. The sash at her waist bore both her lightsaber and the poison dagger she had gotten on Falas easily. She had considered wearing the stone that Necris had given her but thought better of it. Before I do anything with that stone, it needed to be examined by her loyal alchemists and security people. She did not think Necris would use poison or trickery to hasten her demise, but chose not to take chances. Beware your apprentice. It was a lesson that had kept many a Sith master alive. She would disregard it easily. Finally, she came to the doors. Two servant droids approached her. She lowered her hood and let them take her cloak. The doors began to open as the herald announced the arrival of Darth Avaryss, Dark Lord of the Sith, and High Inquisitor of the Jedi system. She took a deep breath to center her nerves and smiled. Let them all see me, she thought. Let them all finally look on my true face. She strode into the chamber like she owned the place, her head held high and her bearing proud. Many of the guests looked up as she entered. Some actually looked surprised, shocked by her appearance. Avaryss had always hidden her face. To see the woman beneath the mask put many people off guard. As you should be, you miserable wretches, she thought, just barely hiding her smirk. It is not Avaryss that you face now. It is Qi'ra. And Qi'ra is hungry for your demise. Her eyes searched the crowd for her allies and servants. She spotted Rink in the corner, talking to Holly and Necris. Zen and Barrick were walking arm in arm, looking totally lost in each other's eyes. Dime kept his distance. To say the Muin was standoffish would be an understatement, but that was likely partly because of the Imperial obsession with anti-alien bias. The Muin was a Sith, regardless of what others thought. She spotted Darth Sadi conversing with Lady Sinestra, Beale, Moff Gallic, and Minister Moore of the Five. It was clear that the men were the most shocked by her appearance, and why not? They had never seen her unmasked before. Perhaps they were surprised with how she looked. The lack of dark side necrosis on her body bothered some in the Imperial circles. She ignored their looks. Who cared what they thought? She would no longer hide who she truly was. She was done being afraid of herself. Of those that noticed her arrival, 3 now made their way towards the stairs as she descended into the main hall. War Master Bleeze, the trooper's armor polished to a mirror shine. Colonel Glass dressed in a fine black dress uniform, looking every bit the loyalty officer he was, and finally Chief Magistrate Hissa. Qi'ra smiled. Hissa had paled. He looked like he had seen a ghost. She walked right up to him, a hint of an amused smile on her face. She was looking forward to this. It would be amusing. My lord, Bleeze said with a respectful nod. Lord Avaryss, Glass said, tipping his cap to her. She smiled at Hissa. Magistrate, she purred. A lovely party, is it not? He blinked, almost too surprised to speak. It can't be, he murmured, it can't. He stepped forward, seeing her truly for the first time. Maya, he whispered, it cannot be. Kira's smile turned sly. He thinks me, my mother, she realized. How delightful. She laughed warmly. You honor me, magistrate, she said warmly, but I fear your eyes deceive you. She gave him a playful smirk. You see the mother, but it is the daughter that stands before you. Hissa blinked, digesting what she had told him. It took him a bit to understand, to realize what he was seeing. She smirked, raising her mechanical arm, the one thing she had that her mother had not possessed. Daughter, he murmured, you are Maya's. His eyes widened in realization. Kira. She nodded. You're Maya and Anders' daughter. I'm the daughter of an overseer and a dark lord of the Sith, she said proudly. And I've come to save my home. But not tonight, I hope. Kira turned and smiled. Ro emerged from the crowd, looking every bit the handsome officer he was. She drank in his form, a hungry smile on her face. Delicious. He offered her his hand. May I have this dance, Kira? She grinned. The music was nice. It was something local, something that she remembered from their childhood. She took his hand without hesitation. She left her staff and the spellbound magistrate behind her, letting her old friend lead her out onto the dance floor. Everyone is staring, he said with a warm smile, his breath tickling her ear. I think you have made an impression. That was the idea, she purred, moving against him and resting her head against his chest. I'm glad you came. He laughed. She could hear his heart beating faster as they moved together. Perfect, she thought. I wish only to have a perfect night. She caught the eye of Darth Sadi. The pretty Sith Lord had a curious look on her face, likely wondering what Kira was playing at. Let her worry, she thought. Everything will be made clear in a few hours, but in the meantime. She smiled as Ro pulled her tighter into his arms, as one they began to glide across the dance floor. She felt like she was floating. It was almost magical. So it shall be, she thought, for a time. In that moment, she chose to forget the world. Rebels, rivals, and the dark side were put aside. Her schemes would keep until morning for now. It was a time of celebration. It was a time of passion. She and Ro were both free for the night. She intended to enjoy it to the fullest. No more masks, at least, not until tomorrow. One last night of pleasure, she thought. For tomorrow, it begins. Chapter 39. The celebration was still going on when they finally slipped away. There was a touch of danger to the act. Leaving her guards behind, she had many enemies now, and who knew if any rebel agents had infiltrated the tower. At that point, neither cared. They enjoyed the risk of it, the danger. At one point, Ro pulled her into a shadowed corner as two guards passed. Kira's heart pounded with excitement as the troopers passed by. She barely stifled a giggle as Ro pressed tightly against her as the two hid in the shadows. He laughed and held up his finger for silence. She complied, but could no longer deny the warming of her body, how close he was to her. It had been some time since she had had a chance to sneak away for a little mindless fun. How long had it been since she had had a chance to be happy? How long had it been since she had been able to simply indulge her whims? A long time, to be sure, she thought, smiling up at him, and things could only get better from here. Ro, She looked at him with hungry purple eyes. She could barely wait to get back to her quarters, to get him alone. She could hardly wait. The two childhood friends made their way down the halls of the government tower. They said nothing to each other. They did not need to. Both were lost in a comfortable silence, a silence that came from truly knowing someone. Or perhaps, only believing that you knew someone. Kira smiled. There were so many things she wished to say to her old friend. She wanted to bring him into her plan, to bring him the rest of the way into her life, and yet, she feared that such an attempt would end badly. She feared that Ro Wilkes would not understand, that he wouldn't be able to accept what needed to happen. It was not an easy thing, what she was about to do, what needed to be done. The rebellion needed to be crushed. The future of the Empire depended on it. The resources of Oridanna needed to flow. Her plan was the first step in accomplishing that, but to someone that didn't truly understand or embrace the dark side. He wouldn't get it, she knew that. He would not understand, and he would abandon her. She could not have that, not yet. Ro was the one thing on this world that she truly desired. The power that she would gain when she became the lord of it was one thing, but Ro. He was a living, breathing part of her past, the only thing that she wanted to hold onto. Parents, siblings, a home, a family, these were fleeting, taken away in an instant. She had no desire to lose anything else. Ro believed in her. He thought she was what their world needed, and she was, just not in the way that he thought. He would see, but first, the world needed to be put right, and she had to hold on to his regard. His loyalty, his respect, she didn't want to lose either of them. She couldn't. Are you okay? His question brought her out of her musings. He knows me so well, she thought. Even without the Force, he can sense when I'm troubled. It should have been enough, but it wasn't. Despite the physical desires she felt, the familiarity and comfort he represented, he was not what she truly needed. He wasn't Finn. He was not her endgame, but he was important to her, here and now. He was what she wanted, what she needed. She would not abandon him. If he is so important, she thought, maybe I should call the whole thing off. The plan is in place, yes, but there was still time. She could excuse herself and contact Bleez, tell the War Master that the plan needed to be put on hold. She would come up with another idea and... No. The denial hit her like a slap. You will do nothing of the sort. The voice she was hearing had been born of the darkness. It was the part of her that had awakened on an AR Shadow, the part of her that had set up the inferno at the spaceport. The part of her that bathed in the sweet flames of destruction, that reveled in the shadows that consumed all caught in the inferno. You have come too far to back out now. It is too late to stop now. You must finish what you started. She nodded. The realization was enough to bring her back to the here and now. Yes, she realized. Once Kira would have hesitated. She would have tried to find another way, but now. She wasn't that person anymore. She wasn't trying to gain control anymore. Avi was gone, and she was grateful for that. The time had come to consolidate power, to be the lord that Oridanna and the Itty system deserved. Hesitation was weakness, and Kira swore to never be weak again. No one would take anything from her. She would destroy them all first. She would destroy them all. Kira. She heard the concern in Ro's voice. She wiped at a single tear that ran down her cheek. It is nothing, she said to her old friend, just grateful to be away from the party. She smiled and leaned in close to Ro so that she could whisper in his ear. Her every movement, her very breath spoke of sweet seduction. I wanted to be alone, she purred, alone with you. Her smile turned sly. I think you will be glad that you chose to join me. I think you will enjoy it immensely. He grinned. Really? He said in a husky voice, what do you have in mind, my lord? She took the lead then, his hand in hers. Follow me, said with a predatory grin. I will show you. He followed without fear or complaint. She could feel his desire, his lust growing. The sense of excitement was intense that it took her breath away. She would do nothing to jeopardize this moment. It was precious. Tomorrow everything would change. The party, her decision to reveal herself as Ender Lila's daughter had paid off. Everything was proceeding as she had foreseen. It had all gone perfectly. Everything was going according to plan. The party at the government tower had proven to be as enlightening as it was necessary. Once the various power brokers and elite members of Dana City society had gotten a look at her, everything had changed. She had never met any of them, not as Kira, but they remembered Ender Lila's, and they recognized her mother and her features. It had been enough to draw them to her, to get them to finally open up to her. Kira had been extremely pleased in that moment. She had also come to a realization, something that should have been clear weeks ago, but only now was revealed because she had chosen to open herself up to her past. The mission that had brought her here, Her attempt to reign in the rebellion as a Sith Lord had been doomed to fail from the start. Darth Fier had not sent her here to succeed. He likely realized that what he had expected was impossible. He had made sure of that before she had ever arrived. He had expected Avaryss to fail, and had done everything in his power to ensure that it happened. The rebels had known her every move since she had first set foot on this planet. She had been on the ground less than a minute when she had been first attacked. She now believed that Fier had taken a direct hand in that. It sounded crazy, but that did not mean that it did not make sense. The last year had seen Avi being sent from minor task to minor task, and each resulting in at least some degree of failure. The power and prestige she had earned by her victory over Darth Tarek had slowly been stripped away, bit by bit. Her master's cruelty on Ardana had confounded her at every turn, and by the time she had arrived, her chances of actually defeating the rebels and reunifying the people with the Empire had fallen to almost zero. Once again, she thought, at the will of her dear master. An outsider had no chance. The people took one look at Avaryss and saw her as a puppet, yet another tool in her master's arsenal. Fier had profited greatly from his apprentice's success, been named to the Dark Council, and granted all of Darth Tarek's holdings. He now sought to break the apprentice that had given him so much. It had been on the back of Avi's successes that his greatness had been achieved, and now he sought to break her down, prevent her from joining him on the plateau of imperial power. A defeat on Ardana would do just that. It would also justify Fier coming down hard on these people. They believed they were oppressed now. They would learn what oppression truly was when the Dark Council finally untied Fier's hands. His apprentice would, of course, take all the blame. Her star would continue to fall, until one day Fier would be free to give her an assignment that was as lethal as it was degrading. Avaryss had been doomed from the start. The people of Ardana would never accept her. The only way to succeed was do something unexpected, something crazy. Kira's return was that unexpected event. It was something that Lord Fier had not foreseen. In this, she stood a chance to succeed. Avaryss had been an outsider. Kira was not. Kira could inspire her people. She walked among them arm in arm with Ro. They came to her like moths to a flame. Their words were warm and respectful. So you are truly Anders' daughter. It has been too long since a loyalist walked the halls of this tower. His presence has been missed. Your father wielded great respect. He would be glad to see that you survived the attack by those brigands, and that you have risen so high in the Empire, my dear. Kira smiled and answered each question, and accepted every compliment like it was her due, though she only just managed to hide the sneer that tried to come to her lips. Brigands, she thought. How very amusing. It seemed that her master's lie had taken root. The fact that Ander Lillis had been executed on his orders was not discussed, only the tale told to shield the failure of Fier's men. She could have corrected them, but she didn't bother. Let them continue to see her father as a hero. It would only serve her ends. As she listened to the tales of those that had fought beside her father, she came to realize just what type of man he had been, what he might have achieved. As overseer, her father could have been far more than what he was, far more than a mere government servant seeking to ensure the happiness of the people under his care. So much potential, Kira thought, and all of it had been wasted. Tragic. Ander Lillis could have been so much more, much as his wife had been. Kira had smiled the first time one of the businessmen had mentioned her mother. She had had so many questions these last few weeks. Finally, she was starting to get some answers. Tall Maritza had come to Ardana and made her presence known almost immediately. She had arrived with nothing but the clothes on her back, but in a short time she had garnered the attention of almost every well-to-do man in Dana City. She was living in the finest dwelling and being courted by the finest of suitors. It was a surprise hearing that about her mother. It was a great surprise indeed. To whoever the young Sith talked to, the same tale was told. The woman who would become her mother had been both persuasive and charming. Even with the coming war, she had made many a brave young man reconsider walking into battle, to think about what might be if they had had a woman such as Tall Maritza on their arm. Your mother could have had any life here she desired, one man said with a hint of sorrow in his voice. Even the moth had been smitten, and Maya could have had any mate she desired, but in the end she chose your father, a mere soldier, another man added. Make no mistake, my lord. Grown men wept bitter tears of grief the day your mother walked down the aisle with her handsome soldier. Kira considered that. She had not realized that mother had been so popular. Did she ever say where she came from? Kira asked innocently. She never talked much about her past. No man in the crowd had an answer for her. Most had believed that she had come from Dromund Kaas. She had spoken as if she had raised near the capital, at least for the first few weeks she had been here. Kira filed that information for later. If mother was from the capital, that might explain why it was so hard to find out anything about her past. If she had made enemies, she might have taken steps to make sure that they could not follow her. Perhaps those enemies had finally caught up with her. Perhaps they feared that Kira might be a threat. Her place among the Sith definitely made her a formidable enemy. If those enemies had aided the rebellion, they would answer for it. Not simply because Kira was Maya Lila's daughter, but because she wished to see the Empire thrive. She wanted her people to be strong, which meant dealing with this rebellion and all who were involved with it. If the mysterious Tall Maritza had some connection to her mother, she would find it. She would crush the man for daring to oppose her. She welcomed that meeting. It would be extremely satisfying. As she had made her rounds, she had watched her fellow Sith closely. Darth Sadi seemed to be surprised by the people's reaction to Kira. The Dark Lord was not used to being upstaged. Normally she was the one that men flocked around. Kira reveled in the sense of confusion and jealousy she felt from the manipulative Shudda. Sinestra said little. She watched Kira with the cool eye of a seasoned predator. Kira did not think for a moment that they were anything more than enemies. For the moment they had a common foe, but Sinestra Fier would not hesitate to destroy her if she believed it in her best interest, or Beale's. I need to be cautious, she realized. So many enemies, and so little time. She needed to be mindful of whatever traps they would try to set for her. She needed to be very careful. After her brief introduction to those in power, she found her way back to her followers, the members of her house. Her apprentices were the first to greet her. Zen, as always, stole the show. The golden gown she wore was slid in all the right ways. A simple turn of her head was enough to inspire lust in a man. Kira noticed the jealous looks that many young men wore, especially when Zen snuggled closer to Barrick. Her brother did not seem to mind. If anything, he enjoyed the fact that others were envious of him, that he would be the one to bet the beautiful young Sith at his side, and that anyone else could only dream of what she allowed him to do to her. Dime wore fine black robes, with a hood. As an alien, he was looked down upon by the humans at this celebration. He informed his master that he had thought to have send Fier on his arm this evening. Another distraction for your enemies. Yes, the moon said with a wicked smile. I wonder how Lady Fier would have reacted to seeing her daughter here. It would have been interesting, Kira agreed, but now is not the time to reveal all the cards in my hand. She leaned in closer to the alien. You seem fond of our little filing clerk. Do you have intentions to be more than allies, Dime? The moon snorted at that. I have no interest in human females, but that does not mean that I don't respect skill and brains. He gave her a wide, toothy grin. She is more than a mere pawn. You should make use of her. She could be far more valuable than you realize. Kira nodded. She would consider her apprentice's advice. If Fier had more to offer, why not use it? Necris kept to the shadows, somehow not catching the attention of anyone but those that knew her. The Devish's eyes remained locked on Rink, who was escorting Commander Holly around the room. Kira could feel a sense of longing in the other woman. Despite her fascination with the dark side and death, it seemed that Necris was not above the idea of seeking out a little companionship. Kira made note of it. She was curious to see if Necris would go after what she wanted, or if she would choose to remain in the shadows. It was a weakness that she might be able to exploit later. She would watch and be ready to take advantage if the time came. Bleeze had come up to her only once that night. The War Master's armor was polished to a mirror shine, a fine crimson cloak draped from the trooper's right shoulder. We need to discuss your schedule for next week, my lord, The trooper had said, "The meetings you have scheduled, they will be harrowing to say the least." Kira smiled. The code phrase they had agreed upon had been given. Bleez had set up everything that the Sith had asked. Now, all that was left was to wait. Things were about to get interesting. Very interesting indeed. Darth Sadi came up to her once, walking arm in arm with Beale. She introduced herself formally to the other members of House Avaryss. Kira watched the exchange very closely. If the woman was looking for a weak link, she would not find it. Kira's servants were loyal to her. It would take more than a look from a pretty Dark Lord to sway them from her side. "Lieutenant Wilkes," Sadi had said to Ro, "I was unaware that you and young Avaryss knew each other." The Dark Lord smiled. "Have you always been close friends?" "Our families were always close, my lord," he replied. "Had fate been kinder, we may have been more than friends." "Really?" Sadi said, looking back and forth between them. "Isn't that interesting?" Kira gave the woman a cold smile. She was about to step in, remind the woman just who she was dealing with. If she thought Ro was a weakness, she was gravely mistaken. He was hers, and she would deal harshly with anyone who dared try to harm him. "Lord Avaryss has always taken care of herself," he said to Sadi. "Her father taught her well, just as mine taught me." He smiled innocently. "That is the thing when you grow up around soldiers. You know how to deal with enemies." Kira blinked. What? What was he doing? It had been a veiled threat, but a threat is what it was. Ro had just threatened the Dark Lord. Did he realize she would come to his aid if needed, or had he simply been showing off? She could not say for sure. It was brave of him though, very brave, and just a little bit foolish. She watched Sadi closely, trying to get a sense of how she might respond to what was said, if she was going to consider it insolence. Bill grinned like the sadistic idiot he was. He was no doubt eager to see how his master responded. Sadi laughed dismissively. "A good lesson to know, Lieutenant Wilkes," she said, "one I learned at an early age myself." She smiled at Kira. "Do enjoy the rest of the party. I'm sure we will all be very busy come the dawn." Kira said nothing as her rival left, Bill still grinning at her side. Kira gave no outward clue that she had been surprised. Had Sadi figured out what was about to happen, or did the woman have plans of her own? Regardless, it did not matter. Things were already moving. It was too late for Sadi to stop them now. She looked at Ro, a hint of concern on her face. "That was risky," she said to him. "Maybe," he agreed, "but I couldn't just stand there and let her think she could strike at you through me." He sighed. "I wouldn't want you in that position." Kira smiled. He does understand, she realized, at least when it comes to power games. Her body warmed at the thought of it, how eager he was to watch her back, to take care of her. She swallowed hard. Suddenly, she realized she had no further interest in this gathering. She had done what she had set out to do. Everyone knew that Kira Lillis was back. "It is time to leave," she thought. "Ro and I have things to do." She had whispered in his ear, making the offer. He smiled and nodded. That is how it began their flight from the party. She was glad to go. Everything was in readiness, now all she had to do was wait. And what would she do while she waited? Ro was about to find out. He would not be disappointed. The years were a long time. She was determined that it would not be any longer. She knew what she wanted, and she would have it. "I've waited long enough," she thought. It was time. A winter wind battered the windows of her private quarters. Even with the privacy mode engaged, she could hear the keening of the gale. It did not matter now, Kira thought. Nothing mattered, not anymore. She sighed contentedly. At long last, she had found it, sweet release. It was about damn time. They lay dozing in her bed, she and her new lover, an old friend, not a blanket or stitch of clothing between them, their bodies still slick with passion sweat. Ro groaned in his sleep, turning slightly, his strong arms pulling her closer. Kira did not resist, she snuggled closer to him, enjoying the feel of his body against hers, the maleness of his scent, and the gentle sound of his heartbeat. Poor man, she thought, I fear that I've worn him out. The thought pleased her. So much for the belief that a mundane could not keep up with the Force-sensitive. Ro had to prove that belief wrong tonight. Several times, in fact. The thought made her shiver with delight. How long had she thought about this, wondered what it would be like? Well, now she had her answer. It had been well worth the wait. She had barely closed the door to her quarters when he had seized her, pulling off her gown as she had pulled him to her, seeking his mouth with hers. He had picked her up and carried her to the bed, throwing her down on the mattress as he had torn off his own clothes. It had been most exciting. What had followed was a release that had been long denied, the curiosity of childhood finally sated. Qi'ra had not resisted. She had been perfectly content to let Ro take the lead. Beyond these walls, she was a mighty Sith, but in their bed, she was willing to be the yielding young woman that Ro desired. She was willing to become everything he wanted, because in him finding what he wanted, she had found the release she had sought. It was over quickly. They dozed, woke, and done it again, and then again. Now as she lay in his arms, drifting between sleep and the waking world, she found herself slipping deeper into the Force. The passions she had indulged had left her in a state that her connection with the Force was far more open than it was normally. She smiled as she let herself be taken away. Let us see what the galaxy has in store. As she rode the currents of the Force, she found herself standing in the aisle of a transport ship. It was no military vessel, that was certain. She could tell by the people aboard, Imperial citizens, civilians that labored for the greater glory of both Oridana and the Empire. Good people, Qi'ra thought, honest people. These citizens were what helped make the Empire great. She could not hear their conversations. She was not strong enough in the Force to do so. She had no clear link with these people. They were simply citizens. She watched as two children swatted at each other over the back of one of the seats. She saw two young lovers kissing and murmuring happily in each other's ears. A businessman typed on a data pad, likely finishing up some business before finally retiring to be home with his family. Qi'ra sighed. She could have tried to leave this place, let the Force carry her away, but she did not. She forced herself to stay and watch. They deserve this much, she thought. I must remain here. I must watch. She was not sure how long she was there, how long she watched, but she felt it right before it happened, right before her world changed forever. She took a deep breath. It is time, she thought. Finally, it is time. She took one last look at the people. She never wanted to forget these faces. She needed to remember them. I'm sorry, she murmured to no one at all. Goodbye. The air around her turned white. She shielded her chemically damaged eyes, and just like that, it was over. The transport vanished, gone in a ball of orange and blue flame. The people were gone before they even had a chance to realize what had happened. The children, the lovers, the businessmen, they were all gone, them and all the people that traveled with them. 153 souls, good Imperials all. Gone. She floated in the smoky sky, wreckage raining down around her. She took a deep breath and centered herself, drawing on the destruction around her. It helped. It calmed her nerves. It is over, she thought. It is done. She opened her eyes, and once again she was in Ro's arms. Once again she could feel his body pressed against hers, smell the maleness of him. She sighed. Some of the pleasure she had felt was gone, replaced with grim certainty. What was done was done. She closed her eyes and tried to sleep. She tried not to think of the children, the lovers and the businessmen, or anyone else that had been on that ship. She sighed, trying not to think about it. What was done was done. Now, she murmured to the shadows. We can begin. Chapter 40. Such a small thing. Qi'ra looked down at the object in her hand. The plastic figurine she had found at the crash site. The site of so much death and destruction. Her fingers tightened around it. Such a small and insignificant thing, and yet, somehow, it had survived both the explosion and the crash. She shook her head. So small, and yet, at that moment, it had become infinitely precious to her, a symbol of what had needed to be done. She ran her fingers over it, smooth in places, yet slightly melted. It should not have escaped the explosion, so much had been vaporized, but it had. She was not quite sure what to make of it, or of the emotions that it inspired. It is nothing, she thought to herself, just a toy fashioned into the likeness of a Sith trooper. She found herself thinking about the child that had owned it. Had it simply been a plaything, or had it been something more? Did the boy or girl who played with it inspire to be more than what they were? Did he or she desire to be a soldier one day? Had this little thing filled their imagination with dreams of what was to come? Had the child had the potential to be a hero of the Empire? Potential that had now been snatched away. She tried not to think about it, not to imagine what might have been. What was done, and it had needed to be done. It had been necessary. Necessary. She could not afford to forget that. If she did, she was likely lost. Qi'ra was back in her private quarters in the government tower. She had only just returned from the site of a tragedy. She had asked Ro to join her tonight. She did not wish to be alone. He had said he would, but only after he had spoken with his fellow peacekeepers, only when he was sure that the investigation was in good hands and well underway. She said nothing about that, only pausing briefly to wish him well. He would not find anything, not anything that would lead him to the real truth anyway, but he would look. He would look because he was a good Imperial, and she loved him for it. Not as much as she loved Finn, but she still cared. Her affection was genuine. They had too much history to have anything but. He will return. She knew she would bring him to her side, and he would make love to her again. She welcomed it, that sweet release. Emperor knew she needed it right now. She had made a hard choice, and now she had to live with it. At least she would not have to be alone in her bed tonight, alone with nightmares. She felt so bone-weary, so mentally and physically exhausted that she could have thrown herself down onto her bed and slept for a week. But I can't sleep now, she realized morosely. It would be some time, if ever, that she would be able to sleep restfully again. If she closed her eyes, the nightmares would be there, waiting for her. Cold accusing faces, people that she should have protected, that had believed that she would protect them. She was not ready to face them. Stop it, she thought angrily. You are going to make yourself sick. The pawns have been sacrificed. Deal with it, and move on. She knew that was what she should do, but still, her heart refused to let her forget. What she had done was necessary, but that did not mean that she would not suffer for it. It did not mean that she did not care. She began to pace, glancing over at the bed, thinking about what had occurred in the last 24 hours. What had happened had needed to happen. She did not doubt that, but that did not mean that she was completely okay with what had occurred. It did not mean that there was no blame to be cast, and in that moment, Qi'ra Lillis knew who was to blame most of all. All she had to do was look in the mirror. She was responsible, but she had had no choice. The game had been impossible, unwinnable. Now she had a chance. It was necessary, but she hated herself for it, for having to make the choice. She hated herself. And she likely would for the rest of her days. While the celebration in the government tower had still been going on, while she and Ro had indulged their desires in her quarters, a large civilian transport ship had lifted off from the Dana City spaceport. It had been on its way to one of the settlements across the planet. People who had come to the capital for the celebration were either going home or preparing to start a new workday. 153 souls, plus a crew of 20. 15 minutes after they had left the spaceport, their ship had vanished in a flash of light in a ball of flame. It was over quickly, so quickly that the people on board had likely not realized that they were doomed. The crew had not even gotten a chance to send out a distress call. It was done quickly. No one had suffered, and that was good. They had all been good Imperials. There had been no need to make them suffer. It had been an hour after takeoff that Dana City Control realized something had gone wrong. The shuttle had not sent any distress call, and with so many in the capital and other large settlements for the celebration, few had seen what had happened. When the shuttle had failed to arrive at its destination, a search vessel was dispatched along the shuttle's route to see if they had needed to set down, Perhaps they had had some problem with their communication system. The search vessel had found the wreckage 20 minutes later, a burning path of destruction that went on for almost a kilometer. The tall grass burned where the wreckage had fallen from the sky. The winter winds had let up for the moment, praised the Emperor. Had they not, the entire field for miles around might have become an inferno. Search teams and fire ships were dispatched. A servant had roused Kira from her bed, even though she was already awake, awaiting the news. She and Ro had dressed quickly, saying little to each other. She could sense his anger and worry. Ro loved their people and saw himself as their sworn protector. I can't tell him the truth, Kira realized. He would never understand. She went to the site herself, walked among the wreckage, some of it still burning weakly, the foam from the fire ships not having completely finishing the job. She was clad not in the robes of the Sith, but the simple uniform of a security volunteer. The only acknowledgement of her station was her black cloak and the lightsaber clipped to her belt. She also had chosen not to wear her helmet. She wanted the people to see her face, to know that Andorlila's daughter was there, and that she shared the pain of this loss, this tragedy. She walked the scene as her father would have, her expression guarded and grim, gravely assessing the devastation. It was what was expected of her. She was a Lilas after all. Her people would be grateful to know that she cared. As she walked, a young lieutenant came up to her. He was part of the rescue team dispatched from the Dana spaceport. There appear to be no survivors, my lord, he informed her. From the damage we are seeing, I'm guessing the ship's reactor overloaded. It is the only thing that I can think of that might cause such damage. She nodded, but did not seek to confirm or deny his opinion. Get a scanning crew up here, she ordered. I want this wreckage checked for any sign of sabotage or tampering. The man nodded. It will be done, my lord. A scanning crew from the capital is already en route. Good, she said. See to your investigation, Lieutenant. The man saluted and walked off quickly, eager to please his master. Kira nodded, pleased with his professionalism and how things were progressing so far. Still, she frowned as she looked at the wreckage. It was one thing to plan something like this. It was quite another to see it carried out. Kira had no problem with collateral damage or the killing of her enemies. This, however, felt different. It was different. These people had been Imperial citizens. She did not like the fact that they had died. She and Ro had come together. He was currently talking with one of the search team leads, hoping that at least someone had survived. Kira knew how impossible that was. The destruction had needed to be complete. 153 Imperials dead was a tragedy, but it was also an opportunity. As she walked, she reached out with the Force, listening to the men and women who had come to search for the ship. Men and women who had come hoping to find survivors only to have those hopes dashed. She listened closely to their words. Damn rebels, she had heard one man mutter. They will pay for this. Despite the pain and the guilt she was feeling, Kira almost smiled. Yes, she thought. That was exactly the reaction she had been hoping for. She went in search of someone from the information service. Their agents were always skulking around at such times, looking for stories to broadcast over the Imperial holonet. She needed them now. She had a statement to give. Everyone would soon know that the daughter of Andorlilos had returned, and that she was. She looked down, noticing something among the burnt grass, a small piece of black plastic. She bent down and picked it up, a mere toy, a plastic figure, a representation of a Sith trooper. She frowned as she looked at it, feeling in that moment the magnitude of what she had done. So small, she had thought. So insignificant. As she paced in her quarters, as she awaited Ro's return, her communicator suddenly beeped, startling her. She set the toy down on the desk and called it to her hand with the Force. Yes, she said briskly, angry that her thoughts had been interrupted. We are receiving a transmission from Dromund Kaas, my lord, the soldier on the other end informed her. It is Lord Counselor Fier. He demands that you make contact with him. Kira nodded, though she was also filled with an almost unreasoning rage. Avi's master wanted to speak with her. Well, too bad. Avi was gone, and Kira was in command, but still. She frowned. It was not yet time to reveal herself to Lord Fier, not yet. Once the rebellion had been crushed and Ordana was hers, that would change, but for now. She sighed. She still needed to play the good apprentice, at least, for a while longer. She went to the hypercom terminal and dropped to one knee. She could give Fier no reason to suspect the change, no reason to believe that she had recommitted herself to his destruction. She gestured with the Force, patching through the call from Dromund Kaas. Darth Fier appeared before her. He was dressed in fine robes, his golden hair shorter and more spiky than she remembered. His golden Sith eyes fell upon her, his gaze cold and arrogant. She resisted the urge to snarl at him, to hurl every insult and profanity she knew. The man was a monster. He was scum. She welcomed the day that she would peel the flesh from his bones. "Apprentice," he said with a slight nod. "My lord," she said, dropping her head in a fake show of respect. "What is thy bidding, my master?" Fier laughed lightly. "I wish to check in on you," he said. "It has been a while since we have spoken, and you have dealing with more than your share of distractions. Is that not so, my child?" She shook her head dismissively. "It is nothing, my master. It is nothing that I can't handle." "I see," he replied, looking like he did not completely believe her words. Kira said nothing. She did not dare risk speaking out of turn. She did not trust herself to let something slip and give the game away. There was too much history between her and Lord Fier, too much hate. It took all her self-control to hold it in, to hide the truth from Avi's master. "I've just finished speaking with Darth Sadi, my dear. She had many things to say about you." "Good things, I hope, my lord." "Hardly," Fier responded with a sneer. "She tried to convince me that you were not doing your job properly, that your response to the rebel problem has been both ineffective and incompetent." Kira's eyes narrowed. So much for Sadi believing that she was a loyal pawn. Had Sadi learned something, or was this just another power game of her own, trying to maneuver someone more easily manipulated into the role of Inquisitor? "I'm sorry to hear that, my lord," she replied. "Did Lord Sadi have a replacement for me in mind?" "Well, actually," he replied with a smile. "According to Darth Sadi, his training has progressed smoothly, and that he is ready for my responsibility, that he would serve my needs far better in dealing with the Ardanan people." Kira almost laughed at that. If Fier could see the puppy dog looks that his son gave his master, he would know truly what was going on. The Lord of the Iddy system did not want an Inquisitor to aid her. She wanted a lap dog that would nod happily at every decree that came from her pretty mouth. Bill would be perfect for that, but as far as dealing with the rebellion, she had her doubts. Does Lady Sinestra concur with that choice? She had a hand in Bill's training as well. "That is the interesting part," Fier answered. "My darling wife spoke up in your defense. Though she does not consider you friend of our house, she does see you as a valuable ally, and that I should not act hastily in considering a replacement for you." Kira was not entirely able to hide her surprise. Then again, Sinestra still believed her an ally against Sadi, and a means to save her son. Kira did not believe that was possible now, but she was not above offering false hope, not if it kept the lady in line. "I've spoken with Lady Sinestra since her arrival. I tried to stress my desire to serve our house to her." She managed a humble smile. "It seems that she has taken me at my word." Fier nodded thoughtfully. "So it seems," he said thoughtfully, giving her a curious look. "Why do I get the feeling that there is more to this story? Why do I sense that there has been some kind of alliance here?" Kira did not answer. She did not need to. Her master's suspicions were not without merit, and in this, they were in fact true. What he did not realize was that there was more going on than her seeking an ally to depose Sadi. If everything went as planned, Sinestra Fier would be useful in the downfall of her husband as well. It was a dangerous game she was playing, but the reward was more than worth it. She simply had to keep her wits about her and be mindful. Fier's time was coming soon. "Sadi also sent me a recording of your most recent speech, the one you gave this very morning." He gave her a sly smile. "I'm told that there had been a shuttle crash, and that the rebels were involved. Is that true?" "So it appears, my master. Kira answered. The passenger ship was destroyed shortly after takeoff. The circumstances behind this tragedy are questionable to say the least. And you are certain that it was the rebels? I've read your reports. They seem to be a collection of do-gooders, not the type to target civilians so openly. Kira shrugged. Perhaps they have come to realize that their tactics were not working. They have been relying on the Empire using heavy-handed tactics to inspire the people to their cause. The campaign that I've chosen has been one of minimal force. I've sought to give the rebels no more ammunition to use against our forces. Kira shook her head. Maybe they realize that they could not provoke me. Maybe they seek to scare the people into compliance, attacking would-be Imperial sympathizers, trying to bring the more radical French here on Ordana to their aid. Kira gave him a cold smile. Of course, I have more than just suspicion. One of Moff Gallic's scanning crews analyzed the site. They detected trace elements consistent with the explosives used in previous rebel attacks. It is not a declaration of responsibility by these terrorists, but it is enough to get people thinking. Useful evidence to be sure, Fier agreed, and then he laughed. How fortunate for you that the rebels would choose now to change tactics. Kira frowned. I do not consider the death of so many innocent Imperial citizens as a fortunate occurrence, my master. True, he agreed, but it is most fortuitous. Her master leaned in closer. Sadi sent me a recording of the speech you gave at the site of this tragedy. It was quite fiery. I can see why the people responded so well to it. I merely spoke my heart, my master, she answered. Kira found herself thinking back on the last few words of her impromptu speech. Andor Lillis always looked out for you, he never abandoned you, and in his memory, his daughter will do the same. I swear on the name of my father, that this cowardly act of betrayal will be avenged. I will not rest until the ones responsible for this die screaming at my feet. They will answer, and in the end justice will be served. The guilty will suffer, and as they die screaming, they will know the truth. You cannot escape the Empire. You will answer for your crimes. You will answer. Many of the people at the site had been listening. Some had even cheered that Andor Lila's daughter would be going after the rebels, that Alilos would be delivering justice, as they always had. Kira had been most pleased, and it had not even been a lie. Though Bleeze had arranged the bombing under her orders, it was the rebels and Lord Fier that were truly to blame. If they had just accepted their fate and bowed down, such brutality would not have been necessary. She would not forgive herself for what she had to do, but she would see that Darth Fier and the rebels were punished most horribly for their role in all this. They forced my hand, and they will die squealing for it. All the pain and guilt that I endure will seem like a night in a pleasure house compared to what is coming to my enemies. They will pay for making me do this. They will pay. Fier chuckled. Does it hurt? He asked. Does what hurt, my lord? The fact that you needed to take matters into your own hands, that you needed to arrange an incident to draw the rebels out. Kira frowned. I had nothing to do with this, my lord. It was the rebels. Of course it was, my child, but I would certainly understand if there was more to the story, and I would be proud. Kira frowned. What in the Emperor's name was Fier doing? Did he expect her to confess over an open channel, to inform him that she had carried out her plan just to please him? She almost laughed herself. The fool. She could afford no loose ends. She would say nothing to unravel what she had done here. Too many lives had been lost. I would never harm our people, she told him flatly, lying to his face. I could never do anything like that. Yet, you have killed innocents before. That business on Mirren, for example. Kira's frown deepened. That had been Avi's doing, but it had also been different. The people on Mirren were not Imperials. They were Republic citizens, enemies of the Empire. As for the people that died in the firestorm, on an AR Shadow, they had not been innocents either. They had been either cowards fleeing the war, or Hutt-loyal criminals that had little or no value to her plans. No, she did not like killing innocents, and the people on that transport had been innocent. They were good citizens, like her parents had been. She would mourn their deaths, and make them matter when she ascended to her throne. Those deaths would not be in vain. She would give their lives meaning. The rebels did this, she said coldly, and they will answer for it. As you wish, Fier said dismissively, though she sensed he was not entirely happy that she had kept the truth to herself. I will not risk this game to feed your vanity, old man. I sacrificed too much with this gambit already. Have the rebels responded to this attack? He asked. Have they denied their involvement? Not yet, my master, she replied, but it does not matter if they do. The more they deny it, the more guilty that will make them look. People will see through their lies and rally to daughter of an imperial hero. She grinned triumphantly. They will rally to me? He gave her a cool look. I'm surprised that you would so openly embrace your past, he said. I thought you had left Kira Lilas behind you long ago. Kira almost laughed at that. Oh, how little you know, you old fool. It was necessary to embrace the past, she informed him. Avaryss was an outsider. Kira Lilas was someone that the people could trust, someone who understood their pain. Many have accepted me already, the rest will follow soon. She bowed her head in submission. This world will be pacified, and it will all be yours again, my master. She tried not to smile as she spoke the next part, the lie that would hopefully seal the deal. Ardana will be a jewel in the crown of our new ruler, and I think you can guess who that will be. Fier smiled. It seems that you have matters well in hand, my child. I would prefer you be more open, but you may keep your secrets for now. I have no secrets, my lord, she said, only my respect and loyalty for you. He nodded again, radiating a sense of pleasure. Continue your work, daughter. Bring what is rightful mine to me. Kira stifled a laugh. You will get everything you deserve, master, she promised. You may count on that. Fier chuckled and raised his hand. May the force serve you well, my child. Fier out. The hologram vanished, leaving her alone, both with her desire to slay him and her newly developed sense of self-hatred. Both were useful to a Sith. Both could lead to great power. She rose from hypercom and began to pace again. She was looking forward to Ro's return, eager to feel his touch, and to have something else to focus on besides what needed to be done. She sighed and picked up the Sith Trooper doll she had found among the wreckage. We are all just toys, she murmured, only by acknowledging that do we have a chance to become more. That thought made her smile. I will not be Fier's toy much longer, but first I have to finish bringing this troublesome world of mine to heel. All she could do now was await the rebel response to what had happened. Would they deny it, or do something more clever? She was more eager to see. I've removed a pawn from the board. Now I must wait for my enemy to respond. It would not be easy waiting, but it was, as everything else necessary. I'm waiting, she thought, trying not to think about the people that died, their haunted eyes staring accusingly at her. She tried to focus on Tall Maritza and his allies. It is time, rebels, she thought. Your move. Chapter 41. The Shadow's embrace was dying, just as it had done before. Kira found herself staggering down the ship's burning corridors, just as she had done once before. Once again, she was trying to reach the escape pods. Her head was still ringing from the explosion. She was not exactly sure how she had survived. The rest of her team were gone, atomized, when the Jedi trap had been sprung. No, she thought, not just the Jedi trap, but Shire Veal's trap. The mongrel's trap. The thought filled her with impotent anger and killing rage. Damn her, she thought with an angry hiss. Damn her to hell. She had tried not to think of all the things she had lost that day. Project Death Knell would be destroyed, or at the very least set back years, and all because of a Jedi with a grudge. It was all so disappointing. A door behind her exploded. It was followed by a loud whistling, the sound of decompression, the emergency bulkhead sealed, but that would not stop the ship from dying. She had to get out of here. She had to get out of here now. Yes, if she did not hurry, she would be done. Her destiny would end here. The ship shook around her. She could almost feel the other bulkheads exploding, the contents and people within being jettisoned into space. It was not a fate she desired. She could not die here, she couldn't. There was still too much to do. She had almost made it to the escape pods when she realized she was being pursued. She spun around, her blade in hand, ready to meet the threat, but all but froze when the door behind her opened, and she saw what it was that was pursuing her. No. Oh no. They had been Imperials once, innocent men, women and children. Now they were all burning, lurching corpses hungry for her blood, eager to tear her apart with sharpened, crisp fingers. Her sacrifices. Her victims. The bile rose in her throat. No, you cannot be here. No. You can't be here. She shouted at them. You didn't die here. If the monsters heard her, they did not show it. They simply continued to pursue her, their bony fingers reaching out for her, eager to seize her and tear her to shreds. She saw one move away from the others, a small boy. He reached out with only one hand, and the other he held the toy she had taken from the crash site. Seeing that, it made her shudder. This isn't right, she thought. They don't understand. There was no malice in my choice to kill them. They don't understand. She stopped, stood her ground. A Sith knows no fear. She would face these specters. They would know why they had died. They deserved that much. Though, she still felt uneasy, a sense of guilt and shame. No one understands, and no one ever would. It was at that moment she heard them, their voices hissing, their lungs filled with smoke and flame. Why? They hissed over and over again. Why? It was necessary, she shouted. I didn't want to hurt anyone, but I had no choice. The rebels have to be stopped. She had tears in her eyes as she looked at them, hoping, praying that they would understand. I will give your deaths meaning, I promise. Your end will be the rallying cry that will save the Empire. Your sacrifice will save Ordana. I'm sorry you had to die, but it was necessary. Please believe me. She looked at them with pleading eyes, begging for them to understand. Please? Their response was not what she wanted. As one, they howled and charged, forcing her to run, her weapon unlit, useless before the horde. She could feel them grasping at her tattered cloak, pulling burning strands of hair from her head. Liar, they hissed as one. Leer. Explosions continued to rock the deck. The Shadow's embrace was not long for this galaxy. The research vessel was about to die, and she with it. But there was still hope. The escape pods were just up ahead. She was going to reach them, just as she had done before. She was going to escape. She was going to live. She could distantly hear her mother's voice, the lullaby from her youth. Even now she could still hear it, feel it in her bones. You are almost there, sweetheart. You are so close. Come home. Come home. I'm coming, mother, she wanted to shout. I'm coming. She slammed her palm down on the button, the one that would open the nearest escape pod. The hatch hissed open and she went to dive inside, but she could not. Ro Wilkes stood in her path. He was blocking her entrance, stopping her from escaping. Ro, she gasped, we have to go, the ship is. He glared at her. Traitor, he hissed, and before she could respond he shoved her as hard as he could out of the escape pod and into the arms of her many victims. No, she cried out. No. You deserve this, Kira, he said as burning fingers tore into her flesh. Murder. She cried out, begging for help, feeling the flames as they burned her skin. Kira, she heard Ro's voice in the distance calling to her. Kira. She shrieked as one of the victims slashed at her throat. Kira, Ro repeated. Wake up. N-O-O-O. Kira sat up in bed, gasping for air. She looked around quickly looking for the ones who had been attacking her, the ones that had been trying to tear her apart. They were gone. There were no burning corpses in her chambers, only shadows, and the sound of the winter wind outside. It was nothing, she thought, trying to regain control of herself. It was just a dream. She took a deep swallow of air. Emperor save me, she thought. Just another dream. She felt a gentle hand on her shoulder, a strong hand. Ro's hand. That's right, she realized. She remembered now. She had taken him to her bed shortly after he had arrived. After the chaotic day she had had, she had needed him, needed his touch, the warmth of his body. He had not refused her request. He had needed it to. She had done her best to make sure that was as pleased as she was by their coupling. She had not been disappointed, and if she was not mistaken, he had not been either. They had both found what they were looking of this night. Yet, the nightmare had still come for her. She had not found rest or release. Damn, she thought. What else am I going to have to do? She glanced over at Ro. Despite the darkness in her quarters, she could see his eyes, his bare chest, his muscles slick with passion sweat. A delicious view, but one slightly tainted by the shadows of her nightmare. She tried to forget about it, to focus on what was in front of her, who was next to her. That is what mattered. Not a dream, but this. Life was for the living. The dead were dead. Are you okay? Ro asked. You were shaking like a leaf. She managed a weak smile. A nightmare, she said. It was nothing. A nightmare, he said, nodding. Not surprising, considering what we faced today. She nodded back. Yes, she thought. He was not wrong. She willed her heart to slow. She breathed in and out. Her memory of what had happened earlier returning, why she was not alone. Ro had come to her quarters as she had desired. He had even brought her food, somehow knowing that she had not eaten this evening. His kindness had touched her. It was sweet that he knew so much about her, despite everything that had happened in the years since they had parted. He definitely more than just another mundane. Far more. Their connection was strong. It always had been. She welcomed that connection and rewarded him well, the one thing that they would both enjoy. He accepted her reward with resistance or complaint and performed magnificently, leaving her both exhausted and sore in all the right places. She had hoped his presence would be enough to forget the details of her most recent plan. She had been wrong. The nightmare had been waiting for her, her recent success adding a cruel twist to it. She should not have been surprised. Success, it seemed, always had a price. She simply had to be strong enough to pay it. She glanced up at Ro, feeling his concern through the Force, but at the same time seeking to distance herself from him. Was what she had dreamed just her insecurities, or had the dark side been trying to tell her something? Had it been trying to warn her? A lover could be enjoyable, but, as with all things, there were risks. If Ro found out what she had done to that transport, her nightmare might just become a reality. She took another deep breath, trying to forget the last few moments of the dream, of him flinging her back into the arms of her victims. She tried to forget the cold look in his eyes, the accusations he had shouted when she had been ripped apart. You deserve this, Kira? Murder. He leaned in and kissed her softly on the lips. She shivered as he ran a finger down her spine. He kissed his way down her neck. She sighed, losing herself to the pleasure. Lay back, he said in a husky voice. Let me help you forget that nightmare. She moaned, wanting to do just that, but something stopped her. She needed to get away, just for a moment. She needed to think. She pulled away, out of his arms, and somehow managed to find her feet, to get out of the bed, and away from his touch. Where are you going? He asked playfully. Come back here. I'm thirsty, she replied, trying to hide any sense of insecurity she felt in that moment. She made for the wine bottle on her desk, the one she kept for honored guests. She could certainly use a bit of that tonight. She found herself thinking about the nightmare, about what had happened, and how it ended. It was just a dream, sure, but it also reminded her that her next move had to be handled very carefully. The rebels would respond to what had happened. She simply needed to figure out how best to turn that reaction to her advantage. Her concern over that response was more than enough to kill any playfulness she would have felt normally in this situation. She hated that she could not relax with Ro. She hated that she could not tell him everything. Yet, at the same time, she felt something else as well. Something powerful. Part of her wanted it, welcomed it, but again she could not tell Ro. He would not understand. Though she felt guilt for the destruction of that civilian transport, felt shame for the deaths she had caused, she felt something else as well. Something far more gratifying. Kira had always considered herself a good Imperial. She had been raised to be one. She had done her best to keep Avi's less than desirable traits and tendencies in check. A Sith did what was necessary, but sometimes her other half was far more ruthless than she needed to be. At the time, Kira had believed that such cruelty was unnecessary, that the day could be won through more pragmatic and less bloody means. She had wanted to believe that preserving the Empire was more important than the whims of a Dark Lord. That a Sith should do what they could to help preserve the Empire. The citizens and resources of the Empire were all valuable tools and should not be cast aside lightly. She still believed that, wanted to believe that, but at the same time, her eyes narrowed. What she had done, the choice she had made, it seems that the dark side had taken notice of that choice, and approved. She had sacrificed those people for the greater good, for the defeat of the rebellion. It seemed that the dark side approved of that sacrifice, accepted it as an offering, and rewarded her accordingly. Since first sensing the explosion of the transport, she felt different, stronger. She could reach out now and feel almost everyone in this tower, their fears, their hopes, and dreams. She had never had this degree of sensitivity before. Was this some kind of reward, she had to wonder? Had destroying those innocents been worth more than simple political gain? And if they were, what would a larger sacrifice yield to her? Maybe it would be worth it to find out. If the destruction of a single ship increased her power in the dark side, if the deaths of 150 people made her stronger, what would the death of 1,000 people do? What would the death of 1,000,000 people feel like? The thought made her shudder. Surely that could not be how this game was played. Why not? The darkness seemed to ask. The weak live to the service the strong. Why should they not give of themselves to make you stronger, even in death? Especially in death. She tried not to think about that last part. She liked what she was feeling, but the guilt. Was it truly worth it? When she had visited the crash site, she had taken Exar Kun's stone with her, hid it in the palm of her mechanical hand. While she had walked among the wreckage, she had tried to sense the death that Necris had described, the power that was left over when something passes into the Force. She had felt something, but had not been able to draw upon it. The fact that these people had been loyal Imperials held her back, stopped her from taking full advantage of their end. She had told herself that it was a matter of respect. These people had given their lives to further her cause. She saw no reason for them to give more. Let them find their rest in the Force if it was possible. But now, looking back, she frowned. Had her choice been about respect, or had it been a moment of weakness? Should she not have taken everything that she could? She poured herself a glass of wine and downed it with 2 quick swallows, letting the liquor burn its way down her gut. Where did respect end and weakness begin? She would need to find the answer to that question. As she stood in the shadows, she could feel Ro watching her, his eyes never leaving her unclothed form. She should have felt self-conscious, but in this moment, she found that she really did not give a damn. It was not like Ro had not seen it all already. It was not like he had not touched or kissed anything that he could not already see. She could sense his lust, but also something else. She could sense concern. "Something on your mind?" she asked with a smirk. "Besides me, of course." Her lover shrugged. "You don't have to hide anything from me, you know that, right?" His question stopped her in her tracks. Hiding? What did he mean by that? She was not. Did he know about what she had done? Had he figured it out? "I don't know what you mean," she replied, trying to keep her voice even. "What do you think that I'm hiding?" "Your arm," he said, pointing. "When you walk away, you put it in front of you where I can't see it. When you turn to face me, you put it behind your back." Her lover shook his head. "You don't have to hide it from me, Kira. There is no shame in losing a limb in battle. Far too many we've known have, especially those that serve the Empire." Kira nodded. Oh, that is what he meant. She felt her heartbeat returning to normal. She smiled and held up her mechanical arm, wiggling the fingers. Most people that I've dealt with find it disturbing. It is no mere cybernetic, as you can tell. It is part of you, he said. How could I ever be disturbed by something that was part of who you are? His response made her smile. Such a softy, she thought. Or perhaps he was simply a hopeless romantic. Either way, she liked what she was hearing. As much as he missed Finn, Ro was quickly proving to be the perfect placeholder, and he was likely just what she needed to see her plans through, to finally finish off the rebellion and return to Dromund Kaas in victory. Provided that she make no more mistakes. She needed to be extremely cautious in what happened next. The rebels would be destroyed, and she would profit from their end. She poured 2 more glasses of wine, bringing one to him, and sitting down on the bed, Ro accepted it with a nod and drank it slowly, his expression thoughtful. Why did you think they did it? He asked her. Who? The rebels. Why do you think they thought it a good idea to blow up a civilian transport? Ro sighed. I don't see any possible value for such an attack. None. Kira smiled. In this she was in familiar territory. She had thought long and hard how to answer this question. She still needed to be careful though. Ro was not some uneducated fool. He was a skilled investigator and a good Imperial. She could not afford to show any hesitation, any guilt at all. Fier, I suspect, she replied with a shrug. Their tactics to shift support away from the Empire have not been working, and so they tried a new one. They wish to scare people away from supporting the Empire, or maybe they will simply try to blame the attack on us, claiming that we are trying to manipulate the people. The last part brought a smile to her face. Hiding a lie so close to the truth was never a bad move. In fact, it made things much more believable. From the look on Ro's face, he certainly was considering it. It could also have been carried out by fanatics, maybe even Republic agents hidden within the Empire itself. That is true, she agreed. So shouldn't we start by hunting down them, showing the people that the Empire is looking out for their best interest, and more than able to bring such murderers to justice? That is exactly what I intend to do, Ro, but I can also use what happened to remind all the loyal citizens out there that the rebellion not to be trusted, that they are monsters that support only chaos and anarchy. Is that how you see the rebels? Do you think they are monsters? I believe that they are misguided, and speaking to person one-on-one, as we are speaking now, that is the stance I would give. The people as a whole, however, need something more grandiose. They need an enemy to oppose, an enemy to keep them unified in these troubled times. A person can be smart and reason with, people can be panicky herd animals, as we both know. The trick is to push the herd where we need it to go, for their own good, of course. Ro nodded, but still, she sensed he remained skeptical. I want this rebellion stopped as much as you do, Kira, but I would rather no more innocents die in our trying to end it. The people of our world have suffered enough. Again she felt a flicker of doubt in her breast. Did he know what he was saying? Did he suspect the truth? She could not say for sure, and quite frankly, it did not matter. When the rebels denied what had happened with that transport, it would only make them look more guilty, that they were trying to place the blame on the evil Sith, and on the other side, you would have Ander and Maya Lila's daughter promising to defend the people in the name of slain parents. Who were the people more likely to believe? Rebels that would likely ally with the Republic and Jedi, or the daughter of a trusted son of Ardana, a figure well known for his honesty and fairness. Kira almost laughed. What an interesting snare she had made for the rebels. It would be most intriguing to see how they tried to fight their way out of it. The thought of her cleverness, and the blood that was to come, reignited Kira's passions. She had grown weary of speaking of this, and Ro was right here, already in her bed, already willing. She took his wine glass away, and kissed him deeply. He responded to her touch with the barest of resistance. She pulled back with a sly smile. Enough of such dark talk, she purred. Let us focus on something more satisfying. He grinned. You have an idea on that point, Lilas. Here, she said, gently pushing him down onto the bed. Let me show you. It did not take long for the rebels to respond to what had happened, not that Kira had expected it to. They can't afford to wait too long, she realized. The longer they wait, the more we can spin what happened to our advantage. She and Ro had been having breakfast when Colonel Glask arrived. The man had demanded to see her immediately. Her guards had stopped him. After all, she had ordered them to not let her be disturbed. Glask, being who he was, had responded with the usual veiled threats of a loyalty officer. He had been on the verge of threatening them both with accusations of the treason if they did not step aside. Kira, not wishing to antagonize the man any further, granted him access. She was, of course, curious about what he had to say. As it turned out, she was not disappointed. "My lord," Glask said excitedly, almost out of breath from his journey here, "you need to see this." He placed a small holo device on the table, the kind used for recorded messages. She gave Glask an arch look. What was this now? The man glared at Ro, who simply smiled when the loyalty officer noticed his presence. Kira was not sure if Glask understood what it meant that Ro was here so early in the morning, and she did not care. The affairs of a Dark Lord were above Glask's petty games. He could go crying to Master about who she chose to fraternize with, but that is where the title of Darth came in. Being a Darth did offer her some autonomy. She could spend her nights with whoever she chose, provided they did not harm her position in the Empire. Fier would likely suggest caution, but she doubted it. Once she had dealt with the rebellion, he would have little or no reason to care, and besides, he had his own schemes to worry about. She doubted that he would care one way or the other who was sharing her bed at night. "What is it, Glask?" she said, her voice taking on a cold and icy edge. "I do hope you are not wasting my time." The loyalty officer grinned. "See for yourself, my lord," he said, barely stifling a cackle. "They are more foolish than we thought." She did not bother touching the device, simply reached out with the force and turned it on. The image that appeared made her snap to attention. "Oh my! Isn't this interesting?" A familiar robed and masked figure appeared before her eyes. She had only seen an image of him once before, and that one was both grainy and hard to see any detail, but still, she knew who it was. "Tall Maritza. We finally forced you out of hiding," she thought with a smile. "Good?" What came next surprised her, both surprised, and at the same time, made her question what was going on. It was a most unexpected message indeed. "I'm Tall Maritza, and me and mine are the voice of the resistance," he began, "and we are now putting all so-called loyal Imperials on notice. Your decision to support those that have oppressed us for so long has not gone unnoticed, and now, your punishment has begun." The image changed, showing a passenger transport in flight. At first Kira had thought it just stock footage, some attempt to try and shift the blame of what had happened to the Empire. The ship in the image exploded violently, just as the one had done the night of the festival. Kira's eyes narrowed. So, she realized, the rebels were watching that night. Interesting. The rebellion has struck its first blow against those that wished to see Imperial rule on Ordanon continue, Tall Maritza went on. 2 days ago we destroyed a transport leaving the capital, a transport loaded with traitors and Imperial enablers. Maritza leaned in closer to the holocam, his masked face filling the hologram, growing larger for all to see. "Let this be a message to all Imperials, including Darth Fier's puppet, our so-called Inquisitor. Beware, daughter of Enderlilis. Your suffering has just begun. Beware, and be warned." The message ended, the holo faded from view. Kira sat there, dumbstruck, not really sure what to say. She stared at the device, more confused than she had been before. She did not understand. She didn't get it. She looked at Glask. "Are we the only ones that have received this?" "No, my lord," he answered. "They have been distributed all over the planet. I think the rebels wanted the people to know that they were behind the attack." Kira pursed her lips. But that was just it, she thought. They weren't responsible. They had not even tried to deny it. Why take credit for her actions? She did not understand. What did Maritza have to gain by playing the villain here? He was one, of course, but still, she did not understand. She looked at Ro, whose expression was not as grim as Glask's was gleeful. He knew what this meant. "Looks like you were right about the rebels," he said. "It seems like we have a real fight on our hands now." "So it does," Kira agreed. "They would need to strike hard and fast now. The people would be furious with the rebels now. Those that were not afraid of reprisal would likely do whatever they could to help the Empire deal with this new, more dangerous threat. They were fools to send that message, my lord, Glask said. The rebels have just made themselves enemies of everyone on Ardana. The man laughed. We could not have asked for better news. Kira nodded, though she remained skeptical. She looked at Ro, playing at being the loyal Ardana, but in her core, she was in turmoil. Tall Maritza was no fool, and yet he had played fool's hand. Why make so many enemies at once if you did not need to? What was his game? Something more subtle, she suspected. Still, Glask was right. They could not have asked for more. This was a gift to the Empire. The only question now was why. What was in it for Maritza? Why play the monster now? Why? Chapter 42. They're all going to die. The realization brought a smile to Kira's face. As she stared through the binocs at the squatter camp in the distance, she felt a stirring in her breast, a sensation that she had not felt in a very long time, and with that sensation, she came to a realization, a sense of understanding she had not felt since the earliest days of her Sith training. She had been mistaken. For so many years now she had been wrong, absolutely wrong. She had focused for too long on the wrong things, and now, finally, she had found her way back to the truth. It was a truth that had been born out of a lie that the enemy had picked up and decided to run with. That choice would be their undoing. That choice had changed everything. The fight against the rebellion here on Ardana had changed overnight. No longer did the rebels cloak themselves in righteousness, pretending to be the saviors of the people. Kira was not sure what had motivated them to make that choice, but it had played into hands. In the 3 days since the rebels' announcement, they had struck 2 more civilian targets, distancing themselves from the people that had sheltered them, believed in them. People that now fell into the hands of Kira Lillis and the Sith Order. She didn't understand their reasoning, why they would do this, and, for the most part, she no longer cared. The point is that they had chosen to play the villain, and by doing so made her the hero of her people. It was a role she was happy to play. The first step in playing that role was to win a major victory over the rebels, not an easy challenge, but possible now that her enemies had chosen to play the aggressor. Informants who did not wish to be killed the crossfire offered the Empire much in finding a target for their first real strike. Kira had been pleased and a bit disappointed by that turn of events. Yes, they were learning about the rebels, but sadly very little was known about Tall Maritza. If their sources were to be believed, the man was in 4 places at once, maybe more. It would take time to track the elusive terrorist down, but Kira was not concerned. We will get him, but first, we need to make an example out of some of his followers. The squatter camp had been chosen because of several key pieces of information. The first being that there was a rumored cache of weapons stored here, weapons used in various rebel strikes in the past few months. The second reason was that several attacks on Imperial holdings had been conducted in this region. Given the closeness to the settlement of Waro, it was a safe bet that the rebel recon teams had got their information there. Destroying Waro was an impossibility at this time. Too much of the war effort depended on all the settlements remaining intact. The squatter camps served no purpose, and it was close enough to Waro to serve as a lesson to what happens to those that oppose the Sith. Yes, the camp would be destroyed and there would be no survivors. The message would be sent. The third reason for the attack was the most blatant one, the one that meant the most to her personally. Tall Maritza had been spotted here 2 days ago, or at least, someone wearing his mask and cloak. If it had been him, if this place was important to him in some way, so much the better. It gave her the chance to send a message. He would get her message, and he would finally know Fier. At least, that is what she hoped. Kira's heartbeat quickened as the troopers around her moved back and forth, preparing for the dawn raid. The sky was already starting to lighten. Soon it would be time. She smiled. The rebels would die squealing, because that is what truly mattered. Pain and fear were what were important. Everything else was a distraction. Plots, schemes, titles, the power games that the other lords played on Dromund Kaas and elsewhere, they were nothing to a true Dark Lord. They were distractions from what truly mattered, what made us at the Sith. She had not seen. She had been distracted by the games, both her own and that of others. She had been too inexperienced, too blind. Only now was she finally starting to see, to understand the weight of the Darth's title. Mars should never have given Avi that title. Maybe he thought she could be better controlled if she thought she owed him for granting her such a position, but that had not been the case at all. The title had become a chain around her neck, and each impossible mission that the Council gave her only tightened that chain, choking the life and ambition out of her, blinding her to the truth, and what a beautiful truth it was. Political strength meant nothing. That kind of power was for fools and amateurs, fools that did not understand the true nature of the dark side. She no longer counted herself among those fools. She had allowed herself to be blinded for so long, but now, no more. The veil had finally been torn from her eyes. She could see what was to come, and it was glorious. The change that had started on an AR shadow was progressing nicely. The destruction of that civilian transport had only accelerated it. Though she still felt some degree of shame for what was done, she could not deny that she had been amply rewarded for her courage and sacrifice. For the first time, since she had stood before that Sith monument back on Fury 9, she felt the dark side sinking within her. What it was like to feel power and not be afraid to wield it. No concern for what her master would think. No fear of what her servants and fellow Sith would say. She felt free for the first time, and in that pure moment of bliss, she was whole. Her emotions were laid bare and raw, and with those emotions came great power. Through power I gain victory. Through victory my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. And now, victory was so close, just waiting for her to claim it. She could hardly wait. She sneered as she stared through the binnocs, looking at the squatter camp, one of many that dotted the surface of Ardana. They know we are here, she realized, watching as the displaced citizens tried to rise up. They constructed barricades and set traps for the soon-to-be advancing Sith troops. Brave, she thought, but in the end foolish. Their meager defenses would not save them. They were all about to die. She lowered the binnocs and handed them back to the young officer at her side. He was but one of the 4 squads of Sith troopers that had accompanied her on this mission. Each force was backed up by a single Imperial walker, bringing their strike team true ground superiority, and if that was not enough, Kira had yet another card up her sleeve. She had not come alone. All 4 of her enforcers had come, as well as Zen and Dime. This will not be a fight, she realized. It would be a massacre. The thought made her heart pound like a war drum. Adrenaline flooded her veins. She could barely contain her desire. She could not wait to begin. Lord Avaryss. She frowned as that name passed the lips of the lieutenant at her side. She hated that name, but needed to keep it for a while longer. Yes, she hissed. What is it? Darth Sadi demands you make contact with her, he said, holding up his data pad, showing her the report from the group's comm officer. Kira rolled her eyes. Seriously, she thought. We have been here all night. Sadi could have contacted me at any time, and now she chooses to do so, right when we're about to begin. Right when we are about to bring death and destruction down upon my enemies. She shook her head angrily. The gall of that woman. The gall. She turned from the coming storm, and made for the calm tent in the heart of their camp. Her troopers had made no attempt to hide their approach from the distant enemy camp. Kira had hoped to lure the fools either into attacking them, or to try and scatter. The former would have been repelled easily enough. The latter would have made it easier to pick them off. Still, it did not matter that they had chosen to stay and fight. The victory this day would belong to the Empire. She had foreseen it. It would be done. She passed her enforcers. The pure-blood Nar sat with his 2 pets, while the brothers Reyes and Gold diced with several soldiers. Chill stood apart from the others, swaying and dancing in a form of moving meditation. Her movement drew the eye of many a soldier in the camp. The Twi'lek was extremely attractive despite her mental state. She is dangerous, this one, Kira realized. She had noticed that her fellow enforcers had been distancing themselves from her of late. Kira fully intended to turn that to her advantage. Dime and Zen stood guard outside the communications tent, They would make sure that her conversation with Darth Sadi remained private. As always, Kira strengthened her mental shields in preparation for this meeting. Her understanding of Sadi's powers remained elusive. She had tracked down several journals detailing the effects of long-term force persuasion both on the user and the victim, but what she had discovered so far gave her little or no insight into the woman's powers and true potential. It was most troubling indeed, and once again reminded her exactly why she needed to keep up her guard around the Lord of the Itty system. She had no desire to end up like Beale, a loyal pup capering around Darth Sadi's heels. She entered the tent to find the holocom on, and Beric there. Her brother had been conversing with the Dark Lord before her arrival. Kira's eyes narrowed. What was this now? Sadi smiled as Kira stepped into the comm field. Lord Avaryss, excellent. I was just speaking with Captain Lilas, informing him of his new orders. Kira smiled and nodded at the Dark Lord, pretending to be civil, but at the same time her mind was working, moving at hyperspace speeds. How did Beric know Sadi? She ordered him to be mindful of her, and to keep his distance. She only just hid her frown. They would need to speak of this later. Wait, she realized what had Sadi said. New orders. My men have formed up and ready to move, my lord, she informed the other Dark Lord. The enemy made no moves to flee, so much the better. Kira grinned. We are prepared to slaughter them. That is excellent news, my friend, Sadi said with a gentle smile, but I'm afraid you will need to wait a bit longer before avenging the lost civilians of Transport 433. Wait, Kira said with a slight frown. Why must we wait? Everything is in readiness. Sadi raised her head and smiled proudly. I've decided to take command of this attack myself, she informed Kira. Beale and I will be on our way within the hour. You are to hold your position and wait. I'm not so sure that is a good idea, my lord, Kira said quickly, trying very hard to keep the anger and venom out of her voice. Sadly, it is no longer your choice, Inquisitor, the Dark Lord said coldly. She turned to Beric. Captain Lilas, inform the men that they will not engage the enemy until my arrival. They are only to move if attacked or if the rebels try to flee. Yes, my lord, Kira's brother said, standing at attention. Your soldiers will be awaiting your arrival. Excellent, Captain, Sadi said, nodding to him. Sadi out. The hologram vanished, leaving a speechless Kira. Beric Lillis stood at attention. He looked every bit the good little soldier. Kira, she couldn't believe it. She turned to him, trying to keep her breath even. Her right eye twitched as she fought to contain her rage. Did you contact her? She asked her brother. Why? I didn't contact her, my lord, he said. Moff Gallic left strict orders with all the officers. We were to send a message back to Dana City when we were in position. Beric shrugged. Sadi must have been waiting to hear from us. Kira's gaze turned icy. She couldn't believe her brother could be so flippant about this. You remember my warning? Yes. You should not be speaking with her at all. What was I supposed to do? He asked. I was the officer on duty here. I had. She stopped him with a raised hand. Her vision was tinged with red. It took all her strength not to reach out with the force and start choking him, her own flesh and blood. I warned him. Her brother was quickly becoming a source of resistance. He did not obey her orders. First he had disobeyed her about Zen, but she had been willing to let that go. Her brother had a man's needs, and she was willing to accept that Zen could fulfill those needs. Now this. Was he conspiring against her with Lord Sadi? Impossible. Why would he betray his own sister? What could Sadi offer him that she could not? Her hands curled into fists. Her mechanical hand was clenched so hard that the servos whirred. A grinding sound escaped from her fingers. They are doing it to me again, she thought. Avi was given many tasks, but those tasks always suffered because of the actions of one of her supposed allies, and all those tasks did was make her look like a fool before the Dark Council. Now, once again, Sadi was trying to steal her glory. She no doubt knew of Kira's growing popularity with the natives thanks to her family ties. The Dark Lord of the Itty system was seeking to steal a victory and make herself look better, or worse, by waiting, allow the rebels to escape, and as a result pin the blame on Kira for not striking when she had the chance. Kira took a deep breath and let it out slowly. Yes, she realized it was happening again. But this time, she was ready. A cruel smile came to her lips. She suspected that something like this might happen, and she had prepared. The tent shook as the comlink on her wrist beeped. She pressed the answer button only to get a single heavy tone. It was the sound of a live monitor flatlining. She almost laughed. Now it would begin. The explosions from outside shook the tent. Beric looked around in shock. What in the Emperor's name was that? Kira grinned. The burning of meat bags. Brother, she said in a silky evil voice. She laughed. It was a haughty and cruel sound. She turned away and went back out into the camp. The gentle light of the approaching dawn was gone, and in its place was a firestorm in the distance. A fireball had engulfed the distant squatter camp. Flames shot high into the sky as a strange, unmarked assault craft screamed overhead. Kira watched hungrily as the ship made another pass at the camp, though the bright light burned her chemically damaged eyes. She watched as several small projectiles fell from the ship's belly. The ground burst into flames wherever the projectiles touched. Kira closed her eyes and basked in the warmth of the flame, let it wash over her. Glorious, she sighed. Beautiful. The young lieutenant who had stood with her earlier ran up. His cap had been lost in the first series of explosions. My lord, we had nothing to do with this. A rogue ship. I have eyes, Lieutenant, she said. I can see what is happening. Yes, my lord. The young man paled. Kira suspected that he must have heard about Sadie's orders. Perhaps Beric had sent them to the men's data pads. Another mistake on his part, if he had. Still, he had been too late. She reached out with the force. Listening, she could hear the screams of burning rebels, men, women, and children. It sent shiver down her spine. Through victory, my chains are broken. She smiled at the chaos, the firestorm that had been unleashed. Oh well, Kira thought. So much for waiting for Darth Sadie. Once again, Kira reached out with the force, feeling the destruction, the loss of life. She swooned from the power that had been unleashed. It was incredible. She opened her metal palm. The red stone of Exar Kun was there, mounted within for ease of use. She tried to do what Necris had described, to reach out and touch the dead, to draw them away from the force and into herself. It did not matter if they were guilty or innocent, rebel or loyal Imperial. They were dying, and in death they were fuel for her power. She would take them all. She would take their lives and their deaths. They would give her everything. My lord. She blinked. The lieutenant had been speaking to her. What is it? She sighed, angry at the interruption. Did he not see that she was trying to feed? We have movement, my lord, he said. Sensors are detecting enemy forces trying to flee the camp. She sighed and shook her head. So much for sitting back and enjoying the show. She took one last look into the flame, letting the light and heat wash over her face. Strangely, she had a sudden flashback to the night her family had been killed. She saw the fireball that had consumed her home, the flame that had risen high into the sky. The memory killed any joy she felt in the destruction she was seeing. In its place was now rage. Cold, hard rage. Darth Sadie's orders were clear, she growled. We were to remain where we were unless the enemy attacked or tried to flee. She flashed the officer a cunning smile. Order the men to the transports and speeder bikes. We shall crush the survivors ourselves. As you wish, my lord, the officer said, saluting. He turned shouting orders into his comlink. Kira did not give him a second thought. She made for her speeder bike. She intended to lead this attack, to be at the head of the pack about to slam into the burning survivors. It would be fun. She caught Beric's eye as she made her way to her bike. He did not look pleased with her. Well, too bad. She promised herself on an AR Shadow she would never be weak again. She would never hesitate when carrying out her orders. Kira no longer needed the light to sustain her. Avi was gone, and the dark side was far more nourishing. She would be dining only on that from now on. She saw that her apprentices and enforcers were already on their vehicles. They looked to her for leadership as she approached. She nodded to them, silently promising to give them everything they expected, and more. She leapt on her speeder bike and drew her lightsaber. She ignited the crimson blade and waved it overhead. "Follow me, boys," she shouted, "to death and glory. For the Empire." Answering cries rang out as she gunned the engine and went flying towards the distant firestorm, Zen and Dime speeders flanking her own, with the 4 enforcers bringing up the rear. Nar's pets running alongside, amazingly able to keep the pace with the much faster speeder bikes. The troop transport and walkers rumbled after them. They would arrive a few seconds after the bikes finished their first run of the now burning camp. Kira's heart beat like a war drum, anger and adrenaline fueling her, strengthening her resolve. This will not be a battle, she reminded herself. This will be a massacre. Good? She was starting to fear she had gotten out of practice. The first to die had been a young man in a blue coat. He had barely had time to look up when he had seen the Sith speeders emerge from the long grass. He had not even had time to scream. Snick! Kira's lightsaber took his head with a single stroke. She fired the bike's forward cannon, scattering a group of rebels trying to restore one of their barricades. The survivors scattered easy prey for her apprentices and enforcers. Kira laughed. It would all be over in seconds. The walkers came into range as the bikes just finished their first pass. Heavy cannons blasted the fleeing survivors. Some fell to their knees trying to surrender. The Sith cut them down. Troopers began to disembark from their transports. Blast fire flew between the now disorganized rebels and the determined Sith troops. This is already over, she thought with a cruel grin. Why don't they just lay down and die? Again Kira tried to reach out and claim the death around her. She tried to do as Necris showed her, but found it too hard. Too much else was happening. The destruction, the chaos of war made it hard for her to focus. Her purple eyes widened. What was this now? She felt it, a tremor in the force, a warning. She pulled her speeder to a stop and looked around. Danger. She sensed danger. A burned rebel shouted a war cry and charged her. Kira did not waste her time trying to deal with him. She reached out with the force. Snap! The man's neck broke with resounding crunch. He fell with barely a gurgle. Be silent, she hissed. I'm concentrating. She looked around the battlefield, or rather the site of the slaughter. Several of the squatters tried to surrender only to be cut down by troopers ordered to spare no survivors. No threat there. She watched as the walker stepped over one of the broken barricades and fired on what had once been some type of meeting hall. What was left exploded into splinters. Again, no real threat. Her eyes narrowed. Had she been wrong? She had felt. She watched as her enforcers made another pass. The attack came without warning, but it was not directed at her. She hissed. So, that is what it was. Rey's and Gull's speeders had been right behind Chilled. The Twi'lek enforcer had been enjoying the slaughter, blood drunk on the death all around her. She had not been watching her back, and paid for it. Rey's cannon barked crimson death. The Twi'lek speeder bike exploded. Chill did not explode with it. The Force must have warned her at the last moment. The Twi'lek leapt into the air, and after a twisting somersault in midair came down lightly, and drew her blade. Her light baton flashed crimson as she whirled it defensively. She hissed angrily, showing her white fangs. Rey spun around as his brother brought his speeder to stop. He was shouting at Rey's, but his voice was lost in the roar of battle. Rey charged his fellow enforcer. Chill sidestepped at the last minute. Avoiding being run down, she ducked under the blonde man's swinging blade. She leaned backward, arching her back, as the weapon passed within an eyelash of her nose. Her poncho caught fire, causing the Twi'lek to tear it off and throw it away. Again she entered a defensive stance, her weapon in front of her, as Rey swung around and sped towards her once again, trying to make another pass. He did not get the chance. Kira had seen enough. She could have destroyed the speeder with the man on it. She could have ripped out his fuel cell and turned the bike into a flying bomb. She did not. She raised her hand and seized Rey's physically in a grip like a Durasteel vice. He flew from his bike and found himself floating in mid-air. The vehicle's kill switch triggered, causing it to coast to a stop. Reyes fought to free himself. He struggled trying to use the Force to tear himself away from her. Qi'ra did not give him a chance. She twisted her hand. Pop! 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 Reyes cried out in agony. Qi'ra advanced, her smile cold and imperious. She had just pulverized 3 of his toes, and they were only just getting started. She laughed. This massacre had quickly lost its appeal, the fun turning into merely a mopping-up operation. She was actually happy that Reyes had provided her with a break from the tedium. Of course, there were still questions to be asked. Namely, why? Why attack a fellow Sith in the middle of a battle? She was eager to hear his excuse. The other Sith arrived, their own bike skidding to a halt near her. Master, Zen called out. What is going on? Dime shouted, looking around for enemies. Nar joined them, his Tukata running to his side. What are you doing, Lord Avaryss? Release him? Qi'ra's eyes narrowed. Who was Nar to give her orders? She started to raise her hand, to punish him. My lord. Barrick's voice stopped her. Her brother arrived with a squad of troopers. What is going on? Before she could respond, Chilled beat her to the punch. Reyes attacked me, she hissed. Bad Reyes. Bad, naughty, Reyes. Qi'ra shook her head. Chill's way of thinking surprised her sometimes. Is that true? Barrick asked his sister. It is true, Qi'ra said in a silky, cruel voice. I saw him. Reyes hissed and struggled. He glared down at Qi'ra. You will pay for this, Inquisitor. He said, I'm one of Darth Sadi's favorites. She will. Pop. Reyes cried out again. I just broke every bone in your left hand, Qi'ra informed him. This is but the first of torment. Her purple eyes twinkled with mischief. Tell me, Reyes, how long have you belonged to the rebels? The enforcer's eyes widened. I don't. Pop. Pop. More screaming. Qi'ra licked her lips hungrily. You attacked one of my enforcers during a fight against the rebellion. Am I supposed to believe that you were not motivated by loyalty to my enemies? It wasn't about the rebels. It wasn't. Then why? She demanded. Who asked you to kill Chilled? Why did you try it? She tightened her force grip on the man. Why? I will speak only to Sadi. He shouted, she is my lord. Qi'ra rolled her eyes. Poor fool. In truth, Qi'ra already knew why Reyes had tried to kill the Twi'lek. Sadi had no doubt thought to use this lesson as a chance to rid herself of a troublesome enforcer, one who was not so easily manipulated. She had likely charged Reyes with the job. The fool, Qi'ra thought. What did he think would happen? Did he think that Sadi would reward him for this? He was a loose end and would need to be tied up. Qi'ra smirked. She had no desire to give the lord of the Idi system the chance. Sadi is the lord of this system, Qi'ra said, but you are assigned to me, you and all the enforcers. Your lives and deaths are in my hands. She laughed. Sadi has no say in what happens next. Qi'ra felt a shift around her, a sense of unease. She frowned. Was Sadi so terrifying? Did even her own people fear the Lord's wrath? Weaklings, she thought. Cowards. Barrick came up to her. Perhaps you should wait, my lord, he said loud enough for all to hear, but then stepped in closer so only she could hear him. Think of what you are doing, sister. Don't be foolish. She considered his counsel and decided to ignore it. She used the force to snap all the bones and raise his right arm. He howled in agony. Brother, he shouted at Gul. Brother, help me. Qi'ra looked over at Gul. If the misshapen fool tried anything, he did not move. If anything, he gave his prettier brother a lopsided grin. You can't sweet talk your way out of this, Reyes, he said. You remember the rules? Yes. As a Sith, you are free to do as you will, unless you get caught. Gul grinned up at his brother. I will not miss your arrogant jibes at my behalf, brother. He turned to Qi'ra. Do as you will, my lord. You have command. Kill him, mother. Chill squealed, jumping up and down. Make him well. Darth Sadi will not like this, my lord, Nar called out. Qi'ra was aware of that, but again, She did not care. You should turn him over to the law, my lord, Beric said. Sadi is. Beric stopped speaking. His sister had heard enough. She used the force to freeze his jaw. He looked at her with shock as he realized he could not speak. She eyed him with a look of cold fury. The next person to say Sadi's name around me will lose their tongue, she shouted. She had made sure that everyone could hear her. She wanted to make sure they knew exactly what she was doing. Kira shook her head. She had had enough. She found herself thinking of Alaria, the overseer at Butcher's Clearing. She had executed one of her own lieutenants in the manner that Kira was about to execute Reyes. At the time, she had only just been promoted to a second-level acolyte. She had been impressed by the power that the overseer had wielded. Now, as she used it herself, she realized just what a small thing it was, how easy it was to kill one so far beneath her. It amused her. My friends and allies, she shouted, I fear that some of you do not realize exactly who it is you are working for. I get the feeling that most of you think that you are dealing with the Mirror Apprentice, Darth Fier's errand girl. Kira smiled. I'm no mere errand girl. I'm not even a mere Sith. I am a Darth. The Dark Council named me such for my strength and willingness to serve. That or they were trying to manipulate me, Kira thought to herself, but did not bother to tell the others that. It was none of their affair. All they had to do was obey. That was all that mattered. I learned one thing as a child, she continued, that to contend with the Darth was to court death. I learned that a Darth was death personified. She looked at Beric. He had stopped trying to get his jaw to work. He looked at her with a mix of shock and fear. Given the mood she was in, he was lucky she settled for simply freezing his jaw. Damn lucky. I'm the Inquisitor of this system, she hissed. I have been given command of all of you, and what that means, what you all must understand. She walked up to Beric and looked him in the eye. A corona of red flame burned in her irises. I am a Darth, which means I am the law. She turned back to Reyes. He was no longer speaking, he was whimpering in agony. He wasn't even trying to free himself anymore. She shook her head. Pathetic. This is what Sadi did to her followers. She would send the Lord of the Iddy system a message. Enforcer Reyes is guilty of treason and attempted murder. I have borne witness to his crime and passed judgment. The penalty is death. She looked up at him. Her smile was cold and hungry. A past sentence now? Kira closed her fist. Reyes let out one final gasp. Crunch. Every bone in a handsome enforcer's body pulverized. The wet mess was only held together by his armor and clothes. It fell to the ground with a wet squish. Kira finally released her grip on her brother's mouth. He did not dare speak. No one did. Kira chuckled. Does anyone else have to learn this lesson? Do I have to make another example? No, my lord, the words were spoken in unison. I can't hear you, she sang out. No, Darth. They all shouted as one. Kira nodded. Better, she thought. Much better. She turned with a contented smile. Leave the traitor's remains to rot, she shouted. As for the rest of you, hunt down any survivors of this camp. I want a clean sweep. No prisoners, no mercy. Yes, Darth. They all called out again. Kira nodded. Yes, Darth, she thought. Damn right. It took only an hour to finish off the survivors. A few did try to deal, confessing that they had seen Tall Maritza. Their statements were taken, and they were all summarily executed. Kira was most pleased. Everything had gone off without a hitch, despite Reyes' screw-up. Kira stood by their camp awaiting Darth Sadi. The Dark Lord would arrive any minute. She smirked. She had some explaining to do. That did not concern her, not anymore. The dark side was flowing through her so strongly now. She still had not managed to absorb the deaths of her victims, but she was confident that with time and practice she would do it. It was at that moment that the ship that had firebombed the camp finally came down for a landing. It circled the camp once before settling down on the ground not 10 paces away from where Kira stood. She smiled, pleased by the arrival. Finally, she thought. My house is once again complete. The hatch hissed open. Steam escaped as the loading ramp lowered. It was a wicked little vessel covered in ebon armor and shaped like a teardrop with sharpened edges. It even had a name. It was called the Hunter Sigma. Its pilot was an associate of hers. She heard a loud clumping sound and turned to meet the pilot. "It is about time," she called out. "I've been waiting for your return." The droid's gray armor shone in the light of the dawn. The distant flames had finally burned down, but still cast shadows on the droid's glowing red optics. "Greetings, hello my master, it has been some time." She smiled. "It has indeed, HK Sigma 3. I do hope you are fully functional. You will have many meatbags to kill." The assassin droid tilted his head. Excited statement. "Oh master, you say the lovely things." "I'm so glad you approve," she responded. Query, "Did you enjoy my burning of the meatbag camp?" "I found it most diverting." "You did well, my friend," she responded. "It was perfect." Chapter 43. "You have changed, my child," Darth Fier said with an amused look on his face. "I can see it in your eyes." Kira smiled. When she had first received word that her master was trying to contact her, she had been concerned. Darth Sadi had not been happy about HK's involvement in the attack on the squatter camp. She had remained polite at the time and had not said a single cross word, but Kira had sensed the other woman's anger. Her desire to lash out at her fellow Sith had been great indeed. Yet, she had not dared strike back. She had simply accepted the fact that the job was done, and despite what had happened, both to the camp and to Reyes, had simply tried to take credit for the action, reminding all that it was she that had approved the mission, and that it was she that Darth Avaryss answered to. Kira had said nothing, though she suspected that she would face some form of reprisal, and that it would be soon. Fier's transmission seemed to be that reprisal, though he did not seem angry with her. In fact, she sensed no hostility at all. She sensed only a sense of pride. "Have I changed, my lord?" she said as she knelt before the hypercom. "I hadn't really noticed." Again she waited for Darth Fier to try and lash out at her, to punish her for disobeying Darth Sadi's command. Again, he did nothing of the sort. He remained amused. "I've been informed that you have been a bad girl, apprentice, that you disobeyed a direct order from a superior, and that you are apparently out of control, murdering your own followers for imagined slights." Kira shrugged. "Matters are more complicated than what you think, my master. I did not seek to disobey, but circumstances were already in motion when the orders in question came down. I had no way of changing them at the last minute. As for the murder, that was not done for an imagined slight. Enforcer Reyes was killed for giving aid to the rebellion and attempting to murder a fellow Sith." Again she shrugged. "As Inquisitor, I carried out my duty to the letter. Darth Sadi's complaints against me are only a matter of bad timing." Her master laughed. "Bad timing, you say?" "Yes, master." "Explain." "Before the attack I was contacted by my assassin droid, HK Sigma 3. It had just returned from a mission off-world and was looking to aid me in my latest endeavor. The ship that it had acquired is quite powerful, and best of all, unknown to all Imperial registries. We have long suspected that the rebels have agents in the Central Tower, feeding them information about our operations. I sought to keep HK's involvement secret. I finalized his orders over my private hypercom 3 hours before the attack began, and then, to make sure that no one could interfere with those instructions, I ordered him to go radio silent, to not respond to any transmission until the job was carried out." She sighed. "Sadi ordered the stand down only a few minutes before the attack was slated to begin. I had no time to call my droid off, and even if I had tried to contact him, he would not have responded. We agreed on total comm silence. I had no way to order a stand down." "I see," Darth Fier said, nodding, "and the enforcer that you executed. As I said, Reyes tried to kill another enforcer. He sought to use the battle as cover, but the other enforcer managed to survive, and worst of all, I saw him make the attempt." Kira sighed. "I did not kill him simply because he had tried to murder one of his fellows. He died because he was a fool and got caught. I understand Darth Sadi's anger, but the man was both stupid and weak. Her smile returned. I did the Sith Order a favor by eliminating him. The weak must perish to make way for the strong. That is the way of the Sith. Again Fier nodded. And the camp itself? He asked. What if it was destroyed, Master? The survivors? There were none. I ordered them all executed. An example needed to be made for what occurred with the civilian transport that was bombed. And how do you feel about that, daughter? Killing your own people, innocent Imperials. Kira frowned. She could have lied, pretended that nothing had changed, but saw no reason to. Darth Fier was sensitive she tried. Besides, she had no reason to lie now. She had done her duty. He should accept that. Imperials they were, yes, but they were also sheltering our enemies. Intelligence verified that the rebels had launched several attacks from the camp. An example had to be made. She sighed again. I didn't want to do it. I felt ashamed when I first issued the order, but I saw no recourse, and besides, I realized something when the task was done. And what was that, my dear? Kira looked up at him, her eyes glowing in the dim light. I felt free, my master. Those people were squatters. They were nothing, a drain on the Empire's resources. So what if they had been born here? They were mundanes, and their value to us was limited. I could have sent in the slavers, I suppose, but this was better, cleaner. I gave them the mercy of a quick and clean death. All those that escaped did not suffer either. My troops were both diligent and loyal. We spared no one. I see, Fier said, leaning back. And what will you do if your duty calls upon you to destroy more of your people? What would the daughter of Lilas do then? Again he tries to trap me, she thought, and again he simply does not see what has happened. She laughed coldly. I will do what I must to bring this rebellion to a close. All I need to do is wait. I must wait for another rebel strike at a civilian target. From there, I will be free to do what I must. For every civilian the rebels kill, I will destroy 10 of their sympathizers. For every recruitment center they bomb, I will order the destruction of any settlement that the rebels launch from. Kira grinned up at him. They are rebels and terrorists, but they don't know what terror is. I will teach them, and the fear of what I will do in reprisal will make any terrorist act committed against the Empire seem minute in comparison. The war will end because they will know that my will is stronger, my resolve undeniable. No one can resist me, my master. She raised her metal hand, lightning cracked between her fingertips. The people may not understand it, but what I do now is for love of my empire and the emperor. She bowed her head then. She had spoken her heart, but now she had to lie, to tell the biggest lie she could. I did it for the love of her next emperor, my master. I did it for the only Sith that deserves the throne. Fier paused. She could feel his emotions roiling. He was considering what she had said. That next emperor comment was a gamble, but a well-calculated one. Fier desired the throne, and thought his apprentice still committed to helping him seize it. He needed to keep thinking that. She needed to convince him. Finally, Fier responded to her words, the story she had sold him. Her master smiled. As I said, you have changed, he began. I must confess, apprentice. When I first gave you this mission, I feared that you would be incapable of completing it. Your devotion to the mundanes of the Empire has always been a weakness, a flaw in your character. Fier looked at her. She could sense his affection, even through the hypercom signal. Despite her desire to kill him, she felt warm. She basked in the warmth of his affection. Her master was proud. The man who had created her was proud. It was impossible not to feel at least a little bit of pride. What child didn't want to bask in the praise of their parent? When you stood before me aboard the Emperor's station, I was concerned for you. I thought you unready for this assignment, that returning to that place might break you. It nearly did, Kira realized. Avi would have broken here. The past was too much for her. Be it I'm not Avi, and I've reclaimed my life. The man who should have been mine now shares my bed, and my enemies know to fear the daughter of Lilas. Everything is working out the way it should have. Oradana will be mine. She smiled. Everything that Fier possessed would be mine. If her master sensed her desire, he did not show it. He continued to speak. When you first returned to me on Dromund Kaas, I sensed doubt. I sensed fear and confusion, but now, that is done. Fier leaned in, his face filling the hollow field, making him appear like a giant. Where there was once doubt, I now feel certainty. Where there was once fear, I sense only cold resolve. Where you were once confused, now you understand, now you can see. Her master beamed with pride. At last, my dear, you are finally growing into your title. You are truly becoming a Darth. The affairs of the mundane are finally beneath you. You are truly embracing the power of the dark side. I'm so proud of you, daughter. Qi'ra could not entirely kill the blush on her cheeks. I will kill this man one day, but for now, he is proud of me. He is proud. She beamed up at the hologram. What of Darth Sadi? She asked. She is still angry with me. I will inform Sadi that you have been properly chastised. She will wonder what occurred, but that is none of her concern. It is a master's responsibility to discipline his apprentice when she falters. You will, of course, play the part of the chastised apprentice, at least for now. She nodded. I will, father, she promised, until I'm strong enough to take my rightful place at your side once again. Fier nodded. I now believe that day will come, apprentice. If you stay this course, you will be powerful enough to serve me when all that I desire comes to me. The throne will be mine, and you, Darth Avaryss, will be my first enforcer, and heir to the throne. Qi'ra's heart quickened, but her caution returned. We need to be careful what we say over an open channel, my lord. We have no idea who might be listening. Let them hear, Fier said with a cold sneer. Mar is tied up dealing with Revan and his fanatics. The other Dark Council members are playing their own games, and once you have secured Ordana and the rest of the 80 system, we will have uncontested control over the Empire's food and medical supply. Qi'ra's purple eyes glowed with excitement. We will have Dromund Kaas by the throat. All will be as I've foreseen, daughter. House Fier will rise, and House Avaryss will bask in the glory of being the second most powerful house in the Empire. Why else do you think I serve, my lord? She asked. House Avaryss will be the Empire's most loyal servant. I shall serve you, and my progeny will enrich the Imperial bloodline for the next 1,000 years. Always ambitious, my little girl, Fier said. Qi'ra could sense his amusement. He looked about to break out into laughter. She only just suppressed a frown. Had she said something amusing? Why did her master think the idea of her having a family was a joke? Because he underestimates you, the darkness whispered, so much the better. Yes, Qi'ra thought, that must be it. Let him think me a common servant. Let him think that the throne will still be his. Mar would see her value after her victory. She would once again push the idea of naming her empress, of her being a figurehead for the Cabal. Nox might question the wisdom of that, and the Emperor's wrath might think she was overreaching, but by the time that they realized what had truly happened, she would have her people in key positions, and then, one night, Qi'ra would cease to be a figurehead. She would rise out of the silence as a true empress of the Sith. The Empire would be hers. We must continue as we have, my child, Fier advised, but another matter must be attended to first. A distraction to your work must be removed. Qi'ra blinked. A distraction, my master? Yes, he replied. Tell me, apprentice, do you know someone named Chain, Inquisitor Chain? Qi'ra's brow furrowed. She had been so busy of late, she had almost forgotten that name. Almost. Yes, master, she replied. I know of him. Inquisitor Chain hired an assassin to kill me on Korriban. I sent the man's head back in a box to Dromund Kaas, as a warning. Do you know who this man is? Why he would want you dead? I'm not sure, my lord. A Sith is always cultivating new enemies. Fier chuckled. In this case, the man has become more than a mere enemy. He has proven to be a threat to both our reigns. How so? She inquired. Who is he? He is a man that blames you for the death of his child, and me for playing the two of you against each other. How he discovered this I have no idea, but he blames you for the death of your former comrade, the Sith acolyte known as Nas. Qi'ra's eyes narrowed. Her father, she thought. Inquisitor Chain is Nas' father, the Lord Inquisitor as his daughter had once called him. A growl escaped her throat. The man came after me because of what happened when I was an acolyte, she said. His witch of a daughter murders my fiancée, and he wonders why I killed her. Actually, it was Avi. A distant part of her mind reminded her. Still, Kira carried all of Avi's baggage around with her. The memory of the torture, the agony, the time when she was forced to endure wearing a breathing mask just to survive, being crippled and broken, having to live on Korriban with her powers cut off, pray for every other acolyte, having been forced to bow to even the lowest student. Nas had been responsible for all of that. The memory and the hatred still burned in Kira's breast. Chain has fled Dromund Kaas, her master informed her, yet, even now, he threatens us. He sought to empower several of my rivals, to hurt my chances of rising to the throne. I dealt with the problem, but the man remains a thorn in my side. He has also recently tried to hire a bounty hunter to come after you, my child. Kira snarled at that. Avaryss had defeated a Sith assassin, and now the fool thought a mere bounty hunter could oppose Kira Lilas. The fool. Do we know where Chain has fled? She inquired. I could voice our displeasure to the man in person. Fier smiled at that. You should let one of your underlings handle this matter, my dear. You claim that you have your assassin droid back. Send him. Or perhaps that alien you picked up on Korriban. This would be a good kill for him to cut his teeth on. Perhaps, Kira thought, but at the same time, Chain had targeted her. She did not want to simply hear a report of him dying. She wanted to do the deed herself. She could probably have had the man brought to Ordana alive, but that would be a tough job. Dai might be able to do it, but it was likely the Inquisitor would die on the way back. The same went for HK Sigma 3. Careful, her conscience warned, Fier might be using reverse psychology. By saying that he doesn't want you to go, he may suspect that you will go. He may seek to get you off of Ordana for a while, or it could be that he is right. Did she really want to go off-world and leave Sadi to play her games in her absence? Kira shook her head. She could give herself a brain cramp trying to see all the angles to this, but in the end, she let the dark side guide her, her hunger for power and revenge. She could leave this to another. That is what a Darth would do, but, she sighed. She wanted to handle this one herself. She wanted to watch the Lord Inquisitor die, just as she had watched his daughter die. No, wait, Avi had watched Nas die. True, but Kira remembered what it was like. She wanted to feel that way again. She needed to feel that way again. There was a small amount of risk leaving Ordana, but she was sure that Bleez, Varric, and Zen could keep the planet in line, and Sinestra Fier would keep an eye on Darth Sadi for her, make sure the witch made no major moves in her absence. The woman had decided to extend her visit, get to know the people that her husband had put in charge of their holdings. It also gave her an excuse to remain close to Bill, who she still believed could be saved. I will need to distract her from that, Kira realized. Perhaps the time had come to finally reunite mother and daughter. Sinestra would not admit it, but she missed her firstborn. It had hurt her giving up her child, turning her back on her. Kira would give them a chance at a reunion. It might just be what was needed to bring Fier's wife fully under her control, put her in a position that she would serve in the downfall of her husband. As for the rebels, well, she did not fear their actions, not now that she had revealed her true strength. Let them threaten innocent people. She couldn't care less. All it did was make them seem more and more the villains, and make her more and more popular when she punished them severely for their cruelty. Rebel fools, she thought. Tall Maritza was a fool. He and his followers had nothing to threaten her with, not anymore. She cared nothing for the mundanes of Ordana. They were her tools. She would take good care of them, but in the end, their ends did not matter. They would serve her purpose one way or another. Yes, she realized she would deal with this matter herself. She would summon Ring and Holly. They would bring HK and dine with them. She would kill Inquisitor Chain herself, tear out his heart with her bare hands, and coat her fingers in wet crimson gloves. Yes, she thought. That is exactly what she would do. He would pay for threatening her rise. Ro would worry, but she would make sure that he understood before she left. She would make love to him one last time before leaving. That would serve to keep him on the right track. Yes, it would be the perfect motivator to keep her lover on the course she needed him on. "How do we find Chain, my lord?" she asked. Fier smiled. "I will turn over things to War Master Fier," he informed her. "He will give you the final details." The holo of her master vanished, replaced by the form of an elderly pure-blooded Sith. "Fier Mon, War Master for House Fier." "Greetings, young one," he said with a slight bow. "I do hope that you are well." Kira smiled. Once she had hoped to secure the old pureblood as an ally, but he had rebuked her after an earlier mission, making her question his value. She had not forgiven him for that, but was still willing to listen to his wisdom. "What do you have for me, War Master?" she asked. "I'm most eager to begin." "Inquisitor Chain has fled to the planet Tatooine," he informed her. "You remember it, I trust." "Indeed," she replied. "It was my first mission off Dromund Kaas." It was also the world that she had recovered Mr. Rink and met Holly for the first time. The world had been lucky to me, once, she thought. Hopefully it would be so again. "How did we learn of Chain's location? Who will I be working with on this one?" "Your contact on Tatooine will be a bounty hunter named Calo Nord." Kira's eyes widened slightly at that. "Calo Nord," she said. "Indeed," Fier responded with a slight smile. "You have heard the name, I trust." Kira nodded. She had indeed. The name Calo Nord was both feared and respected in bounty hunter circles, and had been for centuries. It was a name, or title, used by elite hunters for many years now. The first Calo Nord had been active during the war between Revan and the Republic. It was rumored that he had been killed, but every so often a new man or woman would show up using the name, and quickly prove themselves to be a top-of-the-line hunter and assassin. The name changed slightly with each new hunter, a different spelling or pronunciation each time, but the reputation and willingness to kill for money remained a constant. Some said that Calo Nord was not a person at all, but an immortal spirit of greed and violence, that the spirit possessed the most vicious and feared hunter of his or her generation, carrying on his bloody work. Personally, Kira felt that it was simply a title now, passed down from one hunter to the next, a holdover from the days that a hunter's name truly meant something. She smiled. Regardless, she was quite eager to meet this new Calo Nord. "Nord will be waiting for you in the cantina in Mos Ela," Fier informed her. He smiled that knowing smile of his. "You are not going to let someone else handle this, are you, girl? You are going to kill Chain yourself." Kira grinned. "You know me so well, War Master. He sent a nobody to destroy me on Korriban. I will not risk doing the same." Her eyes sparkled mischievously. "When he dies, this Lord Inquisitor will do so looking into my eyes. He will know that he has failed, and his life has been worth nothing. He will die knowing that his bloodline has ended. The father will die, by the same hand that killed the daughter. I will end their line, tear it out, root and stem." Fier laughed at that. "Spoken like a true Darth, dear girl." Naturally, she said a slight nod. He chuckled again. "May the Force serve you well, child," he said. "Good hunting." "Thank you, War Master." "May the Force serve you well." Chapter 44. Just like the good old days, boss. Kira smiled. She glanced over at Rink, turning her eyes away from the wonder that was hyperspace. The good old days, she thought. Her smile widened. Yes, I suppose they were the good old days. She hated to admit it, but she had wanted this for herself. Avi had come to miss her time as a free apprentice traveling the spaceways, hunting and slaying her master's enemies. That had been good, probably the happiest time of her other half's young life, or rather, her life since joining the Sith. Now I do it again, Kira thought with a sense of eagerness. I'm the hunter, and soon I will drink deep of the blood of my enemy, and he will know both fear and despair. Inflicting both on an enemy excited her. She could not wait to reach their destination. Her Fury-class interceptor was on a course for Tatooine. The bounty hunter Calo Nord was to meet them in Mos Ela. From there they would proceed on to Inquisitor Chain's hideaway, the hidden base where he had hoped to hide from Darth Fier's wrath. The thought amused the young Dark Lord. If Naz's father was so scared of Fier, he should not have involved himself in Fier's business. He had already lost his daughter. Was he so willing to join her in the madness beyond death? The thought amused her. If the Lord Inquisitor, as Naz used to call him, only knew, she could do far worse to someone than simply kill them. All you had to do was ask Darth Tarek. The thought almost made her laugh, but in that moment, she hesitated. Wait, it was Avi who had destroyed Tarek. Kira had been watching, but it had not been done by her hand. Of course, it did not matter anymore. Kira was Darth Avaryss now, Avi was gone forever. I'm free to decide the fate of my legacy, she thought with a wolfish smile. I'm free. The young Sith once again turned her eyes to the swirling tunnel that was hyperspace, enjoying the time and space-twisting splendor that her ship moved through so easily. I've missed this, Mr. Rink, she confessed, her voice containing no small bit of melancholy. The Dark Lord shook her head. I've missed the simplicity of this. Plots and plans are nice, but to move without doubt, that is truly wondrous. I've missed jetting off to engage one rival or enemy. I've missed having a lethal foe that only I can stop, a threat that I must face with only the dark side, my wits, and my lightsaber at my side. Rink smirked at that, making Kira laugh again. Listen to me now, she said. I'm turning poetic. Her pilot merely laughed. Like I said, he said, grinning, the good old days, just you and your loyal crew against the galaxy. His words made her nod. Her loyal crew. She found herself considering something she had not really thought about before. Was her crew truly loyal? Were they? She dismissed such thoughts as best she could. A matter for another time. She had an enemy to defeat and needed to stay focused on that. Inquisitor Chain would not expect this move, but she would not be overconfident. She would deal with the man and win yet another glorious victory. Avi would have done that, yes. Just like in the good old days. Of course, she realized this wasn't entirely like the good old days, not the ones that Avi had enjoyed. Rink was here. HK was here. Holly was back in engineering, still tinkering with the engines, trying to fix everything that Rink had done in the months he had been away. It sort of felt like a homecoming, but it was not. Dime was here, meditating, readying himself to face the threat of Inquisitor Chain. She was curious to see how the Muin performed. She was most eager to see what he was capable of. He had not really performed for her back on Corbin, choosing to sit back and let his enemies do the work for him. He would not have that option this time. This time, her apprentice would have to fight. I will need to let him work, she realized. Let him grow in his power and show off. Of course, Chain's death is mine, his life and torment belong to me. Yes, she thought. He must suffer at my hands. In the past, she had always been a passive observer, watching as Avaryss leapt into battle against her master's enemies. Now, it was Kira's turn to wage battle and destroy a hated foe. She looked forward to that. Yes, she looked forward to that very much. With Avaryss being gone and defeated, she now had full access not only to this body, but the memories and experiences that it had endured. The experience of Avi's crippling on the planet Corbin was the event that stuck with her the most, all she had to endure because Naz had decided to betray her. She remembered being tortured to the brink of death, being forced to wear a breathing mask for months while her body healed, that damage that had never really fully healed, her eyes and ears permanently affected by what had been done during that botched interrogation. Corbin had left her with scars. The memory rose up and made her clench her fist with silent rage. It had been intolerable. When Avi had avenged herself by killing Naz and claiming her place as Darth Fier's apprentice, that should have been the end of it. Naz was dead, broken, and should have been forgotten. Yet, now, her father had returned. He had sent someone to kill his late daughter's rival. He had dared to try and kill Avi and ruin Kira's life. He would pay for that, but mere death was not a good enough punishment for such a crime. He needed to suffer. She needed to make him suffer. He will beg for death before the end. He would feel everything, every single cut and burn. The thought sent a warm tingle down Kira's spine. Perhaps he thinks he is trying to avenge his beloved daughter. Well, I will make sure that he knows the truth. He will know how much his daughter hated him, that she lived only for the chance to become a Sith and retire him. She lived only to see him punished for his failure to acknowledge her, while he wasted away their time together with his work and his many mistresses. He would know everything. She would make sure that he knew. He would know what a complete failure as a father he had been, and then, when he was broken, she would destroy him with her bare hands. She would stand there and watch as the light faded from his eyes, and he fell into the madness beyond death. She took a shuddering breath, savoring the daydream. Yes? She almost sighed. Oh yes. You okay there, boss? Rink asked. You are breathing a little hard. Kira smiled again. She couldn't help it. She was excited, eager for a taste of things to come. She was thirsty for blood, and the anticipation was intoxicating. I'm fine, she said warmly, not wanting to share what she was feeling. She doubted that Rink would understand. She tilted her head slightly, trying to seem more relaxed. She decided to play the good leader, to put him at ease. If anyone should be asking if someone is okay, it should be me asking you, she said, letting as much sympathy slip into her voice as she could manage. Are you okay, Mr. Rink? The pilot shrugged. I'm okay, boss, he said dismissively. I can't say that losing Tia the way I did didn't hurt, but I'm on the mend. It will take time, yeah, but I'm not going to fall apart. You don't have to worry. He gave her a brave smile. Don't you worry, I got my head on straight. Good, she thought, nodding. Because if you fail me in any way. Her smile turned shark-like. I will flay you alive. The thought came out of nowhere, once it might even have shocked and surprised her. It no longer did. There was a time that Kira had rejected the paranoia that she had seen among her fellow Sith. The constant backstabbing and bickering had seemed wasteful to her. The Empire was the glue that held them together. Surely the Sith needed to get along to ensure not just victory over their enemies, but the future of the Empire as well. It had been a good idea, but it did showcase her inexperience and naivete. Kira was no longer naive. She understood the truth about the Sith Order and the Empire. Paranoia was part of the game. It was the hell that all Sith had to contend with. She accepted that idea. It was simply the way of the galaxy. She and her crew had done amazing things together. They had ended the Jedi conspiracy and defeated Darth Tarek, but now she was starting to understand her people, what they expected of both her and the Empire. She feared they would be disappointed. That business with the civilian transport had been a masterstroke. Another Sith would have understood that. Her crew, she feared, would not, especially Beric. They did what Avi asked when it came to enemies and military targets, Kira thought. But what would they say if they knew I ordered an attack on my own people? Holly would be mortified. She was a loyal Imperial. Rink, despite his roguish nature, was not what she considered a bad person. He would question her choice, and, even if he let it go and realized she had not had any other option, he would not forget. He might even become afraid of her. Beric would. Kira's eyes narrowed. Beric would be furious with her. She had killed their people. She had killed her father's people. Andor Lillis would never have made such a choice. She doubted that Beric would accept any argument to explain it away. He might even try convincing Zen to side with him. Love did strange things to people. He would likely even tell Ro. He might even try to turn my lover against me. That thought almost made her snarl. Never, she thought, Ro is mine. I will never let my dear brother take away what is mine. Never. She closed her eyes and took deep breath, letting the anger wash over her and make her strong. As it passed through her, she realized something. She had come to see her crew as more than just her servants and members of her house. On some small level, she had come to see them as friends, almost like family. Beric, Holly, Rink, HK, even Necris, and Zen on some level. She loved them. They were her house, her new family. The thought made her cringe. She had been so naive. In her mind's eye, she could see her brother's face. How he would look upon her when he found out what she had done to those civilians. The look he gave her was so cold, so judging. It was so much like the look that Andor had given her as a child, when his little blossom finally stepped too far over the line and needed to be disciplined. It did not happen often. Usually her father's scowl had been enough to bring his little girl back into line. Qi'ra had been the dutiful daughter once. Darth Fier had counted on that. He would one day learn that wasn't who she was anymore. A scowl alone would not work on her now, not even one from Andor or his eldest and only son. It would not be so easy for Beric, oh no. Qi'ra could not be cowed so easily, not anymore. She thought of her brother, his lover, Holly, and Rink, her family, her friends. I love you, that was the thought that came to mind when she thought about all they had done together. What they had shared. If they ever betrayed her, she did not know what she would do. It would be horrible, though, for them. The thought made her shudder. I love you all, but I will not let you take away anything that is mine by right. She imagined them abandoning her, leaving her because of her choices. She would not allow that. She would never allow that. Her eyes narrowed, her vision began to turn red. I don't want to hurt you, and I won't unless you make me. She glanced over at Rink, wondering what it would feel like to crush his throat with her mechanical hand. Don't betray me, she thought. Don't you dare. He glanced over at her, likely not realizing how close he was to death. The desire wasn't rational, but it was there. I want to destroy him. Is he plotting against me? I'm sure he is, but if I kill him, I lose his skills. The desire, the bloodlust was almost all-consuming. Somehow, she did not let it overwhelm her. She held it in check. I can't kill him right now, she realized. Someone has to fly the ship. You okay, boss? Of course, she purred sweetly. Why wouldn't I be? Your eyes are glowing, he informed her, pointing at her face. She frowned and looked at her reflection in one of the panels. Its mirror shines showing her a ghostly image of her face. So they are, she said. She could see the violet-colored glow reflected back off the shiny black metal. Interesting. Psyching yourself up for the fight, Rink said with a smile. As always, she said innocently. The pilot laughed. I suppose I should start feeling sorry for the guy you are about to unleash your powers on. The dark side gave her a vision of her bashing his head into the control console, not stopping until all that was left was red mush on the black metal. The thought both horrified and excited her with equal measure. It would be a guilty pleasure, yes. But it would also be quite fun. The image made her smile. Oh yes, she agreed, this person has no idea what is coming for them. Yeah, Rink chuckled, I'll bet. Qi'ra laughed a cold, wicked sound. Indeed, my friend, she said. Indeed. She leaned back in her chair and stretched. She was a lioness preparing for the hunt. They would be on Tatooine soon, the sooner the better. She was not sure how much longer she could contain the darkness within. The bloodlust within her demanded to be sated. Her crew was still loyal, for the moment. She sighed deeply. But when the day comes, she thought, I will be ready. Tatooine remained much as Evie remembered, too hot and too bright. The interceptor came down inside the city, accepting her clearance codes and offering them a space within one of the several hangar bays. Rink stayed behind to guard the ship, while Qi'ra led the rest of their crew headed into the town. They had arrived just in time. The sun shone down on the desert town. It was too bright for Kira's eyes, but that is what her darkened lenses were for. They made their way down the dusty streets of Mos Ela, the two Sith in front, with Holly and HK bringing up the rear. The winds had just started to blow when the interceptor had touched down. Now they were picking up. The grit stung Kira's face. Sandstorm, one of the locals had informed her, nothing to do now, but get to cover, and wait it out. Fortunately, the cantina she sought was not far. She hoped that their contact was already there, waiting for them. The storm would slow them down, but it would only delay the inevitable. Inquisitor Chain's days were numbered. She would be coming for him soon enough. Complaint, HK grumbled, this sand is getting in my circuits. I calculate a 14% drop in all system efficiency. The droid turned to Holly. Accusation: if this inept meatbag mechanic had remembered to seal my joints better, my performance would not be so negatively affected. If Holly took offense, she did not show it. She gave the droid a sweet smile. Pipe down, you walking toaster oven. It's just a little sand. The engineer shook her head. Don't worry, my engineering team will give you a nice oil bath when we return to the Emperor's wisdom. HK made a sound that might have been the droid equivalence of a snort of annoyance. Kira did not blame him. Still, it was not Holly's fault. HK Sigma 3 was programmed for self-sufficiency. If the seals protecting his joints were not up to specifications, he could have fixed them during his mission. She made mental note to request a full report of any upgrades he had acquired while he had been off on his own. She was curious to see how her assassin was evolving. He might have added something she could use on her enemies. A gust of wind sent another blast of sand into their faces. Despite the goggles and scarf she wore over her mouth, Kira could still taste sand. She spat and wiped her mouth. She heard Dime say. She glanced back at her apprentice. She could barely make him out through the blowing sand. Maybe we will get lucky, and the storm will bury this hole, he growled. I doubt we will find anything of use here. Don't be so sure, my lord, Holly said. Tatooine is a rough place, but it has managed to produce some of the finest pilots in the Outer Rim. The commander is not wrong, Dime, Kira added. The weak do not last long in a place like this. If anything, we Sith should endeavor to be more like the people here. The Dark Lord smiled. Never underestimate a survivor. If the Moon agreed, he did not show it. He simply coughed and kept his sleeve up over his mouth and nose. Kira said nothing about her crew's complaints. Let them be frustrated. Let them want to do a bit of damage to this world. It would only make them hungrier when they finally caught up with the quarry. Visibility was almost zero when they finally stepped inside the cantina. Kira did not bother trying to trigger the door by hand. She reached out with the force and hurried inside, the rest of her party following close at her heels. She spat out sand and wiped at her black robes with her metal hand. We will not be leaving anytime soon, she realized. She got the feeling that storm was just getting started. The Dark Lord sighed. Well, at least she now had time to deal with this Calo Nord. If they could not leave, then his chances of getting out were even lower. This bounty hunter will deal with me, she thought. I'm not taking no for an answer. The cantina itself was quite busy. She counted at least 30 beings inside the dark space. Most aliens she had never seen before, all trying to avoid the storm outside. The bartender glanced up at HK. He looked about to say something, but then the droid raised the blaster rifle he carried, letting all see that he was not defenseless. The bartender said nothing, looking away quickly. Kira looked around. Finally, she noticed a sign behind them, seeing it for the first time. It said, "No droids, no disintegrations." She smiled at the first part. HK was no mere servant, and he went where he wished. If the bartender wished to enforce what was on that sign, he would find that HK was more than up to the task of dealing with any complaint. Perhaps the man recognized what model of droid HK was. Either that, or the weapon her assassin carried convinced the man the value of keeping his mouth shut. Either way, she was pleased. Let the people here be afraid of us, right from the start. It would make matters go far more smoothly. She did not have to push her way up to the bar. The Rodian and 2 Duros standing there quickly made way. Kira pulled down her scarf and smiled as the bartender came up to her. "What can I get you, my good femme?" he asked. Kira smirked and opened her robe, showing the man her lightsaber. The man's eyes widened slightly, but beyond that, his expression remained bland. He bowed respectfully, not missing a beat. She had to admit she was impressed. "My apologizes, my lord," he said quickly. "What can I get you?" "Information," she replied, leaning in closer. "I seek the bounty hunter, Calo Nord." The man sniffed. "You mean the thug that goes into a bar and orders a glass of ice water?" Kira smiled at that. Now that she thought about it, there was something decadent about drinking ice water on a desert planet, something that suggested that you just didn't care. She would need to remember that. "That is him, I suppose. He is here then." The bartender nodded. "He is in the back booth. The man informed her, young man, slim build, wearing sunglasses and leather armor. He is the one with the two girls sitting with him. Kira looked over the man's shoulder, and sure enough, there her quarry sat. Thank you, she said, flipping a 100-credit chip onto the bar. The man took it without another word. Not missing a beat, the coin vanished into his pocket. This is a loyal establishment, my lord, the man informed her. If there is a need for violence, please try to keep it to minimum. There will be no violence, good sir, she promised, merely a business discussion. She slipped away with Dime at her heels. Holly and HK found a spot at the opposite end of the room, a perfect place to cover their lord if they needed. Kira did not think it would be necessary. Calo Nord was a businessman, and she was simply here to do business. Kira sized him up as she approached. She was not sure what to make of him. Calo Nord was young, she was guessing early to mid-20s. He was thin as a whip, but muscular in the arms and legs. His pale head was shaved, with only a hint of red stubble covering his scarred scalp. His black leather armor was covered by a dark blue overcoat, and he had a blaster strapped to each hip, but that was not all. She gave the young man an arched look. She thought she could see a pair of lightsabers on his belt. Reaching out with the force, she realized why the young man had made such an impression so soon. Master, Dai murmured, this man is. I sense it too, apprentice. Kira smiled. How interesting. This Calo Nord was force sensitive. She could feel it, but he seemed neither light nor dark, but something radically both. The force that swirled around him was colored a deep dull gray. Interesting, she thought. Most interesting. The bounty hunter barely acknowledged the two Sith as they approached him. Calo Nord was too busy teasing the two women sharing his booth. Both were almost draped over him, one on each shoulder. One Twi'lek and one human, both scantily clad. Nord had taken an ice cube from his drink and took turns running it over the girl's bare skin. Both squealed whenever he touched them, giggling and grinning. The human girl reached into the drink and plucked another cube. She popped it into her mouth and kissed the bounty hunter deeply. When she pulled away, Calo Nord now held the cube between his teeth. The girl grinned hungrily at him. She was clearly enjoying the game. Kira rolled her eyes and cleared her throat. She had neither the time nor the patience for man to finish playing with his toys. She had a Sith Inquisitor to kill. Calo Nord noticed her for the first time. He smiled at her as the girl snuggled closer to him, the Twi'lek draping her leku over his shoulder. Despite the dim light of the cantina, Calo's eyes remained covered by a pair of dark glasses. Kira could just make out her reflection in those lenses. If the bounty hunter was intimidated by the two Sith, he did not show it. You must be Lord Avaryss, he said, sounding a bit bored. Calo Nord at your service. Greetings, bounty hunter, she said with a curt nod. Send away your toys, we need to talk. Our discussion won't take that long, my lord, he promised. You're here about Inquisitor Chain, yes. She nodded. My price is 30,000, for that you get the man's head and any trophies you might require. 30,000, Kira said, nodding. Very well. Any apprentices that the man has with him will be extra, 2,000 apiece. Those are my standard rates for killing a force sensitive. Kira smiled. Well, he certainly was confident. Is that the price you quoted Inquisitor Chain? She asked. Was that what you wanted for my head? It was, Nord admitted. He did not want to meet my rates. I don't negotiate on price, Lord Avaryss. You either want my services, or you don't. Don glared down at him. You admit to seeking to kill my master. The Muin growled. I admit to offering to take a contract, the bounty hunter replied. He glanced back at Kira. I see you brought a banker with you. Nice to know you have access to your credits. The girls giggled. Dime hissed angrily. I'm a Sith apprentice, churl, he said. I was also a lawyer. He grinned at the man. Which means I know all the legal loopholes to avoid being arrested when the local security come to claim your body. It also means you're the most corrupt barf in here, Calo said dryly. Lucky you? Kira felt the anger building in her apprentice. She shot him a look and shook her head. The two men had just met, and already they were engaging in a pissing contest. No. She had no time for childish games. "So you did not take the job, Chain's contract on me?" she asked. "Nope," the bounty hunter replied. "As I said, he decided to be a cheap." "Lucky me," Kira thought with an amused smile. "I take it the man did not take no for an answer." "He didn't," Kylo said with a slight frown. "He thought I was insulting him, that I should lower my rates for a man of his stature." Kylo smirked. He sent 5 thugs to voice his displeasure. I sent their heads back to his enclave in the box. If someone does not want to pay for my services, that is fine, but I set my rates and decide who I work for. The Inquisitor did not respect that, so I sold him to you and your master." The bounty hunter shrugged. "I trust that you are not going to be as cheap as Chain was." Kira laughed. "Confident, this one." "Maybe too confident." "I will meet your price," Kylo nodded, "and pay an extra 20,000 if my team and I are allowed to accompany you." That comment made the young man frown. "I work alone, my lord, and besides, if something were to happen to you, if you were killed during the mission, or had an accident on the way, my paycheck might get lost." Kylo gave her a cold smile. "I tried to keep my clients alive, at least until I have their credits in hand." "Understandable," Kira replied. "I believe there is a Hunters Guild office somewhere in Mos Ela. I shall transfer your payment to an escrow account there. That way your payment will be safe and payable upon confirmation of the target's death." She gave him a smile as cold as his. "Thought, if you are thinking of luring me into the desert, killing me, and trying to collect on both me and Inquisitor Chain, know that you will not have an easy time of it. My team is loyal, and they will avenge their master if it comes to that." Kylo sneered at the veiled threat. "I'm not the type to break contract like that, my lord. I'm a businessman, and I live by my reputation. That reputation would suffer if my clients thought they needed to fear me taking out a second contract before the first one is completed. You pay for my services. I'm your man until the job is done." Kira gave him an amused look. "A man of principles, how reassuring," she said. Kylo shrugged dismissively. "I'm a man of standards, Lord Avaryss. It is why I can charge so much for my skills. My clients know they are getting the best. And to answer your earlier question, there is a guild office in this town. Your suggestion is acceptable." "Good," Kira nodded. "We have a deal then." 10,000 up front, Kylo said, "for allowing you and your people to accompany me. The rest will be paid upon completion of the job and confirmation of merchandise's retirement." "Done," Kira said. "I will transfer the first part of the payment before we leave, and the rest of the money will be held in the guild office until the job is done." "Very well," Kylo said with a curt nod. "You may consider my services engaged." The hunter grinned. "Shall we have a drink to celebrate our deal? The storm still rages, and I still have 2 matters to attend to." The girls at the bounty hunter's side giggled. They snuggled closer to the young man. Kira resisted the urge to roll her eyes. Not that she could affect his choice in any way. They would have to wait after all, until the storm subsided. Let the hunter have his fun. If he is as good as the dossier she had found on him had said, he would be worth the trouble. "Why not?" she said with a friendly smirk. "Dime, be a good apprentice, and bring me a drink." "Yes, my lord," the moon said with a bow. "What would please you?" Kira grinned. Chain and Darth Fier's blood would be nice, but she would have those soon enough. For now, she might as well indulge. "What else, apprentice?" she said playfully. "Ice water." Chapter 45. We're surrounded. No one make any sudden moves. Kira blinked as she surveyed the dunes around them, both with her eyes and the Force. The desert around them was desolate. It was just endless dunes of empty sand, with the occasional dust devil spinning its way across the surface. "I sense nothing," she thought, "but that does not mean that nothing is there." Kylo Nord had led them into the dune sea, taking them to Inquisitor Chain's stronghold, the fallback spot he fled to after his schemes against Darth Fier had failed. Kira had welcomed the chance to go, when the storm had finally died down. As he had before, Darth Fier's man on Tatooine had provided them all with swoop bikes. According to Kylo, to approach Chain's base from the air would be suicide, its defenses designed to deal with any attempted air assault, or at the very least, in the case of a full-scale bombardment from orbit, endure for a few minutes, to buy enough time for the Inquisitor to escape. Qi'ra did not want that. Chang could not be allowed to escape. She would not wait for the man to rest, rearm, and come after her again. No, this game would end here. She would end it by taking the man's full head. He would die, just as his foolish, faithless daughter had done. And she would revel in it. They had been writing for almost a half hour when Kahlo ordered them to stop. The Dark Lord had been about to protest, when Kahlo informed them all that they were surrounded. Now here they were, stopped in the middle of the desert. Qi'ra and Dime rode on their own bikes, while Holly and HK had doubled up on the other. Qi'ra dismounted and looked around. She still could not sense anything. Her hand started to drift to her lightsaber. I wouldn't, Kahlo warned, these people tend to be a little bit twitchy when it comes to strangers. As she watched, Kahlo pulled up the white silk scarf he had been wearing, using it to cover the rest of his face, and then, from the cargo rack he had attached to his speeder, he pulled out a large bag and held it up in the air. What is this? She wondered. What was the hunter playing at now? He tossed the bag down, and in front of them, dismounting from his own bike, he walked out and stood before the fallen offering. He did not draw his weapons, simply stood, waiting. Qi'ra watched curiously. Her apprentice approached her from behind. What is going on? Dime growled. We are wasting time. We should. It was at that moment that two creatures appeared from behind the large sand dune before them, clad from head to toe in brown and tan cloth. The humanoids approached the bounty hunter and his party. From beneath her protective lenses, Qi'ra's eyes narrowed. She was angry that these things had gotten so close without being noticed, but at the same time, she was intrigued. It was not easy to sneak up on a Sith. It spoke much about these creatures' skill. That was some trick, she thought. She had not even sensed the two aliens. A most impressive display. Both of the creatures wielded curved war clubs. Their faces were completely swaddled against the desert sun and heat. Plug-like lenses hid their eyes, while their mouths were hidden behind some kind of rebreather masks. Even to a Sith, they were quite intimidating. The larger of the two aliens, possibly the leader, roared at Kahlo, a battle cry that was a cross between a Tukada's bark and a human scream. Kahlo Nor did not back down or run away. He stood his ground, watching and waiting. Say what you like about the hunter, she thought, but one thing is clear. He is not easily intimidated. From behind her she felt Holly's surprise. The engineer had likely never encountered anything like these strange creatures. What are they? Holly gasped. Are they human? Clarification, HK chimed in. These are Tusken Raiders, or more commonly known by the slang of this world, the Sand People. Historical texts suggest that these are the original inhabitants of this world, though that is still up for debate in some circles. The locals then, Qi'ra thought with a smirk. No wonder she had not been able to sense their approach. This desert protects its secrets, guards them greedily. Is it any surprise that creatures born of it would be so hard to sense? When she had first come to this world, she had still been too green to appreciate the subtle way that the Force moved here. She had been too focused on her mission. Though the destruction of that Republic safe house had started her on the path to greatness, she now realized just how many times she had stumbled that day. She had been so focused on a single tree that she did not see the forest around her. It had been a mistake. Now, with time and perspective, she understood just how interesting Tatooine truly was. Some would look at it and see nothing here, just indigenous tribes and scavengers. They would be mistaken. This planet was so much more. Tatooine had been important once. Life had flourished here. It had left its mark. Qi'ra could not say what happened, what changed this world so drastically. One thing was for sure, the Force was not dead here. It had changed, becoming more predatory. These Sand People were proof of that. She could only imagine how harsh their existence was. Life here, it was all about adaptation. The Jaws had survived by becoming useful to off-worlders, traders, and creatures of business. The Tuskens were warriors, fierce and predatory. She could sense the hostility even from here. Kira grinned. These were creatures that knew the dark side. They may not recognize it, or feel it, but it had them in its sway. Harsh environments bred conflict, and it was conflict that satisfied the dark side more than anything. It was no wonder that Inquisitor Chain had decided to flee here. It was not Dromund Kaas or Corbin, but the savagery of this place would welcome him, just as it welcomed her. Now, it was simply the matter of determining which of them was stronger. Kira was determined that it would be her. The young Dark Lord watched as Kalo raised his hands, gesturing to the two Tuskens. There was a brief moment of indecision, but then the leader responded, using similar signs. Kira did not know what the signs meant, what the two were saying, but it was clear that the hunter had established a rapport. The smaller of the sand people scooped up the bag that Kalo had dropped and opened it over the desert floor. It contained trinkets, bars of base metal, rough spun brown fabric, a box of breathing mask filters, as well as several other mechanical devices that one might find on the common Sith utility belt. The larger warrior loomed over his fellow, inspecting the goods. Then with a nod he gestured for the other warrior to refill the bag, and turned to Kalo. More gestures were passed between them, and then the two warriors turned and left, the smaller one lugging the bag, the offerings that the bounty hunter had left. Tribute. Kira realized in that moment they were paying tribute to these creatures. Her Sith pride bristled at that, but any anger she felt quickly passed. She had not sensed the Tuskens' approach, who knew how many others might be hiding out there. Kalo returned to the party, pulling down his scarf and revealing his face. "We have safe passage now," he informed them. "As long as we don't attack any Tusken or Bantha, we are granted the right to pass unmolested through these lands." Dime sneered at him. "We could have just easily killed them," the Muin said. "What savage stands a chance before the power of the dark side?" "You think there is no more than those two out there?" Kalo asked. "The clan has been tracking us for a while now. I saw at least 2 herds of Banthas as we passed." Kalo shook his head. "I'm guessing there are probably 30 or 40 warriors out there right now, watching us. Could we take them? Maybe. Of course, that means that we would be fighting a running battle on our way to Inquisitor Chain's enclave. We would arrive with depleted weapons and numerous injuries." He turned to Kira. "Surprise is wiser than a full-scale assault, at least until we breach the outer defenses. I've scoped out the layout of the place. It is designed to keep a large force out and hold out against a strike from space. A lone warrior or small team should be able to infiltrate the place, no problem." Kira nodded. The bounty hunter's logic was sound. Why waste their energy fighting the sand people if they did not need to? It would be a good diversion, but would not contribute to her final goal. It might even hinder the search for that prize. "We shall accept the terms that Kalo has brokered. Dime," she informed her apprentice. "We will have our share of blood soon enough, and with it, a victory over an enemy that has overreached himself for the very last time." Dime snorted, but he was smart enough not to argue with his master, not in front of others. "As you say, my lord," he said, bowing to Kira. She turned her attention back to Kalo. "Well done, bounty hunter." He smirked at her. "I'm looking at a 60,000 credit payday when this is done, my lord. I can afford to buy several hundred credits worth of trinkets to bribe the natives." A wise attitude, she thought. Kalo continued to impress her. "Tell me about Chain's defenses," she inquired. "What kind of resistance can we expect?" 50 troopers at least, plus a company of those battle droids you Sith like to deploy. I didn't get a chance to see the whole place, but it looks like the Inquisitor is working out of one of the mobile bases your military uses when establishing a beachhead on a new world. It's set down over what might have been an old mining complex. I think your boy repurposed it, turned it into some kind of research center. I saw people in lab coats, scientists and technicians." Kira considered that. Scientists and technicians. It sounded like Chain had not simply come to this world to hide after all. He may have had a purpose here, a purpose that her master had not decided to share with her. No surprise there, she thought. The last year or so of her training he had tried to keep her in the dark, or rather, keep Avi in the dark. Kira shook her head. It was strange how easily she identified with Abby now, how she had started to view her former self as simply being an extension of her. And why not, she thought, I've claimed this body as my own, its experiences are mine, by right as well. For all intended purposes, she was Avaryss, all that was hers is now mine. Everything her other self had been was now hers. One day she would reveal her true nature, but, then again, Darth Kira did not sound as intimidating as Darth Avaryss. She frowned slightly. Perhaps she should keep the name as a trophy, if nothing else. We can expect some security probes on the perimeter, Kahlo continued, but they are not too bright. I already have a way around them. So, Dime said, we disable the probes and slip in undetected. The Muin nodded. What happens once we're inside? Kira gave him a predatory smile. That apprentice, she purred, is when the fun begins. The thought made her shiver. Yes? Such fun. It was just turning first dusk when they reached Chain's hideaway. The group brought the swoop bikes to a stop a safe distance from the probe's patrol route, not wishing to be picked up on their scanners yet. Kahlo went in alone. His plan to get them inside was fairly straightforward, and what he would have done had he come here on his own. The hunter had memorized the timing of guards' patrols. Before dusk he had noticed that Chain would send out a single speeder of guards to do one final check of the perimeter before the base shut down for the night. A team of 4, he had observed the troopers stopping random probes to collect data before heading back to the facility. He would disable several of the droids using ion charges. He would do this at the opposite side of the facility that Kira and her crew intended to enter. When the guards stopped to check on the droids, he would deal with them, and use the attack as a diversion to draw out the base's defenders. While he was doing that, a group of secondary ion charges would disable the probes closest to Kira and her party, offering them a chance to slip in with minimal resistance. The plan was for the hunter to rendezvous with them once he had cleared the perimeter. An audacious plan, she thought. If the guards proved too many, Kahlo would likely be killed, a fact that she brought up when he told her what he intended to do. He merely smiled. Don't worry about me, my lord. I don't intend to die out here, not when I have such a large reward waiting when this job is done. It was arrogance on his part, yes, but she sensed the strength in him, not the strength of a Sith, perhaps, but something formidable nonetheless. She found herself growing eager to see what happened. She wanted to see just what was left if the hunter survived. Dime was hoping that he would fail. There had been animosity between the two since they had met. Kira did not doubt that her apprentice would not come to the man's rescue if he was overwhelmed. Nor should he. She realized, if the fool was stupid enough to get caught unaware, he deserved to die. Plus, she would not need to pay him if he did not survive. It would be a win-win scenario. As they waited for Kahlo's diversion to start, she turned her attention to her loyal servants. Dime gripped his lightsaber while he paced, eager to get this party started. HK Sigma 3 stood at attention, his blaster rifle held aloft in one hand. Holly knelt down beside her bike, doing a last-minute systems check on her weapon. Kira approached her with a smile. It is nearly time, Lujane, she said. Perhaps you should change into something a bit more comfortable. The commander smiled up at her. An excellent idea, my lord, she replied, the X in excellent coming out like a lizard's hiss. A forked tongue flicked out from the engineer's mouth. As Kira watched, Holly began to change. Her human features faded and were replaced by a thick hide of green scales, her mouth elongated, turning into a cruel muzzle filled with sharp teeth. Where Holly had sat, now stood a transition warrior. The engineer's armor, which had been several sizes too big, now fit like a glove. Kira nodded. Good. Dime's eyes widened at the change. He turned to his master. I thought the commander was human, he asked. Kira chuckled. She is, most of the time, she replied dryly. Holly let out a hissing laugh, enjoying the Muin's surprise and discomfort. Kira pinned him with a cold gaze. Holly's secret is mine to protect, she told the Muin. She had proven very valuable to my house in the past. I would be most displeased if anyone outside of House Avaryss learned the truth. She gave him a shark-like smile. I trust you can keep a secret, for your sake. Dime nodded, He did not even take offense at her veiled threat. "Of course, my master," he said, bowing his head. "Your secrets are my secrets." She nodded, pleased with his answer. She regarded the distant base with a cool, evaluating eye. "When the attack begins, things will happen quickly. Dime, you will make your way to the roof of the facility and destroy their communications array. They must not be allowed to call for help." "It will be done, my lord," her apprentice promised. "HK will destroy any escapes vehicles. Our prey must have nowhere to run when the attack begins in earnest." The droid's optics focused on her. Proud boast, "It will be done, master. The meatbags will never know what hit them. Holly will access their computer system, download anything of value, but be prepared to destroy the rest. Whatever it is that Chain is up to out here, his secrets will be mine." "Yes, my lord," the now transition engineer replied. Kira's gaze returned to the facility, her smile bright again. "Chain is mine. He will die suffering by my hand. Once this is done, we will all rendezvous and retreat back into the night. We should also keep an eye out for a self-destruct button down there somewhere. We can afford no witnesses and leave no survivors. We must." The evening suddenly turned into the brightest of days. An explosion on the other side of the facility shook the very ground where they stood. Kira was not sure what caused it, and didn't care. "There is Callow's distraction," she thought with an amused smile. "He is playing my song." Normally, before a fight, she played mental games with herself, psyching herself, turning the nervous fear she always had before a battle into anger and hate. She no longer needed to do that, not since an AR Shadow. The hate and bloodlust came over her in a matter of seconds. The fact that the people they were about to face were fellow Imperials did not matter, not anymore. "They are in my way," she thought. "They will die for that." As the sound of weapons fire filled the night, she reached out with the Force, sensing the battle below. A group of secondary explosions went off, not as spectacular as the first, but still potent. These were the ion charges closest to them. The door was now open. They were clear to proceed. The last thing she remembered before the rage overtook her was Na's face. Her old enemy appeared in her mind's eye, calling her nothing, filth, a peasant. Kira snarled. "You know nothing of me, Nas," she thought. "You and your father are nothing." She raised her lightsaber, lighting the blade as she shrieked out a battle cry. Blood and hate. She leapt forward, surging towards Chain's base like a tidal wave. The Force granted her great speed. She shot like a blaster bolt towards her enemy's position. She noticed 4 soldiers lugging what looked like to be a heavy cannon and its tripod towards one of the base's land speeders. They never got the chance to reach it. She was upon them like a shadow, a blur to the naked eye. She sliced off their arms and elbow, their heavy load tumbling into the sand as shrieked in shock and terror. She did not let them suffer long. She was merciful. She spun around and beheaded them before they could flee too far. She barely acknowledged the deaths. Her desire to kill was overwhelming now. In that moment, she was lost to her rage, what her late father would likely have called having her dander up. It was far more than that. The dark side was singing in her, thirsty for death and destruction. More, she thought, more victims. I must have more. She made for the closest building, unsure of where the rest of the team was, and in that moment, she really did not care. Na's voice was ringing in her ears, calling her filth, peasant, and so many other insults. Her hatred of her former trio partner was all-powerful and all-consuming. Through the haze, she saw a few technicians moving on a walkway some 20 feet above her. The dark side did not let the distance stand in her way. She leapt straight up and landed on the walkway, landed in front of her victims. They gasped in surprise. These were not soldiers. They were not even armed. She thought of saying something terrifying and witty before she destroyed them, but the rage was too much, the beast within too hungry. She was not Kira Lillis at that moment. She was not Darth Avaryss. She was the darkness itself, a shadow that hungered for death and destruction. She reached out with the Force, seized and slammed them into the facility's metal wall. She did this again and again, shattering bone and flesh with every strike, and still, it was not enough. She needed more suffering, more pain. Feed me. The darkness within her wailed. Bring me more. She tossed the shattered flesh that had been the technicians away. She darted into the facility, determined to take more lives, determined to have them all. I will not be stopped. I will not be sated. The shadow is all. Alarms were blaring all around her. She could imagine Na's father looking up from whatever work he was doing, wondering what was happening. She took a shuddering breath, wanting only to peel the flesh from his bones. You are going to join your daughter, she thought. You are going to become nothing but a bleached skeleton in the desert, just as your daughter's bones now decorate the Valley of the Dark Lords. Footsteps approached her. It was another company of guards, these backed up by 2 heavy battle droids. They all seemed to wear Na's face. Give me the lightsaber, farm girl, they said in unison. I needed to finish my training. The gall of the girl, the shadow thought, the gall. First she murders my fiancé, now she wants me to give up everything that I've fought for, everything I've worked for. No. She hissed at the legion of Nas standing before her. You want my lightsaber? She hissed, you want my saber. The shadow flung the blade, letting it spin through the force. It moved like a saw blade. Some of the Nas squad got out of the way, but not all. Those that died only fueled her power, whetting her appetite for more. The spell was on her lips in seconds. She raised her hands gesturing and speaking in the ancient Sith tongue. It was a spell worthy of the high priests that had once ruled over Corbin, the ones that tended a living world instead of a graveyard. The Sith magic struck the survivors. The flesh began to melt off their bones. They looked like so many candles, helpless before the rage of the shadow and the power of the dark side. The war droids fell from a forced push. She turned their metal bodies into battering rams, smashing through the closest wall and out the other side. A door slid open. A scientist stumbled into the hall. He looked upon the shadow with horror. She did not bother with the lightsaber or her magic. She simply rushed him and seized him by the head. She twisted it vicious, snapping bone with the ease of crumpling a piece of paper. And it was still not enough. The shadow needed more. The very world had turned blood red. Destroy, he thought. Kill the universe. I. Sometime later, Kira woke up. She found herself standing in a control room, alarms blaring all around her. She blinked and shook her head. It seemed that the bloodlust had been sated, at least for now. She looked around her. The control room was littered with bodies, some in lab coats and others in Sith uniforms. She looked down at her hands. They were stained with blood, her robe splattered with it. She wiggled her fingers. Human hand was as stained as her metal one. Now, she thought, I have 2 red hands. The thought made her giggle. She could not help it. It was funny. She looked down at the bodies and sneered. Mundanes, she thought with a disgusted sneer. You are filth. You are nothing. You exist only to feed my power. Feeling a real sense of supremacy for the first time in a while, she went to the nearest control panel. It looked like it controlled the holocams that watched over this place. She began to type. The officers had not had time to lock down the system. She still had full access. She decided to check in on her followers, to make sure that everything was still going as planned. It took a few moments to cycle through the system, but slowly, one image after another, she verified that her servants were carrying out her plan. A camera on the roof revealed the destroyed communications array, that and 2 dead Sith acolytes. She could not see Dime, but when she reached out with the Force, she could still sense his presence, his excitement at losing himself in the battle. She nodded. So far she was pleased with his performance, so far. Another camera showed her where the facilities, vehicles were stowed, or had been stowed. Burning wreckage was all that remained. HK had done his job well. As she watched, she saw a pair of scientists come staggering into view. They looked at the destroyed vehicles and started to turn away to try and go back inside. 2 blaster bolts later, both lay dead. Just 2 more bodies among the others that lay scattered around the wreckage. She could not see from the view where HK had set up his sniper nest, but she did not need to. She was pleased. Her droid was doing what she asked. 2 images later, she spotted Holly, still in her transition form, defending the data port while her pad, now plugged into the socket, downloaded the basis information. The changeling seemed to be having little trouble with guards. Either too many had been drawn off by Kalos' diversion, or Chain's people were simply not that good at their job. A cruel smile came to Kira's lips. Speaking of Kalo, she wondered how the bounty hunter was doing. He did not seem to be in the facility yet. She again cycled through the camera angles trying to locate him. Hoping to. Kira froze as the camera locked on. It was a small courtyard outside of the main building. More images of death and destruction, and that was not all. Oh, Kira thought, licking her lips. Her throat had suddenly gone quite dry. Oh my. Kalo stood alone against the forces of Inquisitor Chain. The bounty hunter had shed his coat and sunglasses, his slim muscular frame on full display as he engaged his enemies. Her heartbeat quickened, her body warmed as she watched the slaughter. It was, she had no words. Oh my. Kalo had holstered his blasters. He did not need them. He fought with 2 lightsabers, one red, the other green. He didn't just attack the Inquisitor's men. He tore into them like whirlwind, a storm unleashed. It was beautiful. As she watched, he flipped over a speeder with the force crushing 2 troopers. A third he picked up with the force and blasted the man with force lightning. He flung the still crackling body into a fuel dump, causing it to explode, flinging shrapnel everywhere but in the path of the hunter. A Sith acolyte leapt to stop his advance and was pushed back. Incredible. Both Kira and Avaryss had considered themselves masters of the lightsaber. Though she preferred the styles of Makashi, Sarisu, and Sheen, she was no stranger to the other forms she had needed to be when confronting other Sith or Jedi. Kalo nodded. He did not fight with the traditional forms. His style was as chaotic as it was powerful. The acolyte could not stand up to the man's power. He was overwhelmed and quickly crushed. Kalo's blade leaving his body in 3 cauterized pieces. Vicious, Kira thought. The man is a savage. She took a shuddering breath. She had not been so turned on in all her life. She drew the camera in for a close-up. For the first time, she got a look at Kalo's face, at the eyes he hid behind his glasses. The sight made her shiver. Now she understood why he chose to hide his eyes. They were 2 icy pools that took in everything and gave up nothing. They were dead, cold as stone. He had no real training, she could tell that. He used the force like a club, like a bludgeon, but that did not take away from his raw power. He is a savant, she realized, someone who uses the dark side without really understanding how. His rage and vengefulness are in perfect sync with the power that he is tapping. It was incredible. Go to him, a lustful voice whispered in the back of her mind. Have him here, right in the middle of this battlefield. She found herself remembering the 2 girls at the cantina. What were they? They were plaything. She would go to him and show him what a real woman was like. They would tear off their armor and give in to their darkest and most base desires. He would quickly learn the difference between the girls at the cantina and a real woman. One who could use the dark side to give him a night of pleasure unlike any he had ever known. She would. What are you thinking? Kira blinked. Have you completely forgotten Ro? Have you abandoned Finn? Kira shook her head, her conscience bringing her out of her dark desires. It did have some uses, it seemed. She frowned, but still could not stop admiring the bounty hunter's savagery. Kalo is an animal, the darkness within her whispered. You are not. You control your power. It does not control you. Do not be a slave to your base desires. You are a Dark Lord of the Sith. Bloody, act like one. Kira took another deep breath, calming herself. Yes, she thought. As exciting as it would be to seize this young man, it was not what she was here for. She took one final look at the monitor, and then put her metal fist through the glass, shattering the screen and banishing the image. She stood back and nodded grimly. I will not lose control again, she promised herself. I do not lose control, I seize control. She left the dead where they lay. She reached out with the force, trying to find Na's father. He owed her his head. She was coming to collect. The thought made her smile. I'm no savage beast, she thought. something worse. A beast would just destroy Chain. She was not that merciful. The man would suffer, he would end screaming. You will burn, you bastard, she said with a wide, hungry grin. You are nothing. I am the Inferno. Lightning crackled between her fingers. It was time to burn. Chapter 46. Abomination. It was the only word that would describe the creature that had come crawling out of the shadows. Its limbs far too long, strange webbing beneath his arms, and if she was not mistaken, small stunted wings which flapped erratically on the creature's back. Kira wrinkled her nose in disgust. Damn, she thought. What in the Emperor's name was Chain doing down here? She had managed to find her way into the facility's lower levels. These were not part of the original design, the mobile base that had first sat down here. Calo Nord had called this an abandoned mining complex. Tatooine had a habit of drawing in mining companies thinking that there were precious metals hidden beneath its sand. Those companies had all gone broke for the most part, leaving their sand crawlers and droids behind, fodder for the Jaws to scoop up, resell, or repurpose. It seemed that the Yawa were not the only ones above a little repurposing. Chain had clearly spent a great many credits turning this place into more than a simple hideaway. He clearly had come here with a purpose that Kira was only now starting to figure out. As she passed through the abandoned mining tunnels, she had noticed many familiar-looking machines. Chain scientists and technicians had been very busy. What had once been a humble mine shaft was now a very extensive genetics lab and research facility. Seeing it all brought a sneer to her lips. What was it with her enemies playing around with genetics, first Darth Tarek, and now Inquisitor Chain? Why was the obsession of creating life so important to her foes? As far as she knew, Chain was neither an alchemist nor a scientist. Naz had never mentioned those interests when she did speak of her father. No, mostly she spoke of his loyalty to the Empire, his cruelty to his daughter, and his lust for young women to service him as his next newest mistresses. Kira shook her head. What would such a man want with such a facility? What would they have to gain from all this? It did not make sense. She had passed by several large artificial wombs, growth tanks big enough to fit a full-grown subject. These tanks were the same type she had noted on Tarek Station in the Inferno Nebula. Most of these were broken open, shattered glass crunched beneath her boots. The readouts on the machine were dark. Power had likely been lost down here when the attack had begun. Still, she could sense something special about these machines. She could feel a faint aura of the dark side around each of these containers, a sense of pain and loss. Not that it mattered now. She could care less what Chain had been trying to create. Right now, taking his head was all that mattered to her. She reached out with the Force, intent on finding her prey. Chain had not fled. She had made sure that escape was impossible. It was time to draw the man out, to end the matters between them, to finish this bit of unfinished business. As she reached out with the Force, something reached back. Its agony and hate stopped her in her tracks. It was then that foul thing before her crawled out of the shadows. It snarled at her. Waves of black hatred washed over the Sith Lord, taking her breath away. Interesting, Kira thought, as she gripped her lightsaber tightly. Now what are you supposed to be? The creature growled as it remained in the shadows. Kira thought about using the Force to yank it out and impale it on her lightsaber, but thought better of it. She was curious about what Chain and his people had been working on, and how she might turn such work to her advantage. Okay then, she said, giving the thing an evil smile. Let us see what you can do. She stood patiently, waiting for it to attack. It did not. It slid back, hissing and drooling like a diseased animal. She took a step forward. Come on now, she taunted, don't be shy. She activated her lightsaber, bathing the creature in crimson light, revealing its misshapen features. Her breath caught in her throat. Her purple eyes widened. The pale and misshapen, she knew the face that stared back at her, the large eyes, the spiky auburn hair, the pug nose. Kira blinked. She could not believe it. Nas, she whispered. The creature pulled back his lips and hissed at her. FRRMMGRL. Kira's shock passed. The rage and bloodlust returned. "You're dead," she hissed. The creature roared at her. She roared right back. "You're dead." Kira raised her lightsaber. The attack came from behind. Claws, like razors, tore through her robes and her back. Agony. She howled and whirled around, lightning flashed from her fingertips. Another of the monsters shrieked and flew back. Before Kira could leap and impale it, 2 more of the creatures attacked, these 2 striking from both the left and the right of her. The first of the beasts then joined its fellows. It leapt onto Kira's back, its weight sending her face first into the rocky ground. Her cheek struck the stone, as skin scraped off. FRRMGRRL. It howled in her ear. It was cry that the other 3 took up. All 4 were on her then, grabbing and groping at her. One pulled on her metal arm, trying to tear it from its socket. Another sank its teeth into her thigh. Another wrenched at the lightsaber still gripped in her hand, trying to disarm her. The original beast ran its tongue across the tear on her back. Kira's flesh burned. She heard a hissing sound. RRAGH. A wave of dark side energy exploded from the Dark Lord. The 4 creatures were blown back, 3 striking the walls and ceiling of the cavern. The 4th managed to hold on, gripping tightly to her metal arm. Kira rewarded its tenacity with a quick death. She activated the crystals in her arm. A blast of pure dark side energy exploded from the stone built into the palm of her hand, the stone that had once belonged to Exar Kun. The energy incinerated the beast. With final howl of defiance and pain, it burned at blue flames of pure hate and rage. Kira staggered to her feet. Both her back and her thigh were burning. She hissed and glared at the creatures. Acid, she thought. Its saliva is acidic. The monsters made a sound that might have been laughter. The one that had licked her back ran its long tongue over the blood on its lips. She felt a wave of pleasure from the monster. She was disgusted. These nasty things were hungry. They wanted to eat her. The realization sickened the Dark Lord. What had Chang created here? These were not just some alchemical monsters. They were a profanity. Abominations. Kira fell back, spinning her blade defensively. The howling beast within her wanted to come out, repay the creatures in kind for what they had done, but her self-control won out, this time. These things were too dangerous to simply leap at them and hope for the best. The 3 remaining creatures tried to close the distance between them. FRRMGRRL. The first one said. The 2 others repeated the cry. The world turned red, fury like a fusion furnace ready to go into overload filled Kira, burning in her breast like a lethal poison, a poison that could kill an entire world. In her head she could hear Naz's voice, remembered how her former comrade and murderer of her fiancé had looked during their final meeting. Give me the lightsaber, farm girl. Peasant, you are not worthy to be here. You are nothing, farm girl. Dirt. Filth. Nothing. Farm girl. Kira's heart pounded, the pain in her back and in her thigh barely registering. Her lips pulled back into a sneer. You want my lightsaber, Naz? She asked the monsters, huh? Do you want it? HM. The beasts looked about to spring on her again. She didn't give them the chance. You want IT, Naz? Have my saber. It is all yours. Kira flung her weapon at the monsters. They dodged, and it flew past them. But the attack was not done. The spinning blade came back around. Driven by the power of the Force, it whirled back around, towards the misshapen creatures. The blade bit deep into the shoulder of one, cleaving deep into his chest. The monster howled and stumbled, its flesh burning as the blade drove itself deeper and deeper. It lay struggling on the floor, trying to pull the weapon out as it cut deeper and deeper. The remaining 2 creatures leapt at Kira. The Dark Lord did not retreat. She leapt to meet them. The one on the right she shoved away with the Force. The one on the left she caught by the throat with her metal hand. Kira shrieked like one of the damned into his face, the dark side giving her voice even more power, the sound stunning the creature. In its dazed state it could not defend itself. She dug her metal fingers into its throat, not stopping until she felt warm blood splash her face, and still she was not satisfied. You will suffer, Kira thought. You will die choking on your own blood. The monster clawed at her wrist, Tearing at her sleeve, the claws sparked as they found metal, and crystal, Kira's left arm had no flesh to tear. She sank her fingers deeper into the thing's neck. It began to whine, bubbling gurgles escaping from his mouth. Suffer? Kira hissed. Die. She flung it away, the force giving strength to her arm. The beast hit head first. There was a loud crack. It collapsed in a pile of tangled limbs. The remaining nasty thing snarled and fell back. Its 3 siblings slain, it seemed a bit more hesitant to renew its attack. Kira smiled, her face stained with the blood of one of the things. Don't run away, she said sweetly. You still have a part to play. Whether drawn in by her taunt, or simply too feral to care, the creature leapt again. Kira raised her hand. Orange light flowed from her fingertips. A life drain spell. It had been one of the earliest abilities she had mastered, not as strong as a death field, but still quite potent. She drank up the life energy of Chain's foul creation. It tried to reverse its momentum and midair save itself. Kira did not allow that. She grabbed at his leg. Her hands glowed with orange energy. The creature howled and slashed at her with his claws, tearing a chunk out of her breastplate and ripping away the clasp of her robe. Yet, she did not let go. She needed energy. She needed life. She would have it. She would have it all. Her wounds burned, but that was not from any acid. The dark side energies within her were closing the wounds, burning away any poisons that these things carry, that they might have tried to infect her with. She almost laughed. Chain was a fool. Such freaks were no match for the true power of the dark side. They were no match for her. The creature's struggles grew weaker and weaker as she continued to drink of his life force. Kira shuddered with delight. Such wondrous hate. So much sweet pain, it was delicious. If there is anything of Nas within you, she purred, you should have realized. Kira laughed. Life had only one purpose, to feed the strong, and I am strength given form. I am a Darth. All life dies to serve my power. She looked down at the thing, its struggle so weak now it was almost laughable. You tried to feed on me, now I feed on you. She gave it her most wicked smile. I'm the apex predator in this galaxy, and you are simply an appetizer. The beast stopped struggling, its skin turned dry and cracked. Dust escaped from his mouth as it breathed his last breath. Kira shuddered as she snapped off the thing's foot, the flesh and bone turning to dust in her hands. So quickly, she thought with a frown. Why is it always over so quickly? She brushed the dust from her gloves. How disappointing. She reached out with the force and retrieved her lightsaber. She licked her dry lips. As was often the case, the thing's life energy had just left her hungry for more. A most unsatisfying victim, she hoped that the Inquisitor would have more life in him. This mission was starting to bore her. The sound of a lightsaber behind her caused her to spin, her weapon once again flared to life. She need not have worried. She smirked. Hello, bounty hunter, she purred. Enjoying your work, I see. Calo Nord stood before her, his armor scorched and burned in places, his arms and hands equally scarred. He smiled at her, a cheery, yet cruel grin. Some jobs are more fun than others, my lord, he replied, throwing 2 lightsabers at her feet. 2 apprentices, he informed her. I killed them in the yard. You are aware of my charge for such things. Of course, she said sweetly. I'm more than willing to pay for your services. She looked at him hungrily, wondering if he could sense her desire, her wish to reward him with more than just credits. Perhaps he is not that subtle, she thought. If he was, he would throw me on the ground and have me right here. I would offer no resistance. The thought sent a chill down her spine. Then he would know what it was like to be with a real woman. He did not seem to pick up on her desires. Perhaps he did not care. She sensed only greed in this one, a thirst for credits. Good, he said. Those cold icy eyes of his seemed to look at her, deep down into her soul. She felt another shudder of excitement, a brief flash of lust and desire. Those eyes, she thought looking over the hunter's toned body, so predatory, and yet. Her smile faltered slightly. They were also familiar. She could not place them, but she felt she had seen those eyes before. Obviously not from Kalo. They had only just met, but somewhere. She would need to think on it. Figure out where she had seen them before. She was most intrigued. She heard more voices and the sound of heavy metallic feet. She smiled. The rest of her team had arrived. Kalo shut down his lightsabers and put his sunglasses back on. He took his place at Kira's side. Dime and other arrived a few seconds later. Her Muin apprentice fell to his knees. He bowed his head in submission. "It is done, my lord," he said. "The facility is now yours." Kira nodded. Mine, she thought. Was there ever a more perfect word? "I have downloaded the Bassis Phyllis, my lord," Holly the Transition hissed. "Any secrets of this place are now yours." "Proud report," HK said. "All enemy transports have been disabled. No meat bags shall escape your wrath this day, master." Kira nodded. Her team, she thought, her loyal followers. She was such a lucky Sith. Who else could boast such allies? She turned back to Kalo. "I still need to find Chain," she said. "This way, my lord," he said with a tilt of his head. "The big Sith here had quarters on this level. I think he wanted to keep a close eye on the things he was creating here." Kira looked down at the dead monsters. "You knew about these monsters?" "I knew the Sith was growing something in these tanks," he said, pointing to the destroy growth chambers. "Beyond that, I knew nothing." Dime glared at him, noticing the torn state of his master's robes. "Avaryss could have been killed, bounty hunter," he growled. "You should have warned us." "As I said before, Muin, I prefer to work alone. I warned you all that this place was dangerous." "Enough," Kira said. "I still live, and task is all but done." She smiled at the bounty hunter. "Kalo has done his job. Now we must do ours. Come." She smiled wickedly at her servants. "The Lord Inquisitor is waiting." The group was attacked twice more on their way to Chain's safe room. The first attack had been a company of Sith heavy troopers, the type of soldier used to back up the Dark Lords when they engaged Jedi. The time of men who had been trained to endure the suffering of an enemy's force abilities. The attack proved useful. It gave Kira a chance to observe Kalo's powers up close. Her level of intrigue with the bounty hunter continued to grow. Kalo was no mere brawler. He knew more about the Force than he let on. She could feel it. Kalo knew how to focus his power, or rather, he knew enough. In battle, he generated a disturbance field that was quite effective. Kira felt this effect as she engaged one of Chain's guards. Her perception, her balance, even her ability to think rationally had been temporarily compromised. He is far more than a common thug, she realized. He could be so much more. "Why do you only hunt?" she asked him. "You are strong." She gave him a wicked smile. "Why are you not Sith?" Kalo sneered at her question. "Being one of your Empire's acolytes pays like Pudu," he responded. "As is, my skills are in great demand. Empire, Republic, Cartel, it doesn't matter to me. As long as I'm getting paid for my services, I'm content." "Profits are all well and good," she said, "but you could have real power in the Empire. Wealth is just a trapping, pretty, but confining. Power is eternal." "Perhaps," he agreed, "but I have my own desires beyond mere power." "You are after something. You have already found what you desire." "Maybe," he agreed. Kira almost laughed. Now she understood. Kalo was strong, but not so strong as to completely hide his desires. She knew now. "You seek to be more for a woman." Kalo did not respond. He did not need to. Kira smirked. "Great wealth will impress her. It will impress those that think me unworthy of her." Kalo Nord responded. "I've come too far to stop now. I've claimed this life, this identity, and soon no one in this galaxy will oppose my desires." Kira nodded. "Lucky girl," she said. "I do hope she is worth it." "She is," Kalo said with a slight. "Worth killing for, and worth dying for." The Dark Lord could not entirely help it. She felt jealous of this mysterious girl, the one that Kalo sought to impress. Let him have his plaything, the darkness whispered in her mind. You have Finn and Ro, which is enough for any true Sith. She nodded. Yes, it was. She had what she desired. One day, she would choose which would help her take the next step, to make House Avaryss a true family. She was eager for that day to come. The second attack was right before they reached the Inquisitor's chambers, 2 more of those nasty things. These had bodies that were more snake-like. The wing-like appendages on their backs were larger. These beasts also fought with weapons, each wielded a light pike, steel blade on one end, a lightsaber on the other. Kira stood back while her servants dealt with them. Both Kalo and Dime proved quite effective. She probably could have done the deed herself, but now that she could sense the Inquisitor's presence, she would do nothing to jeopardize her growing strength. There was a chance of being injured by the creatures. She did wish to risk it. Inquisitor Chain was hers. She would give the old fool no more of an advantage. Kira stepped gingerly over the dead creatures, ordering Holly and HK to hold the door. Kalo offered to go in himself and end the Inquisitor's life, but she refused the offer. Chain was her threat. She preferred to end it herself. He should have got the message after Corbin. Now he was out of time. Now, he would learn the lesson himself, and it would be a fatal one. She force-pushed open the door to his chamber. She strode in like she owned the place. The room was large and empty, no furniture, no art or flags on the walls. It was not the type of quarters that someone would expect of an Imperial loyalist, especially not a High Inquisitor. As for the man himself, he was not hard to find. Inquisitor Chain stood in the center of the room, his hands behind his back. He did not even acknowledge her when she entered. Kira sneered. Arrogant fool. Chain was clad in the armor typical of a Sith High Lord, crimson with purple highlights. His short auburn hair was graying, but still reminded her of his daughter. Yellow eyes glowed beneath a set of bushy eyebrows. He stood before a large glass chamber, another birthing chamber. She could not make out what was inside from here, but she did not need to. Another one of those creatures, she thought, but given the strange silhouette, it was clear that it was no mere monster. Chain sighed. And so you are here, he said. Fier's lapdog chose to come herself. He shook his head. A real Darth would have sent a servant. They would not have soiled their hands on such mundane work. Kira smiled at him. I've always been a more hands-on type of gal, she said. Then she laughed wickedly. I like watching the light fade from my enemies' eyes. I like to feel them enter the madness beyond death. She stepped forward and ignited her blade. I'm going to enjoy watching you die squealing. If Chain was afraid, he did not show it. He merely shook his head. When I was first told of my daughter's fate, I wished only to punish you, to see you suffer for ending my line. He turned to face her, his golden eyes flashing with barely contained rage. Now I see that I need not have wasted the effort. He sneered at her. I don't need to kill you, you little peasant. Your life is over before it even had a chance to begin. He chuckled. I will take solace in that. Kira blinked, unsure of what he meant. What are you blathering about, old man? His sneer turned into an arrogant smirk. Fier has hidden so much from you, girl. I thought to use what has been done to you to my advantage, to recreate what was taken from me, and use your fate to make a new child for myself, one more powerful than the daughter you took from me. He stepped aside so that she could get a good look at his child. What she saw shocked her. Oh, Chain, what have you done? It was another creature, but unlike the ones she had fought in the mines, this one was larger, more human-looking. More human, but not quite. The arms and legs had the right proportions. It was also clearly female. All the parts were in the right place. It was bigger than Naz had been, though it did have her face. It had the large brown eyes, the pug nose, and spiky brown hair. The only difference she could see was the short pointed ears and mouth slightly extended by a set of sharp pointed teeth. This creature also had full-sized wings. They curled around the body, shuddering slightly with each breath. Kira reached out to the creature through the force. She was shocked to discover that the beast was dreaming. When their minds touched, she got a sense of what those dreams were. He dreamed of Avaryss, of killing her, of tearing her to pieces. Kira grinned. Sadly, the beast would not get that chance. She turned again to Naz's father. Why make these creatures? She inquired, why not simply grow a strong human body? He sneered at her. That is your fault, as well, peasant. My fault. He nodded grimly. I thought to make use of the changes going on within you. It was not easy to acquire a sample of your genetic material, but Fier's agents failed to stop me. Kira's eyes narrowed. That is why Fier had sent her here. Chain had stolen from the Citadel. He had stolen her medical records, her genetic material. Why? What changes did he mean? I don't understand, she said. For the first time, Chain radiated amusement. Poor deluded child, he said. Fier never told you, did he? The man chuckled. Well, I supposed he wished you to remain focused on your work, not to be distracted by your condition. Kira's temper flared. What are you talking about? The man radiated only arrogance and amusement. Haven't you guessed? He laughed. Tell me, have you not noticed the voices in your head, the hallucinations, the mood swings? I'm sure your slaves have. They likely have been avoiding you. A chill went down her spine. Voices. Hallucinations. You can see the effects on your face, your body resisting dark side necrosis, giving you back your healthy glow. Sadly, it is not healthy at all. Not healthy at all. Chain laughed. I didn't need to kill you. All I had to do was wait. You're dying, you stupid little shudder. My scientists have confirmed it. Tarek murdered you when you faced his agent on Dromund Kaas. You have a year left, maybe less. Kira did not move. She couldn't speak. No, it could not be true. The man was lying. He had to be. Dying? No. She could not be. She was going to be Empress. She had seen it. She could not be dying. Tarek was cruel, child, Chain said. I'm sure you felt your powers growing these past few months. Maybe you even thought you had achieved a greater understanding of the Force, but you have not. He drew his lightsaber, ignited the blade. I thought I could bring Nas back, give her small piece of Tarek gave you, a piece that did not include a death sentence. The result is what you see before you, a monstrous thing unworthy of being Sith, but it is mine, and soon it will be. Kira had only partially heard him. She reached out with the Force, trying to find the lie in what Chain was saying. He had to be lying. She could not die. She was a Dark Lord of the Sith. She was death. She was power. She was death. She was. No. 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 Kira screamed, rage and shock morphing into raw unlimited power. Dying? No. The air exploded raw blinding fury. The dark side given physical form, and it raged like a hurricane. Chain tried to shield himself. He used the Force. Her power tore through his shields like they weren't even there. Her rage burned him like the blast of a nuclear explosion. The Lord Inquisitor vanished, his flesh blackened and blown away with the pure strength of Kira's rage. Bones flew through the air, all that remained of the Sith that Nas had once called the Lord Inquisitor. The source of the explosion did not care. Two voices raged as one in that moment. Both Kira and Darth Avaryss. The room blew apart around her. The wall behind where Chain stood vanished, blasted out by her fury. Only the pod containing the Nas thing remained, and that was because it had been anchored to the floor. The destruction that was unleashed was beyond powerful. It was extraordinary. Kira should have been impressed, but she was not. In that moment, nothing mattered, only the words she had heard. Dying, she thought. I'm dying. No time, she thought. No time. She took a shuddering breath. No. Time. Chapter 47. Where is it? Kira was almost unaware of the physical world. The sights and sounds of the ruined base seemed distant. Sounds of another world. All her will, all her attention was focused inward, looking, searching. The dark side flared as she turned her power on herself, scanning, seeking. Where is it? Where? It wasn't true, she thought. It can't be true. I've a destiny. I cannot be. She could barely think the words. I can't be dying. She could feel the cells of her body, moving and multiplying. Skin cells flaked off, hair grew, and a single bead of sweat ran down her back. No, she thought. I will not give in to this. She snarled silently. I will find what that fool Chain was talking about. I will find what is hurting me, killing me. She nodded grimly. I will use the Force. I will find it and I will destroy it. I will not die. I will be killed before I accept that I will die. As she searched, she became distantly aware of her followers. They had heard the explosion, the destruction she had wrought. They were coming now. Calo Nord, Commander Holly, HK Sigma 3, and Dime. Her eyes narrowed dangerously. Dime. If her apprentice knew about her weakened state, he would strike. Either that, or he would sit back and wait for whatever it was that was inside her to weaken her, to make her, and... No, she thought. No. I will not go out like that. I will kill them all before they can take away what is mine. Zen and Necris would also need to go. It would be a fight to be sure. Zen was a fierce fighter, but Kira did not fear her blade. Necris was different. She seemed to understand death and what it meant. Kira wondered if Necris would sense the change within her. Did she know that Master's time was limited? If she did, perhaps that is why she was waiting. Perhaps she intended to feed on Kira like she had fed on so many other corpses. The thought made the Dark Lord shiver. A Sith knew no fear, but in that moment, she was concerned, and in spite of it all, in spite of her great power, she could not find what she was seeking. She sensed no wrongness within her. Yet, she had sensed it. Chain had not been lying. He had been so certain. Where was IT? She had no idea what she was looking for. She did not understand, and that enraged her. The dark side continued to burn brighter within her. Its touch was so cold it was almost hot. It felt like her powers were eating her alive. I can't die, she thought, barely holding back a sob. I'm not ready. She was almost hyperventilating. She was on the verge of having a panic attack. It was in that moment that she felt something cold seize her. She could not move. She could not breathe. A presence filled her mind, one she had thought gone. Stop your sniveling, Kira. Everything will be well. The voice was cold and familiar, its harsh tones, that old familiar Dromund Kaas accent. Avi, she murmured. You were gone. I was, lost for a time, Avaryss said inside her mind. Kira could almost see her other half, hunched over, the glowing red eyes, and the heavy breathing mask on her jaw. Those red eyes narrowed. I'm back now, she said to Kira. You are in no shape to be in control. Let me out. I want to drive. Kira tried to resist, but felt herself being pushed back. No, she thought. It is my body now. I want it. If I'm living on borrowed time, I need it. I don't want to die stuck in the back of my own head. Avaryss sighed. The sound came out strange through the breathing mask. We've been dead once before, remember. We died on Corbin. We were tortured to death. Avi's dark eyes twinkled with evil mischief. Do not give up, Kira. We are not Jedi after all. We do not accept the end of life like it is something beyond our control. We do not simply fall away and embrace the end when it comes. I want to live, Kira whimpered to her other self. I want to see all my plans come to fruition. Yes, you have been very busy, Avi acknowledged. I'm impressed with how quickly you have accepted the dark side, let go of the light that held you on this plane in the first place. Your strategy on Oridana has been quite clever. Everything seems to be falling into place. Oridana is a distraction, Kira thought. Mar doesn't get it. Neither does Fier. Or Sadi. They don't see what I've started. But I do, Avi said with a cold smile. I've been paying close attention. Taya, Adaz, you are moving the pieces around the board most expertly, yet you still manage to hide the endgame from me. Why? What are you afraid of? Kira's eyes narrowed. She was scared of nothing. The plan that she had set in motion had always been there. Avi had dreamed up the initial ideas, but it was she that had taken the next step, after her trip to Anayar Shada and her embrace of her new philosophy. Kira had been moving ever since, silently, hiding her movements using pawns, people that not even Darth Mar knew about. Taya's trip to Zayast was part of it. Her agent was doing more than simply recruiting new allies. She was advancing her friend and Lord's agenda. Kira had also spoken with Overseer Adaz recently. He was most impressed with her progress, how far she had come in such a short time. He saw her as the rightful heir to his master, Darth Hakidus, and would do anything to help her cause. Her first teacher agreed with what she was doing, offered to help in any way he could. The rebellion on Ardana would end, and with it Darth Fier's life. Once her master was gone, the real work would begin, the only work that mattered. Finn would need to be told, she realized, if her time was as short as she now feared, he would need to be brought into the fold now, saved from what was to come. She had allowed her respect of her enemies to cloud her judgment. Her love of Finn had clouded her judgment, but now, the time had come for that to end. She had come to respect Jaz Darbin and Vei Ilo. They thought her some bridge between the light and the dark, a means to forge a peace between the Empire and the Republic. They were wrong. She hated Jaz Darbin. He had stopped Finn from embracing the darkness, taught him to resist it. He would pay for that. Everything and everyone the Jedi Master loved would answer for what he had done. He had made her weak, and she hated him for that. He would break, and she would be there to end what was left when he did. There was only one answer now, the true answer. Finn Shadowstone, the man she was bound to, would be hers. He would have no choice. Once her plan was finished, every single Jedi in the Republic would be dead. She would kill them all, from the highest master to the lowest Jedi youngling. She had planned to move slowly, get all her pieces into position before she struck. But, if what Chain said was true, she was out of time. She would need to move sooner rather than later. She would need to end the rebellion on Ardana now. If this was the end, all that was left was revenge. She would take it, how could she not? She was Sith. Revenge was part of who she was. My lord, are you all right? Holly's words brought her back into the now, back into the world of flesh. Avaryss shook her head. She had been gone too long. She could still feel Kira watching, but for now her other self was too preoccupied to hold onto the controls. The Dark Lord took a deep breath. She was back. I'm here, Holly, she said, looking up at the engineer. She looked around the chamber, saw the damage that Kira had done in her fit of rage. She smiled. It seems that I was a little naughty. Calo Nord looked out the shattered wall and shook his head. Remind me to never make you mad, he said with a shrug. Dime walked past her, his eyes finding the growing tank with the nasty thing inside. The Muin's flat face wrinkled in disgust. What is this thing? He asked. Another one of those monsters. Avaryss regained her feet. It is a curiosity, she informed her apprentice, something that Chain valued a great deal. Her smile turned shark-like. And now, it's mine. HK took up a defensive position near his master while Holly plugged her data pad into the control board on the tank. The commander was trying to access the tank itself, find out what it was capable of. Avi applauded her ingenuity. She did not even have to give the changeling an order. Yet, another reason that Avaryss had come to depend so much on Lou Jane Holly. The woman was a treasure. It was at that moment that a section of the wall to their right opened with a loud hiss. Both Avaryss and her apprentice drew their weapons, preparing to meet whatever challenge rose to face them now. They need not have worried. What emerged was not a threat. The alien that stepped into the chamber did not seem to notice them. It didn't even look up from the data pad it was reading. A small recorder droid buzzed around his head, beeping softly as it continued to take readings, awaiting his master's order. Clad in a gray uniform and lab coat, the alien was a humanoid and clearly female. It might have passed for a human if not for his blue-black hair and blue skin. The eyes that never left the data pad glowed a bright red. The alien muttered under her breath while she entered commands on her pad. Avaryss' eyes narrowed. She thought they had dealt with all of Chain's scientists. It seems that they had missed one. The alien did not approach them, didn't even acknowledge them. It made its way to the hole in the wall that Kira had made, pausing only briefly to inspect the burnt bones that had once been Inquisitor Chain. The scientist pulled a device from the pocket of her lab coat, took a reading from Chain's burned skull, and entered them into her pad. Avaryss did not know what to make of it. The woman didn't even seem to notice that they were there. She cleared her throat loudly. "Excuse me," she called out. "One moment, please," the alien said, holding up the scanning device to the hole in the wall, again making notes on her pad. "An extraordinary display of power," she murmured. She gestured for her recorder droid to approach. "Note to self," she told it. "Check the readings here against test subject 315. I will need to test to see if there is any correlation." "At once, Doctor," the droid said. "Note to self, acknowledged." Avaryss' brow furrowed. As a Dark Lord of the Sith, she was not used to being ignored. The scientist was either very brave or very foolish. Dime sneered. He clearly though the latter over the former. "You should pay attention, Doctor," he called out. "Most people are smart enough not to ignore their murder." "What?" the blue-skinned woman said, finally looking up from her pad. "Forgive me, my lord, but I didn't catch that." She shook her head. "So much to do, and so little time," she muttered. "Time is of the essence," Avaryss said, "in that we are in agreement, miss." That got the alien's attention. Those glowing red eyes focused on Avaryss. "Doctor, actually," she clarified, "I would tell you my full name, but it would likely prove too difficult for your human vocal cords to pronounce." She gave the Sith a polite smile. "You may call me Vran, Dr. Vran of the Chiss." Vran looked down at her pad again, taking more notes. "You must be Avaryss," she said dismissively. "Inquisitor Chain knew you would come. He promised me a chance to dissect your brain when you were slain. I guess that isn't going to happen now." "Threat," HK said flatly, "threaten my master again, Doctor, and you will be the one that this unit dissects." The droid made a sound that might have been a laugh. It would be most fun. If the alien, this Chiss, was afraid she did not show it. She hurried over to the growth pod. Holly actually had to rush to get out of the way. Vran entered several commands. The pod disengaged from the floor. "This facility has been compromised," she said flatly. "I will need to move this pod to more secure location, at least until the creature's birth cycle is complete." She looked up at Avaryss. "I trust you have a ship on the way." Avaryss almost laughed. Who did this woman think she was? Kylo smirked and removed his glasses. "How much would pay for this one's head, my lord?" he asked. "Her tongue might be more valued," Dime said with an evil smirk. "She won't be having a use for it where she is about to go." Again it seemed that Vran did not understand that she was being threatened. She sighed and looked up at Avaryss. "We should speak, my lord, privately." The Chiss held up her scanner. Its light played over Avaryss's forehead. Again the alien entered more notes. Those strange red glowing eyes settled the Dark Lord. "There are things that you need to hear, trust me. As a doctor, I advise that you listen closely." Avaryss frowned. She got the woman's meaning, and in truth, she respected her discretion. She was willing to hear what she had to say, if only to put her mind at ease. "Holly, send a signal to Rink," she ordered. "We will be leaving soon." She turned to her droid. "HK, you will protect this growth pod. No one comes near it without my order." "As you say, Master." She turned to Kylo and Dime. "Make sure that the facility is empty," she ordered. "Deal with any guards or technicians that remain. Show no mercy." Dime grinned at the last part of that. "Mercy isn't really my specialty." Kylo shrugged. "Fine," he said. "More credits in my account." The two left to scour the base for survivors. Avaryss turned to Dr. Vran. "I'm in your hands, Doctor," she said. "Let us talk business." "This way, my lord," the Chiss said, gesturing her forward. "There is something you need to see." A few moments later, the Dark Lord found herself in the scientist's private lab. The Chiss placed a large metal band on her forehead. It beeped as the doctor entered a series of commands. Avaryss frowned. She had only one question for the scientist. Only one question really mattered now. "Chain said that I was dying, that I have less than a year to live." She swallowed hard. "Is it true?" The Chiss nodded. "It is true, my lord. I've gone over your medical files. All those that were not redacted. Without treatment you will be dead within a year, dead or worse." Avaryss' eyes narrowed. What could be worse than death? She asked. This, the woman said, entering a command on her data pad. The room filled with holograms of people in various states of madness. Some cowered in balls on the floor, others screamed at people that weren't there. There were even a few that stood over the bodies of others, doing horrible things to what remained of their victims. Avaryss cringed. The sight was enough to make even a Sith uneasy. You are a very sick young woman, my lord, Vran informed her. I do not envy your condition. And what exactly is my condition, doctor? Speak plainly. As you wish, the Chiss said, turning off the holograms. A new one appeared before them, a series of simple organisms floating in a fluid environment. A glowing circle centered over one of the organisms. Dr. Vran began her briefing. Here is your murderer, my lord, an impressive little creature to be sure. It is a true wonder of the microscopic world. But what is it? Avi demanded. How did I contract it? Inquisitor Chain did not give me all the details, but I will share with you what I've discovered. The Chiss brought up another holo file. Avaryss recognized the date on it immediately. This is a medical file from the Citadel on Dromund Kaas, she said. The date, I know it. This was after I was injected with a vaccine to the fit virus. The Chiss chuckled at that. A vaccine, she said. I think not, my lord. The virus that you were injected with did make you immune to the fit virus, but it was not the same as what was recovered and given to the citizens of the Empire. Not a vaccine, Avaryss said. Then what was the purpose? Why inject me at all? That is a most interesting question, my lord, one that I'm still trying to answer. The doctor changed the hologram again. This time, it showed what looked like a DNA strand. Avaryss remembered seeing one from her school days on Ordana. This virus was engineered, there is no doubt of that. It is too perfect to have been created by anything in nature. The holo changed again, showing the virus attacking healthy cells. It is a subtle little killer, I will give it that. It saturates the bloodstream, altering the cells there before making the jump to the brain. From there it really gets to work. It begins altering the way the body works. It turns off some genes, activates others. She smiled at Avaryss. It looks like a vaccine in the early stages, but that was just to lull you into a false sense of security. It has a very specific function that I don't really understand. The man who created it was either a genius or a total maniac. Avaryss remembered well her final encounter with Tarek. She had no doubt that this, whatever it was his doing, something he had made himself. He murdered me, and I didn't even know it, she thought morosely. She found herself thinking about what had happened to him, the fate she had condemned him to. At that moment, it did not seem appropriate. She snarled in anger. She should have come up with something far worse. The virus boosts healing and the body's natural regeneration. You've seen the effects of this already, my lord. It actually holds the effects of dark side necrosis at bay. Hence your more healthy pallor. Avaryss touched her face. She had assumed the change was the result of Kira's presence, her other half pulling her towards the light. She had been wrong. Of course, regeneration is not the only thing this virus causes. It also attacks the brain, causing chemical imbalances, damaging whole areas of mind. To what end, I'm not sure. It seems counter to what it does to the body, boosts healing, yet at the same time harming the brain itself. It is most curious, and a mystery I've yet to solve. Avaryss frowned. It wasn't a mystery to her. She knew Darth Tarek. She now knew why this had happened to her. Could this virus be used to aid someone in recovering from cybernetic enhancement? She asked the doctor. Say if someone was to cut away sections of the brain and replace them with droid components. Vran considered that. It is possible, my lord. The boost in regeneration would make recovery far quicker. And if the parts of the brain that are shutting down were meant to be replaced, the changes would make such surgery far easier. The brain would be more open to accept an implant if that part of the mind was already failing. Avaryss pursed her lips, her metal hand curled into a fist. The servos groaned from how tightly she held her fist. It seems that Tarek had not been willing to take no for an answer. She realized he was sure that she would join him, that he had begun prepping her body to be changed even before she agreed to serve him. Unfortunately, He had died by her hands, and the virus continued without his interference. What that meant for her, she could only guess. "It is going to kill me then," she said, "this virus. The changes will continue, my lord, they cannot be stopped. If unchecked, within a year, you will start to experience seizures. They will keep getting worse until one day you slip into a coma, and..." Avaryss nodded. She got the picture. "In the meantime, your mental state will deteriorate. You will experience multiple symptoms as your brain continues to shut down. You will suffer from hallucinations, hear voices, have violent mood swings, and that is just in the early stages. You will continue to grow more unstable with each passing day, manifesting in any one of several mental issues as you move towards a psychotic break." "Mental issues," Avaryss said coldly, "such as developing a split personality." The Chiss shrugged. "It is possible, my lord, depending on how fast the virus spreads." The Dark Lord's eyes narrowed. She had assumed her issues with Qi'ra were the result of the Force, her former self struggling for power. Again, it appears she was mistaken. Qi'ra wasn't real, she never had been. Kira's presence was a result of Tarek's tampering. Her war with her former self was sham. And yet, here I am, Qi'ra whispered in the back of her mind. "I'm here, and will not go away so easily." Avaryss sighed. So much of what she had come to believe was a lie. She felt disjointed, unsure of what was real and what wasn't. It was not a pleasant experience. "You said something about a treatment." "I did, my lord. Will it work?" Qi'ra asked. "Could it keep me alive?" "It will slow the progress, protect the parts of your brain that are still functioning. And it will give me time." "Yes? How much?" Again, Vran shrugged. "Hard to say," the doctor replied. "As I said, this sickness was engineered to be very resilient and adaptable. If I come at it too hard, it will adapt and the serum that I develop will not work. If I come at it too gently, it will overwhelm you, and the serum will be too late to help." Avaryss glared down at her, putting the full weight of the dark side into her voice. "How long, doctor?" "An extra year, maybe, 2 if you are lucky." Both Avaryss and Qi'ra considered that. 2 years, maybe 3. It was not much time in the galactic scale of things, but it did offer her time to see some of her plans to completion. Vren might surprise her. The Chiss might be able to develop a cure, but it would not undo the damage that had already been done. Avaryss looked down at her hands. "Damn this body," she thought. "It has suffered so much in the last 5 years. Bad eyes, bad ears, a missing left arm, and now this." It was enough to make her want to scream. Of course, things were not all bad. Not if Rand could give her the time she needed. Avaryss smiled. The dark side offered many abilities, unnatural abilities. A Jedi would accept this fate, allow themselves to become one with the Force. Avaryss had other options. She had spent the first 2 years of her apprenticeship studying the restoration of life, essence transfer, and the place and the spirit within a new shell, a better shell. She had intended that as means to help Fel, to bring her lover back, while Tarek had ruined that too. Now it seems that that research had not been wasted. I could do it, she thought. I can do it. She would need a new body, a superior one, strong in the Force, and attractive, something that Finn would like. The thought was not entirely unpleasant. The spell would be difficult, of course. It required much, sacrifices, and more power than she could manage at that moment. Life could be purchased, but death was the coin that was needed to pay for it. I can do it, she thought. I know the rituals. It is simply the materials that I lack. Those materials would not be hard to come by. She turned to the Chiss. She needed the time that the woman had to offer. She would demand it. Chain is dead, she said flatly. You serve me now. You will find a way to extend my life. Cure me if you can, and in exchange I will give you all you need with almost unlimited resources. Qi'ra came to the forefront again. She flashed her most winning smile. Do we have a deal? Dr. Vran smiled. It sounded like she was interested in what the Sith Lord was offering. The Chiss turned away from her. She accessed a small safe in the corner of the lab, the door unlocking with her retinal scan. She produced a rack containing 6 small vials, each contained some glowing green substance. Vren placed one into an injection gun. Avaryss started to back up. "Don't even think about it," she growled. Vren gave her a motherly look. "This serum will help you, my lord. It will help stabilize your condition, and it will help with the chemical imbalance in your brain." "Help, but not cure," Avaryss said. "Yes, but it does offer time, which is valuable to you, I think." The doctor held up the gun. "What do you have to lose, my lord?" Kira sighed. Avaryss rolled her eyes. What did they have to lose? Not much. She was living on borrowed time now. She had to squeeze as much as she could out of it. She needed to finish her work on Ordana, but even that might be a blessing in disguise. A cruel smile came to her lips. Her people, the free citizens of Ordana, were weak and easily controlled. It would take many lives to power the ritual that she had in mind, but in the end, she would be free, no longer bound by the shackles of this dying frame. Through victory, my chains are broken. The Force shall free me. She would end the rebellion. She would kill both Tall Maritza and Darth Fier. She would use her own people to restore her, to give her a second chance at life, a life more glorious than she had ever thought possible. Perhaps my new body is even now on Ordana. Maybe that young lady is already waiting to become the new Avaryss. She laughed. Actually, she had a better idea. It would take a bit of manipulation on her part, but it was possible. She intended to hurt Jaz Darbin, to destroy him for daring to make her respect him. He had several people in his life that would be perfect candidates for what she had in mind. Oh, she thought with a shiver. This is going to be fun. Delicious. She smiled and Vran smiled and offered the doctor her neck. I'm ready for my first injection, doctor. The Chiss nodded. As you command, my lord, I shall endeavor to aid you as much as I can in this fight. I will make the search for a cure a priority. See that you do, Avaryss said, and in the meantime, I have something else that might interest you. Tell me, doctor, are you familiar with poisons, toxicology? I've studied several substances. Yes, the Chiss admitted. Why? Kira came back, her smile turned predatory. Tell me, doctor, have you ever heard Project Death Knell? The Chiss shook her head no. It sounds ambitious, my lord. Oh, it is, Kira said, and necessary. The Republic will have need of it soon. It, like me, is living borrowed time. Then we had best hurry, Dr. Vran said. Yes, the Dark Lord agreed. We must.